All right, so I said earlier on that we are starting on the dot. This is about 10 minutes for us to go for a kick up. I'm going to be starting the day with my very good friend, who, as a matter of fact, I had to make sure I closed the loop with yesterday. And that is the MD of Remita, Mr. Deremi Atonda, is going to be kicking off to this program with the keynote opening that is titled Fail Fast, Learn Faster, Embracing Failure as a Path to Success. And so we want to say a big welcome one more time to the second day of the Nigerian FinTech Week with the theme FinTech, Resilience, Innovation, and Diversification. And I know that this theme itself was actually fully thought out. It obviously has to address some of the economic challenges that we're facing in Nigeria as it is today. And I'm very sure that the organizers, the FinTech Association of Nigeria and the FinTech Associates Limited, alongside with all of the sponsors and exhibitors that have made this a possibility, obviously have thought it well for us to address the issue of resilience, as the case might be. Innovation, perhaps a lot of us might consider a buzzword, but innovation is a business element that can help you stay afloat. Innovation also, the concept can be applied to your own personal life as professionals in your own right. And so I always encourage people that in anything that you do, you must consider the element of innovation. Innovation obviously has to do with value addition. Value addition obviously also has to do with giving the customer or the clients that you have something for them to pay for. That has to be your unique selling proposition that actually has been scaled, that can help address operational challenges, address brand issues, challenges, address marketing communications or marketing issues, as well as the technological, hitches that you perhaps might face in all of your different operations. We know that the fintech space is being one that has helped provide solutions to a lot of our challenges. As a matter of fact, different technologies and innovations have come on board to have helped us be able to close the gap when we talk about financial inclusion. As a point in time, we have gone beyond that aspect and we are looking far more in the area of economic inclusion. How will the fintech space be able to help us address some of our economic indexes challenges are part of the things that we need to look forward to at this day two that we are going to explore further. And it gives me great delight that one of the things we'd like to encourage you all to do is to make sure you let people know that you are here. For those who are not able to be here in person, let those who are outside of this orb feel that they have missed something, and truly they have missed something indeed. So please take all the pictures where you are seated, do your selfies, take the pictures on your backdrop. Don't listen to anybody, just entertain yourself by those pictures. You are giving the order and the approval to do that. And share as much as you can on all of the social media platforms, whether it's LinkedIn, whether it's, which other social media platform do we have? Hello? How many social media platforms do we have? Can we start naming them? Number one, Rexy. Kini X. You want to give me X? I'm giving you X, not. Okay. You would have said formerly Twitter. Some of us are still old school. Which kind of X? How will somebody think about the brand name and give it X? I mean, look at the lady looking at me and saying X, X. I have no relationship with you, and you are telling me I'm your ex. How is that possible? We just met at FinTech. Oh, all right? Of course, you have the LinkedIn, you have X, formerly Twitter, you have your Facebook platforms, you have your Instagram. So be free, take that opportunity, share. Let people know what it is all about. And even if they are not here, let them also join virtually. And I would like to recognize all of you joining us through the different virtual platforms. Thank you very much for making this a wonderful experience. Without you guys out there, in the stratosphere, we perhaps might not be having this event, as we call it, a hybrid. So on that note, please kindly use all of this hashtag, which includes hashtag NFW2023, hashtag NFW23, as well as hashtag Nigerian FinTech Week. Our website, in case you don't know yet, is the nigeriafintechweek.org. You can actually have a lot of information as the case might be. And then there is going to be the QR code. The QR code is going to come up on the screen. Please, technical guys, let's have the QR code beeped up on the screen so that our participants can actually take the capture of it. That will give you access to the program, and you'll see the details of the agenda that we have for day 2. We're going to be still announcing the Wi-Fi. So we make sure that your account is well able to make sure that when you are driving from your home to Landmark next year, you have at least extra tank. Okay? Perhaps who knows, we might be running on gas, as the case says. We also have the Huawei sub phone that we are going to be winning. Where's the lucky winner of yesterday? Is he here? Is he here? Okay, the man just came to win the phone and disappear. All right, so we have another phone for the lucky winner today. So look out for it. And certainly we also have the air ticket from KLM raffle draw that we're going to have in today. So ladies and gentlemen, we promised you yesterday that we are starting on the dot. And this is one of the characteristics of the FinTech event. We make sure we start 10 on the dot. According to my time, we have about 3 minutes before we kick off. And I've been looking around if I can see my Oga at the top, the MD of Remita. I know that he's not there somewhere. Is it there? Where exactly is he? I can't see him. This man has grown. Where is that? Okay, where is he? Please, where is Mr. Deremi Atonda? Is he around? Please, somebody get Mr. Deremi Atonda for me. Oh, okay, he's seated there. Okay, please put your hands together for Mr. Atonda. Please put your hands together for him. It's a wonderful moment. I know why he's laughing. You know, today we know we've concluded the event, so to speak, and I'm having him here, who is going to be giving us our opening keynote address and presentation, so to speak, on the topic, fail fast, learn faster, embracing failure as a path to success. And ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together as I invite the MD of Remita, Mr. Deremi Atonda, as he comes up to give us the opening remark and presentation for the next 15 minutes. You're welcome, Deremi. It's good to see you. And I've paid my BC. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, please, just a note of condition. Neither myself or Mr. Deremi Atonda or any of the organizers will stand the chance to win the phone. All right? So this phone is actually for our delegates, all right? Don't mind me, I'm putting Mr. Atonda on the spot. So you're good with your clicker? So this, all right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think we're good now. Hello, good morning. How are we doing today? Very fine. Let's get the temperature up. It's nice to be here. Day 2, Nigerian Fintech Week 2023. Come on, let's make some noise. Hello. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's really exciting to be part of Nigeria's biggest Fintech event. And I just want to salute the courage and determination of the organizers and everything that's gone into making this year's edition another blowout event. Day 1 was really great, all those sessions, and it's just so inspiring seeing the new generation of innovators and the businesses on showcase at the exhibition ground. Very many thanks to the sponsors and to the industry giants who've been part of making this happen. So we're getting day 2 off the ground. And I want to say thank you to everyone who's weathered Lagos traffic, wherever you've come from. And very many thanks to people joining from all around the world, across different time zones. And in the next few minutes, I'm just going to be sharing thoughts on failing fast, learning faster. So it's about speed. We're getting to be quantitative. You're saying fast, faster, fastest, right? So fail fast, but learn faster. And I'm sharing thoughts from the things we've been through. And this is particularly relevant to those of us in the fintech ecosystem and generally the outlook of the next few years. And I know either today or tomorrow we're going to be trying to look into the crystal ball, what the fintech industry is going to look like in the next couple of months, particularly in 2024, so that we can hedge our bets. 2023 is just 9 weeks to end. And we can't wait to get into 2024, make the projections. But as we go into 2024, we want to see what lessons from 2023, what are the things that have happened and what can we make of them? So this is just a general framework. And just to get us started, in terms of failing fast, but not staying there, but learning faster. And that has implication. So it's just about rapid learning and innovation in fintech, and to remind ourselves that it won't always be a straight path. It won't always be a straight curve. Things will happen along the way. And so, to just understand that we need to reframe failure as a learning opportunity. Many times people think failure is negative in the course of business, particularly in fintech. And sometimes we're just so struck with, oh, this company has raised funds and this has happened and they've closed shop. And we think that's all there is to the story. No. We need to reframe every failure as a learning opportunity. So that's a starting point. It doesn't just end with things not working the way we expect them to work. We need to be conscious that everything called failure within the context of our businesses is a learning opportunity. And typically, it's said that it's better to learn from other people's failure than yours because you just may not survive yours. Right? You just may not survive your own failure. So everything happening around us in the industry should be reframed as a learning opportunity. The second thing is we need to embrace deliberately experimentation for innovation. A number of people just want to do it and get it done with the way it's done, what is typically called by the books. We need to open up our minds to know that it doesn't need to be by the books, and that's the actual definition of innovation. It doesn't necessarily have to be about how it's been done before. If anything, things that have been done before can be done differently, and that can be innovative in itself. So apart from reframing failure as a learning opportunity, we need to deliberately embrace experimentation for innovation. Try things differently, knowing they could fail anyway. And if they fail, you learn from it. So don't box yourself into just a single framework, a single set of thinking or thoughts. And the last bit of it, what do we do with this? With every failure, with every learning, let it be a lever for building resilience. And we know what resilience means. Being able to withstand the tumult, the turbulence, the tempest. And we know the typical Nigerian has this. But there's more you need to bring in within the context of business. Just imagine the environment of business today. There are indicators that will typically tell you this and these are the things in place. You may not be able to go beyond that. But you're saying building resilience is part of it, as part of a risk-tolerant culture. If that's the case, then, right, the emotions associated with failure in your mind, when you hear failure, and it's drummed into our ears pretty much early in school, and we're so much academically inclined around here that report sheets used to mean a lot, and the grades, and the negative emotions associated with that. I'm just going to speak about 6 of them. Confusion. What happened? Why did it happen this way? I wasn't expecting it to happen. Demoralization. Wow. This is not me. This is not who I'm supposed to be. So that happens. Then embarrassment. How will people hear this? How will they feel? Many people live on the adrenaline of other people's feelings. But as a business person, particularly in this space, as an innovator, as someone who's decided to reframe failure as an opportunity, things need to be done differently. And these are the things that stop us from moving forward. These are the things that actually affect us in framing failure as learning opportunities. Then you have the feeling of incompetence. The feeling of incompetence. Maybe I'm not up to it. Many times in the society, we are given role models and they are presented as supermen, not knowing that they feel like you and I, and all they did was they moved beyond the negative emotions. And this is closely related to demoralization, that feeling of incompetence, and then low self-confidence. And that only does this. That's the only way it goes. It just takes you down and takes you out. And then the pain that comes with all of that. But it doesn't need to be. So it's not impossible your business is going through some tough times. And these are the feelings you're having right now. This session this morning is saying we need to just reframe every failure, all the negative vibes around, and leverage those ones to move our businesses to the next level, particularly within the fintech ecosystem. And as we reframe that, what does failure mean? Like I said, there are many dimensions. It could be product failure, constant investor rejection. And I was watching, the panel yesterday of the icons of industry talking about preparing your pitch. So, constant investor rejection, failure to gain traction, the way we do our projections, failure to get into an accelerator, and you think that's the end of the road. But these are all opportunities. For each one, there's an opportunity to test your assumptions. So if it didn't work out this way, what went wrong? To grow organically right from the inside, if someone is not willing to put money on the business, it's not the end of the road. It's what can you do from the inside? What else can you do from the inside? It's about pivoting your business. It may just interest you to know that what you've proposed for something may be useful for another thing, and to refine your ideas. And this is what we're talking about, reframing failure as learning opportunities. And these are 3 global examples you may just be very, very familiar with. Yeah. YouTube started as a dating app, right? So think of Tinder. That was actually how YouTube started. And then it didn't gain traction, and YouTube is YouTube today. And you know how long it's been sold, and you remember it was sold for 1.6 billion USD. That was a failed project. The same thing for Shopify. It was a failed snowboarding equipment sales platform, snowboarding there. So that will ordinarily have been limited to the temperate climes. But today Shopify is everywhere, including the tropical climes. And we also know the story of Slack. It was a failed gaming app. And now hardly anyone in tech can do without Slack. And so, talking about reframing that, this could as well be your own story as a fintech business. It could well be your own story. And you're just at the verge of saying, so what next? You can see the opportunity to pivot, as experienced by all of these 3, to just move the same asset into something else. And this is way back. You remember the story? I have not failed. Thomas Edison, the light bulb. I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 different ways that won't work. And that's the motivation to keep the business going, talking about the negative emotions that come along with failure. To see everyone as an opportunity to learn. So, like Edison said, it is just what you're not going to do the same way again. And nobody else may just have that experience. And that may be the most valuable thing that your business is going to benefit from. So, when we think about innovation or talk about innovation, these are the things we think about, that innovation happens without failure. Why? Because many times we're inward thinking, we're just thinking about our own experiences. Even in this room, I know there are veterans here who can share with us dimensions of failures in their businesses. They didn't become overnight success just because they got it right the first time. No, that wasn't what happened. They just kept at it. And so we need to know that the only people who don't make mistakes are those who don't do anything. By virtue of being here this morning, you've done something, and that says that you're on the path to doing something differently. Coming to be part of the ecosystem here and see what others are doing differently. So the only people who don't fail are those who don't do anything. If you don't fail occasionally, it's a self-check. It's a self-test. Maybe you're not trying enough to be. On this list, if you choose deliberately to leverage any failure, any challenge you might be facing, the Wright brothers, that is the discovery of the invention of the aeroplane itself. Michael Jordan, before he became so valuable, 9,000 shots, right? Thomas Edison, I said that, 10,000 attempts. Walt Disney, the global entertainment brand, 300 rejections, making pitches and trying to do. Elon Musk, who else was born $200 million? $200 million, 3 attempts. And today, that's the only way to space, right? The easiest way to space, private. And so, this is supposed to let us know that those big names are names that have leveraged what anyone will have called failure, and will never have heard of this if they are just stopped at those failures or rejections. And when innovation fails, some thoughts come to mind. So let me tell you something you may not know about our brand, that Remita actually is a product of a failed project. I'm not sure you ever knew that. Remita today does over 50 billion US dollars processing, millions of transactions. We've got expression in every aspect of payments, a tier 1 license, but it came out of a failed project. What is that failed project? Whoever signed this letter won't remember. It came out of our bid for the pension project in 2005. We bidded for the pension projects in Nigeria. We were just payroll HR software, and we had introduced payment just as a feature. And pensions, we had done pensions, funded pensions, and we said we're going to contributory pensions. And on a Friday evening, we said Nigerians always lost something from outside Nigeria. I took a flight to the UK. I was going to Songad, and I met the president. Nigeria is about to do this. We want to partner with you. And so I don't know what you're talking about, and I flew back to Lagos. And then we started to develop these codes in 2 weeks. And then we submitted the bid, and it failed. And we were also dejected. But that's the story of Remita today. And we went back to those same set of codes. We created pensions.com.ng. It's been there forever. You can see the old banks there. It's still there. And so the entire story of Remita itself that you know today and you think it's something, is something you can relate with. And that is what has given expression today. So we're not talking about theory. We're talking about the real things that have happened to us. How did we navigate? We accepted that failure. We listened to the customer feedback. What were they thinking? What did other people think? And then we tried again. So what we did was we went another direction. Pension that we bidded for has now become just so small a component of the entire thing that we do as a Remita. It's just one, and we will not have been able to do that. So if you cannot fail, you cannot learn. Failing fast means learning faster, allows for continuous improvement, fosters a culture of learning, increases your adaptability, and drives customer centricity. Final thoughts as I leave this. Reframe failure to unlock potential for rapid learning and growth. A risk-tolerant builds resilience to navigate challenges confidently. You need to embrace failure. Iteration of stepping to achieving your goals. And you need to fast, learn faster, and innovate together. Remember, the real failure is when you stop trying. Thank you.
Hello? All right, thank you so very much, Mr. Deremi Atanda. It's interesting to know that Remita of today actually came from a place of failure. Please look at Mr. Remy. Does he look like a man that is a failure? Eh? Does he look like a man that is a failure? Does he? Not at all. Please, can we have our photographer, Deremi? Please, pardon me, you have to come back up here. We need to have you to have this moment captured so that we can have also our, if the chairman of the board of trustees here, please come up, as well as the president of the governing council and other members of the governing council, as well as other members of the board of trustees. We would also like to have this vice president, who is also chairperson of the planning committee, and as well as the COO, to please come up for us to have this moment where we can capture the picture. We are failing forward. All right, please, can we have other members of the Board of Trustees and the Governing Council here present to please join them? All right, so let's have the moment. All right, we're going to go straight. We're going to go straight into the next item. All right, we are going to the next item, and by our time we are just 10:20, and that is going to be on this particular focus, which is the future of payments, reimagining AI. And the opening presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be made by the CEO of NIMS, Mr. Premier Iwo, who is ably represented here by Mr. Bolanle Enigbokan, the Head Enterprise Support Services of NIMS. Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Bolanle? Thank you very much, sir. So please, as the program progresses, make sure you take as much pictures as you can and share. Take up the QR code as well. The QR code will give you access to the agenda of the event. Mr. Bolanle, it's good to see you. Welcome.
Good to see you. Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm sure they are putting up the presentation. Definitely, I'm not Premier, as you can see. And this is not the AI representing Premier. All right, my name is Bolanle, but Premier couldn't be here, but he has sent his best wishes and love, and I'm sure sometime very soon this morning he's going to join us. Are we putting up the presentation? Yes. So this morning we'll be talking about the future of payment, reimagining AI, and how has AI really impacted payment, in Nigeria and globally. I'll just skip the other ones. Now, let's look at the country statistics or country information. We've seen a lot of acceleration in payments, right? And quite a number of factors have driven this acceleration. We all woke up one day into COVID, right? And very soon we were all into various kinds of lockdown. Lockdown in our rooms, in our spaces. And this actually now started driving a lot of inclination to digital behavior, right? So people who couldn't even do digital before then started doing digital. And those who were not within the financial services sector started, coming in within that bracket. And quite a number of other factors that have driven this. In Nigeria, we have a population of 223 million, at least from the records that we see from the National Bureau of Statistics. So it shows that there is a very strong, population base that can drive payment. And mobility is at the core of what we do. In every day, as we move, transactions are consummated. True or false? I'm not sure there's anybody here that doesn't have a mobile phone, right? At least a feature phone that can enable payment. So we get to see that as we move every day, as we dwell into our various businesses, we're able to engage, we're able to interact, we're able to do our business transactions. And mobility is actually driving this. And right now, we have about 89% mobile penetration from the figures that we see from NCC, which shows that there's a lot that can happen in payment. Then customer experience factors like convenience, accessibility, are also driving the kind of behavior that we see in digital today. Over the years, the Central Bank of Nigeria and of course other regulators in government have tried to drive the narrative around financial inclusion into ensuring that we bring more people within the digital bracket, create their awareness, empower them, and begin to grow the volumes that we desire to see in Nigeria. The youths, of course, are in this session, and I dare say that 67% of Nigeria's population today is driven by the youth population, which shows a very strong potential and business case for digital behavior. Because the youths are not going to have it less. They are going to definitely do it their way. And of course, we just have to key in. Otherwise, the rest of the world will be on their own. So all these factors put together have created more opportunities and more volumes that we'll get to see. And it's been forecasted that by 2027, the volume of business in digital, in Nigeria, we exceed about $24 billion. And this is a lot. And I think that we should begin to put that into perspective, just to look at the potentials that will come from digital. Now, having said that, we talk about artificial intelligence in digital. Which is just us using technology to emulate and imitate human behavior. Simple. But what is the overall goal? The overall goal really is to solve problems. And I tell people every day that in any solution that you are churning out, if you are not adding value or solving problems, it is just a sheer waste of time. True or false? So essentially, that is where the value add is. So artificial intelligence is how do we use technology to imitate human behavior to solve problems. And we see a lot of fintechs and even traditional service providers coming up with this innovation that can drive artificial intelligence and largely use it to solve problems. And the solution is not only limited to technology. It is cutting across, it's not only limited to financial payments. It's cutting across several sectors of the economy, whether in the area of insurance, in the area of health, agriculture, transportation, communication, retail, ICT. A lot of sectors of the economy globally, are being impacted by the opportunities you have in artificial intelligence. And we are going to discuss some of those use cases in subsequent slides. Now, what are those key areas that we see that artificial intelligence is driving? Familiar with putting processes together. But gone are those days where you have to deploy hundreds of people to solve a common business problem or a process problem. So now we are beginning to see AIs that are helping to do settlement, reconciliation, and even to initiate payments, right? So these things are becoming more popular in terms of processes. Then, for robotic process automation, we are seeing chatbots now doing the work of human beings. So in those days, you deploy like 1,000 people to your contact center. But that's not necessary again. With chatbots, you can do engagement, telemarketing, and a lot of other, customer experience activities. And in the area of fraud detection, we are leveraging AI now to run the rules. So in the customer experience perspective, I was telling somebody yesterday now that we are now having AIs that are helping as relationship officers, right? So maybe you have, a bank and all that. You don't necessarily need to have a human being as your relationship manager. So in the area of augmented reality banking now, an AI can be there, schedule a meeting with you, take your feedback, process it, and is able to, provide solution based on the learning. For credit scoring, we all agree with me that there are now apps where you can log into, and within 5-10 minutes, you can be profiled for credits. And if the whole country really, we are looking at improving financial inclusion, growing microcredits, there's a need to really, streamline the processes, make profiling faster, and, make credits a lot more available to the people who need them. Then for regulatory technology, this is very important especially for the regulators. Technology should enable innovation, right? As well as regulation too, supporting the entire process and making it a lot more interactive for people. So the thinking is changing. It's no longer when regulation used to stand in front of innovation. The question now is that how do we enable regulation to drive innovation, partner with innovation, and make it a lot more useful? So we are beginning to see there are more use cases. So I was somewhere out of the country where it was demoed, where we are now having delivery, automated delivery, robots. So where you can order something and a robot delivers your fried rice. So you just imagine you order chicken and chips and one robot knocks on your door and you open it and it delivers that to you. And that's AI in action, really, making it easy. So, and there are a lot of opportunities in terms of the in-branch human robots. Now you have service centers, digital centers, where it's just robots that attend to you, right? When you come in, they know your name, they greet you, they've done that personalization, and all that, and they're able to engage you. In area of AML and fraud detection, even granting loans, then in trading, now a lot of people are doing FCY trading. You don't necessarily need to be there physically now. You can train AIs that can help you, understand the behavior, the pattern, and they can do that trading on your behalf. I can see some people smiling already, but not to worry. There is another side of it. So that you don't say that, one man came here and said, let me outsource all my trading responsibility, because you can actually lose money, but you still need to pay attention. But again, what we are trying to say here is that there are opportunities for AI to leverage on. Now, having said all this beautiful story about AI and the opportunities that it can drive in payments, there are still some challenges. Oftentimes, we don't talk about these challenges. We just talk about the beautiful side. But like what Jeremy said earlier, challenges are not to make us fail, even though when we fail, it's an opportunity to become better. After all, there's a detergent that says that there's no stain. When there's no stain, there's no learning. So there are challenging areas that we need to look at. The number one challenge area in the use of AI is in the area of malicious or misuse of AI. And we get to see that a lot. There's a particular president, I'm not going to name him or name his country, but I think he's the most it's in terms of the misuse of AI. That anytime you see him on social media talking, you just have to look very well to be sure that he's the one talking. Because he's been thoroughly abused, right? So you see where people give speeches now, and they are not the ones giving those speeches. The lip sync, we call it the deep fake, right? Or the infocalypse. So you get to see a lot of all this misuse to bypass authentication process, to cause fake news, a lot of damage is being done. So we need to make sure that we create a lot of sensitization, right? And we need to put in place, especially for payment, multi-factor authentication processes to, dissuade people from using, the misuse of AI. And of course, we need to do more in the area of regulation and monitoring. You might want to say that you can't regulate what you don't know, right? But again, that's why we need to carry the regulators along, train them, partner with them, and we can get a lot of value. Now, data quality is another area. We rely on AI to give us insights, right? And to make very good business decisions. But if the kind of data that you have in your system is dirty or unuseful, be rest assured that the kind of decisions that the AI is going to lead you to will be very, very misleading. So we need to do a lot to ensure that we have clean data. Probably, for businesses, put in a data warehouse policy and make sure that the quality of data is top-notch. And most importantly, the use of AI should be complementary. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I would like to mention that the use of AI is not a complete replacement of the human need or the human, reasoning. So do not replace AI with the human being, but rather they should work as complementary partners into ensuring that the AI augments our reasoning, as human beings and not a replacement for the human capabilities. So in conclusion, AI in Nigeria, we've made a lot of progress, especially in the area of fraud detection, credits, and maybe even the area of customer engagement with the use of the chatbot and the rest. But there's still a lot more to do. And they say that the biggest room in the world is a room for what? Improvement. So there's still a lot that we can do to drive the AI story, especially in the area of the generative AI, facilitated transaction processing. Then also, open banking is becoming more and more on ground in Nigeria. By open banking, I mean that creating the access for people to, use financial APIs, right, to drive their businesses and to create innovation. So open banking is creating a very strong business case to drive AI, machine learning, and other emerging technologies. The open banking draft has been released by the CBN, so it's an opportunity for all the stakeholders, and I know we are working very closely with the Fintech Nigeria Association to make sure that we have it on ground, we're able to leverage the advantages, and we can, drive more opportunities from the open banking arrangement. And finally, whatever the application, and I just want to repeat, human intervention and oversight remains a very core area that we cannot replace AI with. So it means that AI, the human intervention, and other possibilities have to work together to drive the needed innovation that we are looking out for in the payments industry. So with that, thank you very much for your attention, and do enjoy the session as we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are best of friends. But even when I come to your office, you place me on appointment. So time is important. And I'm glad it's not AI that is booking the appointment for me. It is you in person. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into the panel session. And to help us moderate this panel is going to be no other person than the partner at UUBO, Mr. Joseph Eimujese. Please come forward. Put your hands together for him. We'll also have, joining him on this panel, Ms. Tiwa Osazua, partner of Alex. We'll be speaking with them as well. It's good to see you. I'm very sure you are the one I saw in the video. Okay, you look different now, as a matter of fact. Well, we also have joining them on this particular panel, Mr. Toba Obani, General Manager of Turaco, Nigeria, is in the house. I know that he's in the house somewhere. Please come up and join us here. And certainly, we have joining them on this panel, my very, very good friend. It seems like I have a lot of them today. And that is Mr. Gbenga and Pasada, Executive Director of VFD Tech. Please, can you come up and join them? Thank you. And we will also have Tommy coming in still, but I'm not sure yet. As soon as you come in, let me know that the members of this panel will obviously be moderated by Mr. Joseph. All of this session, including the Q&A, will be wrapped up within 11:15. Over to you, Mr. Joseph. Thank you very much. It's good to see you again, Tommy. The last time I saw you was where? I can't remember. Okay, so Joseph, it's over to you. The mic is there. You have a mic here. Tommy, you have one here. We saw at the SME event. So within the next 11:15, we wrap up this session. If you have any questions, just note them down, and then we'll wrap that as the case might be. Thank you so very much, sir. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think Mr. Bolanle Enigbokon has done quite a lot in discussing the topic that we are here to look at this morning, the future of payment, reimagining AI. So he dwelt on some of the key issues that we will be looking at also. Our role here, the panelists who are experts in their own field, is to also shed light on their views in relation to the various topics. Our discussion here will center around 4 key themes. One first is fraud and security enhancements, data privacy, regulatory technology, and personalized customer experience, which Bolanle touched in various aspects. I think before we start, we have limited time. I think I will start with Tiwa Osazua. We know what AI is. We know what it does. We know how we interact with AI in our daily activities. It's no longer a hidden secret. Looking at it from the perspective of Nigeria, as a lawyer, do we have sufficient law regulatory framework to address issues around AI, including the challenges and how to navigate those challenges?
Thank you, Joseph, and good morning, everyone. And I just want to say thank you to Fintech Nigeria for having me here this morning. It's a privilege. So I'll just go right into the question. The answer is no, we do not. But we're not alone. I don't think any jurisdiction really has a robust legal or regulatory framework for AI because it's a developing area, it is new, and as we are aware, innovation more often than not precedes regulation or the laws. Everyone is still grappling with it. The tech guys are still grappling with it. The regulators are still grappling with it. So the answer is that we do not have. However, there are certain laws that we do have that can, function in the meantime as some form of guardrail. One of those is the NDPA, that's the Nigeria Data Protection Act, right, which deals with the issue of privacy and data protection, which I think is a very central issue when we're talking about AI, because the bedrock of AI is data. AI is trained with massive amounts of data, and so it is then important that we have the right framework that helps to preserve and protect the use of that data. And so, which is why the NDPA is very welcome. And one of the key provisions of the NDPA, which was recently passed, is on automation, automated processing of data, which is essentially what AI, is doing, and the right of persons whose data are being used to object to how their data is used, to obtain the right consent for that data. So yes, we do have those. Another significant issue that we see that AI is going, with AI, with the use of AI, is around intellectual property, right? And we do have IP laws in Nigeria. Yes, we can say that perhaps they're not as robust as they should, but the point I'm trying to make using these examples is that we do have certain foundational, laws that we can use in the meantime, pending when the technology guys and the regulators work hand in hand to develop something that is more robust.
Thank you, Tewa. So the summary is that we do not have sufficient laws and regulations to address AI-related issues and challenges, but what we currently have can be stretched in a way that can help resolve challenges or issues that may come with the adoption of AI. I will come to Toba. My question for you is, you are a player in the insurance sector, and we are here looking at payments and the adoption of AI to enable provision of services to customers. In your sector, what role do you think AI can play? And what do you need to see or what need to put in place for the adoption of AI-enabled solutions in the insurance sector?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Toba from Turaco. Turaco is, amongst other things, an insurtech that provides microinsurance to the underserved. Now, that foundation is important, so when I'm responding to the question, it makes sense. Maybe I'll start from this short story. Some days ago, myself and my wife were having a conversation. I wanted to get a suitcase, and I was wondering which is better, this cloth-based suitcase or this hard case suitcase. I don't know if you understand my point. The ones that have cloth material and the ones that have like hard shells. And the next day, because I actually checked news on Google, and Google just curates, different things. And next thing I saw one of the items, pros and cons of using soft cloth versus hard shell suitcases. I've heard this thing before, that your phone listens to everything you say, right? I love the fact that, I found what I was looking for without even asking. But then I wondered that, so does that mean every private discussion is being listened to? So that is the beauty and the danger of AI. AI helps you to get a personalized experience. And in the case of insurtechs like us, what we're trying to do is we want to make insurance products available to people to such a level that it is personalized and meets your individual needs. And for that to happen, we need to build products. So one of the things that we try to do in the microinsurance space, we understand that traditional insurance products don't really make sense for middle income and low income earners. And so we need to build products that are more affordable and bring more value. And even though we try to do that for a wide range of people, we know that the needs of different people differ, income levels, the financial needs, the challenges that they're facing. So for us, AI will bring a lot of value in helping us to personalize products, help us to design products that will make sense. But for that to happen, we need a lot of data. So for example, wouldn't it be helpful to know how much everybody earns and the needs of everyone, and then from there we can build products. But then having so much private and personal information about people is going to cause an issue of privacy concerns. And so the point I'm making here is that AI is going to be very helpful in our industry, but for that to happen, we need AI to have a lot of information. And then that becomes a problem. So I think that AI will be very useful, but it probably will be limited because we won't be able to gain access to very personal information, except of course with the permission of the consumers. I think that AI is developing further to a point where we would have enough information to make the best decisions. But in summary, there's a lot of opportunities for AI in this industry because once we are able to understand the needs of people. We're able to build the appropriate products for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Toba. AI is useful, but there are still issues that need to be addressed. One key challenges that we have in Nigeria in relation to the previous administration, even before the previous administration, has to do with issues around providing relief, providing support, what they call palliative, even though I don't like that word palliative, to the needy people in the society. The current government, I think last week, announced that in what they call distribution of palliative to mitigate the effects of the recent removal of subsidy from petroleum resources, stated that the beneficiaries that will be included in the list of those that will receive palliative, we exclude those that do not have bank BVN and national identification number, because there have always been an integrity issue in relation to how do people receive funds from government and who actually receive those funds. Tomi Ayorinde, you are a player in the payment space, and you would have seen the various challenges that arise in that regard. Do you think the adoption of AI by payment service providers will help in addressing the various challenges that have to do with payment, identify beneficiaries, and having reconciliation and similar issues? Do you think AI will help in that regard? If it will help, what needs to be done or should be done to ensure that the adoption is seamless and the ideal result is achieved?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Tomi. I'm the CEO of Payforce by Fairmoney. At Payforce, we're building modern digital banking services for SMEs and merchants. Please visit our booths. We've got a lot to show everyone. To talk about the questions you've asked me, right, I think we all agree that AI can be very useful to almost every single industry, right? AI is new but not new, right, if you understand what I'm saying, because we've had it in so many of, even down to Siri in our phones, right? It's been applying AI for a long time. But now we are starting to see that the application's more, and it's forcing everybody to rethink, all right? In the field of banking and payment, right, there are multiple challenges. One is identity, the other is fraud monitoring, everything you need to do to ensure that you can uniquely identify an individual. You can also uniquely identify bad actors, right? So that you can serve the real people who need your service and exclude people who might have gained access to their accounts the wrong way or unauthorized way, right? And I think one example I'll talk about is the fact that every bank has a fraud team today. And what they're essentially doing is you have this team of guys who are looking through transactions on a daily, hourly basis. The sophisticated ones have built scripts that come up with alerts that tell them something is wrong somewhere. Maybe a customer's account has not done this amount of transactions in a while, or a customer is doing a transaction in a location that they haven't done in a while. But the challenge with these things is, number one, it's manual. Number two is it's reactive. It lags behind the speed at which we are seeing fraud happen today, right? So what you're finding is the fraud team is only realizing after the act has been done. They don't have any indicators that tell them ahead of time that this could be, right? So where AI could be very interesting here is because AI feeds on data and is like a self-learning machine by itself, right? So if you could just put that self-learning machine in between that keeps learning based on the data of the customer, all of a sudden, you can start to treat fraud, to solve for fraud at a faster space than we do today, right? Which means that every time a transaction is done, it can go with a split of a second into an algorithm that assigns a fraud score to it. And then based on that fraud score, the system can decide whether it wants to serve that customer or not, or take it for manual approval, right? And I think that will change the game a lot, because all of a sudden, you're handling things at a faster speed. Like in seconds, you're able to tell these things, right? And I think we're seeing card schemes like Visa and MasterCard do things like that now, right? Because they have more challenges around that. You have someone who has a card, he travels abroad, uses it on different places, right? The AI is learning about that customer and that card consistently, to the point that when that card is used in a way that is not consistent with that user, then the fraud score on that transaction is higher. Then you can flag it faster, you can catch it faster, you can prevent it, right? And I think AI can then take us from a reactive measures to more preventive or proactive measures. I think that's super critical. Then to the second question you talked about is how do we adopt it, right? I don't necessarily have a clear good news on that, right? Because AI feeds on a lot of data, right? And that is one thing where we still need a lot of work here in Nigeria, right? We need to figure out ways to amass large quantities of data. I think in banking and payments, we're definitely amassing a lot of data, right? What we need to do is put it in the right structures, pass it to the right models that can start to learn over time, right? The second thing is human resource, human capital. I don't think we have enough skill sets in AI for what we need to do. And I don't think I've seen so many training centers or learning centers that are teaching AI today. So we need to invest in that, human capacity, human resource, build more skills in AI, right? And then finally is when you talk about data, structures, and the rest, is the fact that it's going to be capital intensive, which means that if you're thinking about applying AI in your company, you have to take a long-term view to it, because you're going to invest a lot of capital in it, and it might not give you the return almost immediately. So you need to calculate your returns over time, right? But it's definitely a direction that we should go towards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tommy. Benga, you are also a player in the financial services sector, and your role is product services, product development and services. Now, in developing products, you will certainly be looking at various issues that have to do with how do we ensure security of this product, how do we prevent fraud, how do we ensure customers enhance customer service, and to ensure that our customers received the benefit that they expect from this product. Wearing that hat as a product development expert, what do you think companies should be considering, should be looking at in ensuring that in adopting AI-enabled technology to provide service to their customers, that they take into consideration to ensure security of the product, enhance protection for customers, and also to prevent fraud?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. For the use of AI in product development, I think it's important to note that for a lot of the fintechs or infrastructure players, the use cases would vary, right? But fundamentally, we at VFD, what we do from the way we envision our products, either from an application perspective or from an infrastructure perspective, the goal is for us to be able to make sure that the products that we have in the market are products that customers can trust. We already play in a sector where there is low trust. I mean, even beyond playing in financial services, we are a low trust economy, and you now want to come in as a digital bank or as a fintech or an infrastructure player with banking as a service or embedded finance, you want to be able to make sure that all the things that you are doing help to improve the trust that customers have on your products or on the services that you are promising to offer them. And from an application perspective, one of the things we've done is, which is also from a regulatory perspective, is the use of the KYC tools, right? So first, onboarding, how do you onboard these customers? How do you say, how do you know that they are who they say they are, right? For the longest time, I think we were one of the first people, obviously because of the role and the sector in which we play in, we started to use liveness check to onboard customers. So we did not just allow customers send in or upload pictures. We will take active videos or pictures that help us to get a sense of this is an actual person. They're not just superimposing a picture on the application while trying to onboard. So we started to use the liveness check because obviously we had seen some issues, and we very quickly adopted the technology, which has, from the partner that we work with, they've also started to have a lot of iteration around that product, which has made it a lot more safer to use. But my point is, looking at it from an application perspective, right, making sure that your KYCs or the details that you're getting as secure as possible, or as true as possible, rather. That helps to make sure that you are getting in the right crop of people. But even beyond that, human beings are very dynamic, right? The actual person can come, and then something happens, they need to do something, they are pushed to the wall, and then you start to find out that they behave in certain ways that leads to fraud, right? So how do you begin to, just like Tommy said, be more predictive about their behaviors, their transactions, knowing what the patterns are? Very recently, we have a banking as a service product, and one of our partners reached out to me over the weekend, very recently, and said, we've noticed that some unusual inflows for some of our agents, right? And I said, don't worry, I'm sure that my fraud people have also picked this. That he started to see, they got an email from our fraud people saying that, oh, can you provide details of these transactions? And shortly after that, the other bank also wrote to us saying that, oh, there were some transactions that had happened and they had been exposed to a certain amount. And all of that is to say that because we already noticed that event on our own side, we could already begin to mitigate the losses. So they had started to block accounts and try to make sure that the losses were minimized. So from an application perspective, that's it, right? Then there's the infrastructure perspective where I like what was said earlier about building security into the framework or the customer experience of your business, right? Which is what a lot of fintechs and a lot of startups are not very, there's a lot of focus on the products, trying to roll out a product that works and all of that, but how much are your margins in any case? You just can lose everything to fraud, and then you are in a really, really bad place, right? So from an infrastructure perspective, you want to be able to know what the points of intrusions are, how do you detect them, how do you prevent them, and even if there are security incidents, right, what are your response plans? How do you manage those events to make sure that, like Tommy said as well, having alerts to let you know that these things are very unusual. You should be catching these things very quickly, understanding the patterns and the behaviors of your customers, and making sure that all of that helps you to make sure that your product or your platform becomes more resilient. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gbega. Tiwa, I'll come to you again. It has to do with companies are usually adverse to getting involved in litigation that have to do with provision of their services. And the use of AI technology is a reality. It's happening all around us. We can no longer escape from it. It's already been adopted by companies in Nigeria, and the use is going to increase as the day go by. Now, as a lawyer, as a lawyer and having the complexities around dealing with personal data these days, requirements for consent. For instance, you look at the Central Bank of Nigeria open banking guideline. Before a financial institution share data with another financial institution, you need the consent of the data owner. You cannot run away from that. So in adopting AI that is going to be aggregating available information to rely on in providing services, what do you think companies can do to ensure that they are protected from breaches that were associated with use of personal data?
Thank you, Joseph. I mean, as I said earlier, we don't have an AI-specific law or legislation in Nigeria. So the question is, what should companies do? One of the things companies can do is be responsible in the use of AI. And by that, what I mean is that companies should start to think of what their own internal policies and standards should be in the use of AI. Now, clearly, AI presents a lot of ethical concerns and issues. One of that is bias. It's something that's been discussed over and over. And in the financial services sector, the issue of bias becomes very significant when you're thinking of a use case like credit scoring, right? Trying to determine who is eligible for credit or not. Now, we all agree that AI is built on data, is really the use of data. How do you deal with that? Companies need to, or developers of AI need to think about the kind of data that you're feeding your AI models with, right? Are those data sets fraught with certain biases, right? The AI themselves, so for instance, if you use ChatGPT, if you ask ChatGPT a question or Bard a question, right? The answer you get will be dependent on the framing of that question. If you frame that question differently, ask the same thing, but in a different way, you're likely to get a different type of answer, right? And so what that tells us is that developers need to also think, again, on the issue of bias, right? What is the goal or what is the framing that you're giving your AI models, right? Does it increase the chances or the risks that the results that are given will be biased? So for instance, your credit scoring is then faulty. Like there's a popular case that we have that relates with Apple and Goldman Sachs, where there was a person who had applied, well, the credit scoring that was given to a man was, I think, about 20 times higher than what was given to his wife. Meanwhile, they have joint income, joint tax filing. So basically the question is, what is the basis of that, right? So that is the issue of bias, which is a big issue that we need to look into and could potentially lead to a lot of litigation for AI developers and for companies that use AI. Another issue that you mentioned is a significant issue of consent, right? Ensuring that the right data protection or privacy policies are put in place, the right consent is obtained. Recently, it made the news that Meta is being investigated by the Data Protection Commission, right? And the basis of that investigation is as a result of behavioral analytics, right? Now, perhaps some user somewhere has gone to report Meta that I didn't give consent for the use of my data in this specific way. So it's important that right from the top down, right, companies put systems in place that prevent those sort of things from happening. I think we can talk on and on and on about it, but those are some of the quick ones that I can discuss based on the time that we have.
Thank you, Tewa. Put policies in place, ensure that those policies are followed.
All right.
And Tommy,
Joseph, pardon me, with the agreement we had, let's do this. Let's have one or two questions from the audience, and then as a way of concluding, we can ask the panelists the questions, and then, because we're supposed to wrap up in the next few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with the moderator's permission, I would like to take only two questions. I have Dr. Ver, and then one more, and a lady here as well. I'm so excited when the women ask the question. So over to you. Questions or comments? Briefly, sir, your name and organization.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. My name is Engineer Ike Obiunwa. I am the CEO of Ozio Consult. Mine is both comment and concern. My company partnered with a US-based company called First Genesis, and we are proud to say that we built a groundbreaking data ledger, distributed ledger platform that could process transactions into billions in milliseconds. We have the nearest to us is actually thinking in terms of millions, but we are in billions. We demonstrated our identity profiling when we did a contact tracing in 2019 in US, adopted by CDC. And you will believe that all the people that actually came into US and also people within US, we had their digital twin to demonstrate, to identify wherever they have been and who contacted them. This is a very good case that we have done. So we are bringing all the data transformation to Africa to help resolve a lot of issues. I hear all what we have been doing for the past 1 or 2 days, resilience, innovation, and diversification. Now, the challenge and the concern is here. Data residency. How do we deal with it? How do we build the data infrastructure that could enable some of these issues to move us from the issues we are having today on latency to make sure that we come to the next generation platform where we will utilize all that. We have billions of transactions we can deal in milliseconds, the petabyte size, and you have the data because the emerging request from moving to cash, the cash currency that we are talking about, moving from there, zero cash currency or transmission, but moving from where we are to that requires a lot of data transmission. So how do we deal with that issue? That's what my concern is.
Okay, thank you so very much, sir. And then the second question, and then Joseph, over to you as a way of us wrapping up this session in responding to the questions or comments in the next 5 minutes. All right.
Good morning. My name is Enol Bonsambo, representing Newbs Innovations. My question is addressed to the second speaker. So you talked about how AI can provide solutions and how we could create products that better serve consumers as well as creating value. And then you also addressed the fact that it could breach into personal privacy. But then the truth remains that these are valuable services that AI prefers. So what is the line that should be drawn between preferring solutions, creating value, and still maintaining consumers' privacy?
Over to you.
Okay. So, Benga, sorry, Tommy, you addressed the first question that the doctor asked.
Okay, thank you. Fantastic question, by the way. So I'm looking forward to to getting the answer there because the lines are getting blurred. So I think I don't have the clear answer also, right, to what you've raised. Sometimes there are issues that we all have to collectively discuss. But essentially is we need to start by, when you're asking the question, I first wanted to say, let's fix electricity first, right? Because there are basic things that needs to be fixed for you to be able to say, fine, I can now provide an infrastructure that promises 99% uptime, and then convince everybody to then start to domicile data locally. But if we cannot meet certain service levels, it now becomes difficult to enforce this data residency locally, right? Which I think is what you mean. And if you enforce it without hitting those service levels, you're pulling away the economy from the global economy because you cannot compete favorably from global standards.
Sorry, Tommy, to cut you short.
No problem. It's fine.
Yeah. Benga, you addressed the question on the how to balance.
Okay. Thank you, engineer. In terms of the issue of latency and the transactions that exist or the data that exists, I believe some of the things that we can look at, right, from a domestic perspective, right, and then expanding that into a global perspective is what is, I mean, your solution already exists, but what are the other surrounding infrastructure that will make that solution thrive, right? There are certain things that need to also exist for this solution to properly to be properly utilized, if I might use the word. That data that exists within the bank in various forms, even from legacy data, whether it's unstructured or in whatever form that it might be, they still need to look at it in the context of our environment. So I would not want us to look at it in isolation, but have it in terms of what are the holistic conversations that we can have, who are the stakeholders that need to be part of those conversations to be able to make sure that that solution sees the light of day and is properly utilized. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gwenga. I think as we close, I think one thing we have all realized, I've come to realize, is that AI is key, is important in the payment space, but notwithstanding the use case that it will provide, there are challenges that need to be surmounted. We need to have sufficient legal framework that will work around it and the likes. The MC, I think you give us additional 4 minutes so that the panelists can make last-minute comments in 30 seconds. Tommy, your closing remark in 30 seconds.
Tommy, your 30 seconds starts now.
I just want to say thank you for having me here today. I still think we need to address the intersection of data privacy and AI needing that data. It's a very blurred line now. Maybe the lawyers will be able to tell more, so I cede my time to her.
Okay, there's no easy answer to your question. It's a balancing act, really. But what I think everyone needs to bear in mind is, in using data, get consent. I think it can be as simple as that, but it's more complicated than I'm saying it is. But get consent for every use. Don't lump up consent for every type of use, every type of processing. Get consent. It protects you from disputes and issues. And in final words, I mean, AI is great. It's the next great thing. We need to embrace it. We need to keep having these conversations. And I think more importantly, every member of the ecosystem needs to keep having conversations with the regulators, the lawmakers, so that we can, build a unique and good system with the necessary guardrails that don't affect innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. Toba, last word.
Yes, so to that question, I think I saw an article of Google being sued because their bad AI was basically trained on people without permission. So that will always be an issue. But what I imagine will happen in future is that we'll keep having AI models and solutions that have already done all the hard work. Like what ChatGPT has done is that they fed the AI with a lot of data, and now enterprises can use the APIs to, get answers. So I'm waiting for the time when maybe an organization, an enterprise builds an AI model that is trained on anonymized data of Nigerians, such that we can all feed into that data to make and build products and to learn and to especially fight fraud and to continue to grow. So maybe someone here is already working on that. Who knows? Thank you.
Thank you, Toba. Your last word, Gwenga, in 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, so mine is actually more of a challenge. Africa, as usual, we would play in the downstream, right? We would have lots of software engineers after people have created, and then we are building on those things, right? My challenge to us is we should look at being the creators, right? Taking this, it's really early days, so we have the opportunity to also latch on early and be creators. We don't want to be at the downstream where, everybody's talking about prompt engineering and all of that, right? But if that's where we want to play, I think there's so much more that we can do, and we shouldn't limit ourselves to playing at that level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, panelists, for throwing insight into these all-important topics, and your insight have been helpful. And thank you to the audience for your rapt attention and for listening. I think from me, the last word from me is to throw a challenge to the innovators in the house, software engineers, there are various challenges in our country, Nigeria, that we need solutions to. I think the challenge for them, for everyone, is to develop solutions that can enhance payment services in Nigeria, remove the use of cash in almost everything that we do. And then once we are able to solve that challenge, I think the future will be good. And as they say, the discussions continue. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so very much, Chef Joseph. Thank you, my panelists. Please, can you come up? We have a group picture. Let me invite the Vice President, who doubles also as the Chairman of the Planning Committee, and the COO to quickly come up here and let's have this group picture. My question to you, Joseph, and your panelists is that now that we're in the age of AI, is it possible when I look at the balance of my account, I can instruct AI to increase it with some zeros? Okay, you're a lawyer. Please don't quote me. She's on her own, I'm on my own. You know, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Our next item will be the Web 3.0 presentation by Huawei. And then Shegu Oguneye is going to also make a presentation on the role of connectivity in fintech ecosystem. Then we have the cross-border payment, which is by Sandra. Then finally, we go into the next panel session, as a matter of fact. And so, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say a wonderful and a great recognition for one of the member of our fintech board of trustees, as a matter of fact, Mrs. Fumi Babington Ashaye. Is she here? Mana, please come up and take a picture. Please hold on. Hey, sis, stop snapping. You know, she told me that with the power of AI, I can improve my situation. So just hold on till Madam comes up. It's a great honor to have you here, ma. AI obviously is where we are today. We see what ChatGPT is doing. I also imagine if we can be able to leverage on that technology to also help us address issue of economic inflation in our country, so that we are able to have all of this fully explored. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ma. You, as if you were here yesterday, you know, I always insist the women ensures we are well balanced. All right, can you smile an AI smile? Even though we know you are real human beings. All right, please can you put your hands together for them as they go back to take their seat? I'm going to be inviting one of our sponsors to actually come up to make that presentation, like I said, titled W3.0 presentation by Huawei. Mr. Rock Bai, Vice President Huawei Cloud Southern African Region, will be making that presentation for the next 10 minutes. All right, so as they come down the stairs, just be watchful. It looks like they are coming down the cloud while you are coming up the cloud this way. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please can you put your hands together for Mr. Rock?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's my pleasure to sit here again. Thanks for Fintech Nigeria. And this year, the stage is more and more beautiful. And the audience seated here are handsome and beautiful. Okay, before I share my topic, I want to do a small investigation. How many of you know about Web3? Can you hands up? If you know, hands up. Okay, I can see, I think most of us know about what is Web3. This time, I will share more about Web3 and what Huawei have done in Web3 industry. First, I want to share the industry trend. You can find out that comparing to Web2, for the platform commission rate is much lower because in Web3, their philosophy is share value for share success. And you can find out in recent years, the Web3 users grow rapidly. And as the prediction, in 2030, the total marketing size will reach about 81.5 billion US dollar. And the growth rates will reach more than 40%. Okay? Let's explore how Web3 changed the industry, change different industries, and change our daily life. For example, Web3 reshaped the financial by it can provide decentralized identifier, digital wallet, aggregator, and so on. And combining with the cutting-edge technology like AI, large model, like computing, cloud computing, IoT, and so on, it gradually changed different industry, and it put out, for example, GameFi, SocialFi, NFT, and it also influenced the real economy. For example, the energy, logistic, and so on. Okay. Let's go back to Huawei. What Huawei have done in the past 5 years. We focus on Web3 innovation. Till now, we also launched more than 400 industry applications based on Web3 technologies. Maybe you will have a question. How can I get those cutting-edge technology? Okay, I want to introduce Huawei Cloud is the basic fundamental of Huawei ICT, and we contribute those cutting-edge technologies by everything as a service, include infrastructure as a service, technology as a service, and expertise as a service to help us to especially cover the Web3 hot era like Singapore, Hong Kong, Turkey, and so on. And in next year, we plan to launch Nigeria region in Lagos. Okay, we continually improve the global consistency experience, and we also apply those cutting-edge technologies like autonomous driving network, intelligence routing technologies to continually optimize latency. And we also build the fundament. We also use the AI technologies, AI operation. A new Web3 service, we call it NES, Load Engine Service, which can help us to host Ethereum staking node. And we can achieve 99% of the validator efficiency with 10% higher staking analysis, okay? Because we focus on the normal slots with the identify and ignore the abnormal slots and use predictive analysis engines. This can significantly improve the efficiency. Okay, as you know, security is very important for Web3. This year, we also launched Qingtian Enclave, the innovative confidential computing capabilities. So we have the Qingtian Enclave security framework, And we also offload those encryption capabilities, the instance isolation capabilities by Huawei, our own and the research chipset, Qintian card, to improve the encryption efficiency. And which can achieve ultimate security with flexible scalability, and also can migrate the common instance to the encryption instance, and can help us to process those sensitive data like fintech data, like finance data, personal data, more and more efficiency with security ways. Okay. As you know, for the original blockchain service, there is a bottleneck of the transaction capability. So for ZK rollup, it comes out to help to solve those problems with higher transaction capability with lower cost. But for the common architecture, there is a bottleneck for average transaction confirmation time. It will take hours. For Huawei Cloud, we have our own CPU and NPU with more and more power, with higher power, higher computing capabilities, and different instances can share the virtual memory, which can realize high efficiency data processing and can reduce the average transaction confirmation time from hours to minutes. Okay. And for a new industry, one of the most important things is the ecosystem. So this year, Huawei Cloud, we dedicated on 3 center corporation to build the regional Web3 hubs. First is the competency center. So we can provide blockchain lab, and we join innovation with our customer, our partners, to build the capabilities and contribute those capabilities to society, to industry. The last is developer center. Now we have Huawei ICT Academy in Nigeria. And this year, we also published a startup plan. And we can help Nigeria to training talents and to help those startup enterprise success. At last, I want to make a summary. For Huawei Cloud, we provide blockchain service, load engine service, and combining with those cutting-edge technologies like AI large model, cloud computing, IoT, and those capabilities to build the firm, stable infrastructure and innovation capabilities for blockchain platform. For example, we can provide digital asset, we can provide the trust cross-chain service, and so on. But we also want to build the bridge of virtual economy and real economy, and to bloom the ecosystem based on those capabilities, and to help our customer and partners success. At last, I want to ask a question. Why you should choose Huawei Cloud? Because we are a technology company. Because we take care about our customers' requirements. We centralize our customer and help our partner success. We are in Africa for Africa. In Nigeria for Nigeria. Thank you.
Rock, you almost sounded like Bruce Lee just now. Rock, You know, it's great. Huawei is one of our wonderful sponsors, and obviously the Web 3.0 has its own value as well as the cloud issue that we actually explored. Thank you so very much. Quickly, we're going to go and to the next item and invite Mr. Shegun Okuneye, Divisional CEO of IPNX Business, the role of connectivity in fintech ecosystem. Please, can you put your hands together for him? Thank you so very much, Shegun. We know IPNX has been in the forefront of a lot of internet access and engagements, and then we imagine your business solutions will also help with the cloud. So for the next 10 minutes, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good morning once again, everyone. And I want to say thank you for the organizers of this event, for the opportunity to have this presentation. So our presentation actually centered on the theme of this event: resilience, innovation, and diversity. How do we support the achievement of these goals within the fintech ecosystem? So we're actually speaking to the role of connectivity within the ecosystem. So if I can check the slides, not. I think we need to check the slides. Okay. All right. I think there's a problem. Okay, I'll just continue. So the first thing here is all activities that is actually taking place within the ecosystem ultimately brings about generation of data. All activities, irrespective of wherever the players are within the ecosystem. Okay, thank you. Okay, next page, please. So, but what about data? Data needs to be, next slide, please. Okay. So data needs to be accessed. Data needs to be processed. Data needs to be stored. All these fundamental points require the availability of a very robust connectivity infrastructure. We see here that several things actually been happening within the country that shows the advent of a lot of fintech building applications, but that actually leads to what we call the big data. So how are we positioned as an organization to help support the ecosystem? So this is just about our company. We are fully indigenous. Okay? Sorry, I need to go back. Right. So we are fully indigenous. We are foremost in the entire economic space, across all the economic sector, providing connectivity services using wireless and also fiber platform. Of course, we also pioneered the true broadband platform then, sometimes 2017, to support SMEs and retail customers. Of course, we also made a change of strategy to invest in the fiber platform when we had the advent of the submarine cables. That was sometimes 2006 or thereabout. And we started the investment in fiber. And why did we have to do this? We saw ahead that data would be key, huge data will be generated, but access is required to this data. And the platform to access this data was very, very crucial. Hence our investment in the fiber platform. So like I mentioned earlier on, we actually provide support services across all the industry sectors: fintech, financial, ICT, manufacturing, even education and the public sector. Please, next slide. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I've already talked about our strategy here. The wireless, fiber to the home, point to point, also fixed wireless. We operate our wireless platform using a licensed spectrum, the 5.4, 13, 15 gigahertz. We are also creating an experience whereby a LAN experience can actually be gotten over the WAN, over the wide area network. We also have a plan to ensure that we support innovation, value creation, and differentiation within the telecom space. As it is, we remain a core at the heartbeat of the fintech space. We support all the e-payment gateways, or virtually all the e-payment gateways in Nigeria, the NIPS, InterSwitch, RCGS, which is actually being governed by CBN for regulatory purposes, Unified Payment, e-Transacts, Three-Line Cards, AppZone, Curious, and quite a number of other e-payment gateways. But more importantly, I mean, a lot has been said between yesterday and today, where we see that data centers are also a crucial part of the fintech operations where data is actually stored. And what have we done to ensure that we are able to offer that resilience that is actually required to make sure data is easily accessed? So we have actually positioned ourselves to make sure we have presence and connection to virtually all the key data centers in Nigeria. So you think about the MDXI data center, Rack Center, MTN Ojota, this Computer Warehouse Group data center, Cloud Exchange, Africa Data Center, Medallion, both in Lagos and Abuja, and also the upcoming OADC, that's Open Access Data Center in Lekki. Good. Dependencies. How is the entire structure dependent on fintech? So we see governments are involved, data regulation, we see entrepreneurs and also financial institutions also involved. And we see how the fintech space is actually being surrounded by these dependencies. Connectivity services, like I said, across all the sectors, fintech, e-payment gateways, regulators, data centers, connectivity providers, and how they support the end users, which are the consumers, corporate enterprises, and also SMEs. These are our products and services: internet service, dedicated internet, also some specialized products, also internet vantage access. We also have data connectivity, both on the metro and also long distance and international. We have some specialized products like the Metro LAN, GigaNet, data center interconnection. There was a comment that was mentioned earlier on here about latency. One of these particular solutions actually helped. We've seen a use case where a particular financial institution was able to drop its latency for data replication from 4 hours to 30 minutes based on this particular solution. So we keep looking at ways to support innovation and also resilience in the fintech space. Okay. Again, our products just in a pictorial form. And we see that all our products and services actually based and premised on making sure we have available terrestrial infrastructure. Okay, let me not go into this. Now, how have we positioned ourselves to achieve these commitments to the ecosystem? We built an infrastructure in our core network. We are fully connected to all the data centers in Nigeria, majorly in Lagos anyway. And we have resilience built to this to make sure we don't have a scenario whereby if there's a problem on a particular connection leg, service is actually out. And I mean, we saw this in early this year when we had the cashless issue in Nigeria, whereby there were issues around scalability, there were issues about availability and uptime. But we really didn't have all those issues at that time because we also built the resilience that's actually required to support the data that is actually being generated. Also on the upstream, connecting to the internet, we deliver our services via 3 submarine cables: the Glow 1 cable, the Main 1 cable, and also the ACE cable. Again, just to make sure that we have the requisite level of resilience that is required. Specialized products, connecting between 2 data centers. So we see the design here to show resilience and making sure uptime is highly achieved. Okay, so again, high availability network architecture. This shows how all the data centers are all interconnected. And we know that virtually all the fintech operators, all the e-payment gateways, all the financial institutions, one way or the other, are domiciled at these data centers, either for primary database or also as their DR site. So based on that, we've also built a network that is highly resilient and make sure we are able to achieve as much as 99.9% availability to support application processing, application storage, data replication, and much more importantly, is seamless access to data when it's required. Okay? Our value propositions: high speed. You could get connectivity as much as X by gig, X by 100 gig, as much as you want. That's possible. We offer high availability. We have a commitment to achieve as much as 99.9% availability within our network. Of course, support. Sorry, just 1 second. 24/7 support. And more importantly is the presence that we have at all the key areas where data is actually being accessed from. And just in summary, a high-level global architecture of our network. We are connected to all the key major hyperscalers, of course, the Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and Meta. We are fully connected to the IXPN, that's the Internet Exchange Points, which also will help bring down latency of connectivity. We're equally connected to the Amsterdam Internet Exchange, and like I said, to the internet, we have 3 submarine cables that we are connecting to, and a fourth one coming up. I'm talking about the 2 Africa and also the Equino cable that we're also considering. So we actually built a network to help mitigate the gap that we have between the submarine cables and also the metro network. So just in summary, we remain committed to supporting the ecosystem to make sure the concerns around access to data, data replication, high availability, and more importantly, to encourage innovation within the space. We remain committed to that, and we'll continue to provide that support to make sure these dreams and aspirations is actually achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shego. Myself and him were giving each other connected eye contact because we know that we needed to be able to drive a lot of this story. So I need all of my speakers and moderators to understand that we are best of friends. However, we're working to ensure that we're able to deliver value to all of our delegates that are here in person and those who are joining us virtually. We recognize you. During the panel section, we are going to take in some of your questions so that we can also address all of that. Thank you very much. Quickly, we're going to have the next topic, which is on cross-border payments decoded, and that is by Sandra Yao, Senior Vice President, African Tunes. Please, can we put our hands together for Sandra? In the meantime, I would like to say Dr. David Isawi, we recognize you. You're welcome, sir. He's a council member of Fintech Nigeria, as it is. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, she'll be speaking for the next 10 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I get started, I would like you to close your eyes for a few seconds. Imagine a world where you can send money anywhere, anytime, to any country in the world, without the worry how much it's going to cost you, and without a worry to wait for days for your payments to arrive. Nobody's closing your eyes? But how does that feel? Released? Happiness? Peace? Welcome to this session. My name's Sandra Yao. I've been told many times when I travel across Africa, Yao is an African name. A partner of mine, a couple weeks ago, had to tell me Yao in Gambia means a male born on Thursday. But I am originally Chinese. I live in Kenya for the past 18 years, so I'm Kenyan. But Lagos is my second home. In the next few minutes, I would like to take you on a journey, talk about cross-border payments. So what are cross-border payments? It is quite simple. It's a payment made by two parties located in two different locations. These payments could be made by individuals, business, and governments. Why? Oops, too fast. Why are cross-border payments important to us? They are important because they are essential for international trade and commerce. They are important is because it plays a very important role in family remittance, especially for a country like Nigeria. Migrant remittance represents 5% of Nigerian GDP. It is helping a lot of households to make sure that their life continues and living well. That's why it's important. What are the genesis of the payments? Do you remember the days of the Silk Road? And we are exchanging in barter system. You give me your goats, I give you some maize. You give me your eggs, I give you some spice. Then we move forward to the birth of paper notes. I don't know how many people know this, but the paper notes was invented by China in the age of 806 AD. So many, many, many years ago. And then fast forward with the birth of technology. Here we are. We have many different types of payment systems. And we have Google Pay, Apple Pay, we have mobile money payments, we have bank transfers, we have cards payments. And what is the problem? The problem is these systems don't talk to each other. And it becomes a major challenge if you want to do international business. Like today, we are here. If we can't be a sponsor of this event, if we could not have made a payment into the organizer, and thank you for inviting us, by the way. How does the future of cross-border look like? A few minutes ago, I asked you to imagine a world where you can send money anywhere, anytime, without worrying how much you will be charged, without worrying how long it will take, especially if you are sending emergency money for hospital bills, for school fees, right? So, with the rise of digital payments, with the rise of all these fancy technologies that is coming up, with the birth of AI, big data, machine learning, how does the future of cross-border payment look like? I think we don't need to go very far. Ask yourself, what do you want? Customers always want cheaper, faster. It doesn't matter what kind of service you are doing, customer wants cheaper and faster. The future of cross-border payments needs to be seamless and interoperable. And I want to come to Nigeria with my M-Pesa wallet and to be able to pay for anything I'm consuming in Nigeria, be it a coffee, be it at dinner, be it for my hotel. But is it possible? Not yet, but coming up soon. So at Tunes, what we have developed is an interoperable network in Africa and going beyond. Today, we power about 200 interoperable corridors. So you can send money from Kenya, from your mobile wallets, to any mobile number in Tanzania. This is possible and it's real time. Today, you go to Orange wallets in Botswana, you can send money to any bank accounts in Nigeria. And it's also real time. We made that possible. For the first time, that the mobile wallets payment system and the banking sector are interoperable thanks to Tunes technology. That's what we have built and we will continue to build. So what does Tunes do? Very simple. We solve the complex problems of cross-border payments. We connect all the payment systems, whether it's old legacy systems, whether it's the new systems, we make them talk to each other, and we facilitate near real-time payments. I hope I'm doing well on time. Thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Well, my eyes were closed, so I wasn't sure if we were doing well on time. You know, but when I opened my eyes, it was 10 minutes on the mark, so you did well with time. Please put your hands together for her one more time. Well, I'm not too sure about the eyes closing. That was when we were all told to close our eyes, and then when we opened our eyes, the European worlds were far ahead of us in Africa. So while you said we should close our eyes, we followed suit and opened one eye to be sure that everything was fully contained. But thank you so very much, Sandra. Cross-border payments decoded. It's impressive that Tunes are here. All of the stands, the exhibition stands are out there. Please take an advantage to visit each one of them, see what you can do in terms of business and how you can benefit from the reason why we are here today. Well, as it is right now, we are going to have a major panel session. This panel is one that I wish that I was on, and then to have these kinds of conversation. Economic inclusion, as a matter of fact, over the years I've been privileged to anchor events in the fintech space as well as other industries. Nevertheless, one of the issues we talked about is financial inclusion. I've always advocated the fact that financial inclusion obviously perhaps needs to be expanded and make sure we have a far more fuller, embrace that is focused on economic inclusion. And the economic inclusion topic of today during this panel is going to look at fintech's role in bridging the gap. And I just hope that the panel will also help to address how fintech can actually play its role also in the area of addressing a lot of our economic indexes that are actually in the, I won't so much say negative, but they are basically quite down south. And to help us in this panel session, I have my able and well-distinguished moderator. She is the Managing Director of Nigeria for the Network International Company, Ms. Adelola Agbebi, as she comes up to come and anchor and moderate this session. Please put your hands together for her. Joining her will be Ms. Funshaw. Ms. Funshaw is the CEO of Horizon Pay. Please, you come forth. I know myself and you at CB, we ought to have this talk, but it's good that we see you again, Ms. Funshaw, and I'm so happy to see you here today. The progress is something that we should be able to celebrate at all time. And I would like a situation whereby we're able to balance the gender. So please don't sit too close to Lola, so that we have Miss Sandra Yao, Senior Vice President, African Tunes, to also come up. Please make sure you don't close your eyes while climbing the stairs. But when you sit on the seat, you can close your eyes and let's see if the money is going to be transferred cross-border. But it's good to know that you are now having Lagos as your second beautiful home. You're welcome. Folu Aduloju, Head of Operations Pampe. Folu Aduloju is going to be joining us here. Okay. Please, organizers, is this a female panel? While I'm trying to break them, all I'm seeing is, please watch your step. Let me be sure that I have. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with great pride and happiness, I'm glad to announce that I have a Mr. Orise Igene, CEO from Liberty Assured in the house. Mr. Orise Igene, where are you? He should be joining us. Mr. Babatunde, you're the one here. I don't know what I'm going to say to you, but please come on. He's the CEO and co-founder of Sycamore. Today, I'm trying to see where you will sit so that we can have this fully balanced. Funshaw, no, you go. Don't worry. Go close to Lola. Yeah, go close to Lola. Thank you very much. You sit here. Sorry, you come sit here. One more person. Okay, but I called you. All right. Okay, sit beside her. Ladies and gentlemen, is it not balanced now? Female, male, females, and male. I'm glad that the men are fewer than the females, unlike yesterday. But lastly, we're going to be joined by Mr. Lanre Adelawa, Group Head, Mobile Financial Services InterSwitch. He's joining us online. So please, guys, let's have that hit. As soon as he's able to hook up with us, we will flow with that. So, Lola, we have 1 hour, just as we've discussed. Your time starts right about now. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here today. I need to congratulate the Fintech Association. This is a very remarkable turnout, and I'm very happy to be a part of it. Apart from that, I'm very happy to be sitting with the panel members. They are leaders and experts in their areas. So I believe that today we're going to, I'm confident we're going to do justice to the topic. We're talking about economic inclusion and how fintechs can bridge the gap. To start the conversation, I think let's do like 101 Fintech 101. What is economic inclusion? Typically, when you talk economic inclusion, a lot of the time that word is intertwined with financial inclusion, exactly like he mentioned. Now, what role will fintech play in bridging this gap? Financial inclusion simply means, and to put it in very clear words, in English layman language, the access, ensuring that all parts of the society, especially the poor and the socially disadvantaged, have equitable access to market opportunities. That simply puts what you mean by economic inclusion. Now, how do you bring in financial inclusion? Because really in all areas and aspects of our lives, you have financial services, product services that we all want to access. So financial inclusion, from my own standpoint, simply means it's a vehicle, really, to, it's the transmission mechanism to attain economic growth. So through financial inclusion, you are able to have an economy that is very inclusive, simply put. So financial inclusion really is what we're here to talk about and how it drives the economy. So I think I will start with, let's have some data. I don't know if you know about EFINA, Enhanced Financial Innovations and Access. They brought a report. So there's a report from them in 2008. In that report, 53% of Nigerian adult population were unbanked as of 2008. Fast forward to 2012. I'm sure we're all conversant with CBN Vision 2020, where there's been a whole hype and revolution about financial inclusion. And the Apex Bank really tried, and what they wanted was, the objective was that by 2020, they wanted 70% inclusion for Nigeria. 80% being the total percentage of the adult population that will have access to financial services. Now we all understand that banking is different from financial services. It's all inclusive. So in 2012, because of the global economic push for economic inclusion, at the end of the day, I think we attained about 46% financial inclusion. From that time to 2020, there's a new report out. I think today we're at 51% financial inclusion. So there has been progress made. However, we have a lot more to do. And in this period, I can say to you that there are about 250 fintechs. Between the 250 fintechs we have in Nigeria, they were able to raise about $600 million. Inside that, they have licensed payment service banks. A whole lot of things have happened between that time and now. And yet, we attain 51%. Kudos to CBN. They've done a good job. Because I'll say again, in 2008, the adult population was 66 million, about 66 point something million. Today, the adult population, as of 2020, the adult population is about 100 million. So there has been progress. So we are happy about that. But then, why we're here today as industry experts is to ask ourselves, what do we need to do? Are we lagging behind with comparable countries? Are we doing what we're supposed to be doing? So my first question will go to, my first question is to, who is sitting in for Chica? Sorry. Pompey. That's you. Okay, so my first question is, in terms of opportunities, what role does technology, especially fintech, play in advancing economic inclusion from your standpoint?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be here this afternoon and to speak about this exciting topic because from a standpoint of Pompey, this is really what we're about. We want a case where we can actually help bridge that financial inclusion gap and get as much people access to financial services as much as possible. And when you talk about technology, definitely it's the engine to drive anything. A very simple way to explain that is, over the years, if you look at the rate of improvements that we've had in the past, say 6 years since we had the fintech boom, you cannot compare it to what we've had. Now, the CBN, the regulators, CBN tried as much as possible in terms of regulation. I think they've done a really great job with that, left to me. The ecosystem really needed a lot of things that they put in place, and it has helped to stimulate that growth that we really needed. So when banks could also only do the much that they could because they were really big. They were worried about even bigger things, which was, giving out loans to corporates, And we can give kudos to some banks as well that went deep down to the nooks and crannies, right? Yeah. There was a lot of agency banking that they also tried to do. But if we look at the last 6 years and how fintech disruptors have actually come to, clear out the whole of the POS business space and the agency banking business space. So it comes to show that technology is what the fintechs came out with. That's what made the difference. Because the banks were a lot more focused on building structures, having infrastructure all over the nation, bringing banking to people. But there was so much they could do with those infrastructures until technology came into place. They had technology, but they could not have scale. They didn't have the skill. But the fintechs in the past couple of years have brought that on. And then with innovative ways of actually getting these services close to people. Agency banking, making sure that at every corner there is a POS or an agent banker there to attend to people. So to a very large extent, the fintechs have tried to leverage technology. You don't need to be there. You don't need to have people there. You just create the infrastructure, the right infrastructure, efficient systems, efficient technology, and there is nothing stopping. And also, one thing you cannot rule out is the simplicity of the products you are able to give to people, because a lot of these people are not literate enough to be able to adopt technology easily. So what do you do then? You make sure that it's very simple to use. You make sure that the people actually attending to them are able to teach them what they need to know to get them to the level that they need to. But there's still a lot to be done, and I know we're well on our way to doing that.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to add to that, between 2012 and 2014, that was when, in 2012, Nigeria came out with the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. And there were guidelines from the CBN, and during that period, a lot of branches were opened. And that was the best, I think we had a peak in financial inclusion. So I'm actually going against what you're saying. So now with fintech, not against, these are areas we need to look at. Now fintech is not necessarily, you don't need brick and mortar, right? You can do a lot of things from one location. But why is it that during that time that there were branches opening everywhere, people were more financially included than now that we have a lot of fintechs? They can reach so many places without putting down a physical location, and it seems like we're struggling. It's just food for thought.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think we're struggling in that type of way. The FINA report you gave us was as at 2020. I am absolutely sure that if we do another survey now, it will be totally different because a lot more people are more financially aware. I can vouch for that.
I agree as well, but I just think there's a lot, I agree. Okay, so going to Funsho, I think that we have said a lot about fintechs, and we know that there's a revolution with fintechs, right? My question to you is, how is fintech revolutionizing payment methods, and how is it undermining traditional mechanisms for individuals and companies?
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Funsho Oyelohono. I always like to emphasize my name so that, and tell you the meaning. Oye has something inside so that you can pronounce it. I'm the CEO at Horizon Pay, and I'm very delighted to be here. In terms of fintech companies revolutionizing the payment industry and trying to change the business models of the traditional banking, I think it's been a very collaborative one. And how are they doing that? We've listened to quite a lot of presentations, especially the one that was presented by NIBS this morning, trying to highlight, the impact of AI and technology across the different phases. And the only reason, the very important reason why fintechs have been able to revolutionize, this entire financial service industry is the fact that, we've had quite an enormous technological advancement. If you compare where we're at today, 2023, to when the whole thing started, I think about 2013, where we're at, you've seen that, we've seen a lot of mobility, improvement in mobility. And we've seen quite a lot of changes in consumer preferences. And with consumer preferences, you see that there's an increase, in e-commerce. And so once there is technology to aid, just like she had said, to power the changes that we're experiencing in the environment, then we begin to see growth. Fintechs essentially have the objective of ensuring that they simplify the process of individuals being ability to pay, and companies, SMEs, corporates, ability, to make payments or to generally do an improved version of what they've been doing before. And so, number one is the fact that they have been able to, you said something about the fact that they do not have the brick and mortar. The cost, there's always the cost of actually starting a fintech company or starting a bank, as it were. Then during the Soludo days, you need to have 25 billion. You essentially don't need to have a 25 billion now for you to start, a fintech business, for you to provide, payments in whichever area that you chose. So improvement in technology has aided, the growth that we've seen, that the fintechs now are able to innovate better, I would say. So I'm going to try to stay in the middle because I was once a banker and I'm now on the fintech. So I'm not going to, really beat, because it was the growth that we saw in the banking industry that had actually brought, the advancement for call the fintechs to come and, there's money to be made here. Simplify the entire process, innovate, help us to create consumer-centric products. I don't know, how many people, there are quite a lot of young people here, and there was a time in 2009, I don't know, maybe some else, by 8 o'clock, for you to do a simple transaction of cashing a check. And then Fintech came, and they've been able to assist in automating most of the manual processes, that the legacy banks had, simplify the processes. Someone was talking about, credits, providing loans and everything. I remember in the banks, for you to be able to provide loans, it goes from one desk to the other. And after you have put all your documents together, you go to credit committee to go and make presentation. All that has been simplified with automation. And that also comes with the fact that the issue of adding value to the entire ecosystem in terms of enhanced efficiency and cost reduction. We've said you don't need the brick and mortar. You don't need all the paperwork. You don't need to have quite a lot of people at your contact center, for you to be able to deliver innovative and consumer-centric services. You just need to power with AI, deploy technology to, revolutionize whatever it is that you are doing. So it's been quite a collaborative venture between the banks. The banks are also now, opened, for them to have this handshake. We've seen, one way where we've seen quite a very positive and impactful one is the fact that the fintechs, they have revolutionized access, to financial services. And you mentioned, today in Nigeria, we have over almost 300 fintech companies. We have over almost 1.8 million agency banking providers. We have over 4,400, bank branches. And if you look at the adult population in Nigeria today, 15 years and above, we can actually say, that which is at about 120. We can actually say that the agents that we have in Nigeria today can provide financial services. And those agents are powered essentially, by the fintechs. Now, the fintechs, the 1.8 million, I think about over 1 million of those agents have come from the fintechs. And so it's actually a plus. Because at the time agency banking started in Nigeria, the banks did everything that they could, for them to grow the numbers. But at the end of the day, it wasn't adding up. So CBN had to open up, for them to bring in, the fintechs. And then what we see today is that we've seen quite a lot of growth. Banking has gone into the hinterland. Even though we are still at 64%, we believe that there are barriers that are actually hindering that. But definitely the fintechs have been able to add quite a lot of essential value. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that insightful opinion. Going to Babatunde. Yeah. So I think Funshaw already addressed a lot of the framework put in place by CBN. I think she has touched on a lot of agency banking, know your customer requirements, things that fintechs have done to revolutionize the industry. My question to you is very simple, because you are in that industry, and I'm sure, it's one thing to speak theory. It's another thing when you are on the ground and you have foot soldiers doing the job. And I know that you're into lending and peer-to-peer, all these things that you do. My question is this. Have we done enough? What we have on ground, with the framework, with everything we have in place today, can it really drive economic inclusion, in your perspective?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's a very good question and relevant for the times we're in. And that's why when I saw the name of the panel, I was actually quite happy, right? Because it's economic inclusion and not financial inclusion. Yeah. Because economic inclusion is more encompassing, right? Yes, I mean, what's the point of somebody having a bank account if they don't have money to put in the bank account, right? So in terms of doing enough, I would just dimension it in two ways. I think the first is around, I like the fact that, Funsho talked about the 1.8 POS or agents we have now for banking services. And when you look at the data, right, a lot of those agents are still concentrated in places where they are already bank accounts, right? They'll tell you that 30% of the bank accounts in Nigeria are actually in Lagos, right? And 20% of those agents are in Lagos. And if you look at the top states that have agents and bank accounts, they're the same set of states. So we're talking about financial inclusion, geographically now, or economic inclusion as the case may be, and we're talking about it being concentrated in the same areas geographically. So we need to start having a conversation around how CBN, banks, and fintechs, and everybody really, how can we get these financial and economic services to these places where they don't exist? Fine, agency banking has done a lot, but it can still do more to get to some of the really rural areas as opposed to being concentrated. I think the second part of it is really around, as I mentioned earlier, the other aspects of economic inclusion and even financial inclusion. So if you look at financial services on fintechs, if you ask people about fintechs, people are thinking of payments, maybe savings, maybe loans, right? But there's a lot more financial services that people need to have access to. Things like pensions, things like insurance, right? And even financial literacy. I think in those other verticals, there's still a lot more work that needs to be done by really all of us playing in that space, so that we're not just opening bank accounts and loans. We need to also educate people. We need to teach them about pensions, insurance, and other aspects of their economic life as opposed to just helping them become financially included. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so in talking about economic inclusion, there's another topic thank you very much for that, for your insights. There's another main driver that is coming into play, and that's embedded finance. Embedded finance is how you integrate financial services in non-financial companies. It's in all areas of our lives, and everybody's saying that that's the next big thing. There's always one big thing: fintechs, embedded finance, AI, a lot of all these things, but it's still mostly driven by technology. So my question to you, Orishe, is on embedded finance. I think we have not done enough justice to that particular topic. Maybe people in finance or in some areas know about it, but I think there's a lot more we can learn on embedded finance and how it can impact economic inclusion. So my question to you is, how does embedded finance offer traditional, how does it differ from traditional finance services?
Okay, good afternoon everyone. My name is Otimei Igbene. Orisha also passes for my name. It's a pleasure to be here today. We are building services that actually align with this topic at Liberty Assured, and we have transformed into what we see now as a group. We have further gone beyond just financial inclusion services, and we're building things around HR tech and things like that. Coming to the topic, embedded finance, when I saw it, it was very interesting to me because in some way we have actually also adopted these kinds of, let me call it innovations. So what is embedded finance? They are just innovative ways by which we see fintechs these days offer traditional financial services. When we hear traditional financial services, we have four major cores that come to mind. It may not exactly resonate only around these four major cores, but that's what typically comes to mind. You have payment, you have lending, you have insurance, and you have savings. To the layman on the street, financial services hinge largely on lending. That's what they know, largely. And we have seen this factor largely being transformed into non-financial products. So this shift we are talking about is very visible in non-financial products. You have seen innovative ways by which fintechs are taking your regular day-to-day products and layering traditional financial services. And I'll give you examples that can make you relate directly. And I'll talk about the ones that excite me the most, or the ones that I think we can all relate with. So let's talk about GPay and Apple Pay. Imagine if you had to make payments for any product and you had to enter your card over and over and over again. If we didn't have embedded finance products like GPay and Apple Pay, we may not be seeing the kind of revenues we see in digital products these days, because there would have been drop-offs at different points. But they've been able to sort of turn your card into like a digital copy, and at that point where you need to use it, they provide it. And this is what one key factor that you see embedded finance, coming into play with. They are using data to meet you at the point of need. You have people who are adverse to lending. They will typically not go to a lender and say that I wanted to borrow money and buy a TV. But fintechs are able to meet you at that point where you want to buy a TV and then offer you buy now, pay later. It sort of disguises it. It doesn't look like a loan anymore. And at that time, you are open to the idea. And these are new markets that embedded finance is allowing traditional financial services penetrate. Because you now have individuals who wouldn't come to your side of the business, sort of subtly accessing these services, maybe known to them or unknown to them, but at that time, it's an innovative solution. It creates access to them. It's more accessible to them at that time. Another area that I see very interesting is rent tech. It has taken your typical rental property sector and layered, in a subtle manner again, this lending, traditional service onto it. And what we have seen is it has opened up. Landlords are more comfortable now. They are sure that their rents will be paid because there is one fintech who has thought out of the box and has provided this service for this kind of offerings. And then individuals who couldn't perhaps afford some kind of rent at a bullet cost are now able to do so in steps, in bits. And this in itself, we see that it's driving sort of a catalyst for financial inclusion. Above all of this innovation is that we see that it is data driven when it comes to embedded finance. For traditional financial services, it's a very loud service. I am offering lending, I am offering loans, I am offering savings and things like that. But with embedded finance, we are making other non-financial products available for individuals, perhaps, maybe not in a disguise, but meeting them at the exact point where we think they need these services, and then making finances available at those times. So yes, I think that embedded finance is doing a lot in a very subtle manner in driving this financial inclusion.
Okay, thank you very much. I know there's Larry online, and I'm still coming to Sandra. Can you hear us, Larry?
Yes, I can. I only hope that you can hear me too.
Okay.
Can you?
Okay. I have a question for you. But to ask you the question, I want to touch on Ghana. And when it comes to economic inclusion and financial inclusion in Ghana, in 2011, I think the inclusion was about 30%, 29-something%. Today, they're over 50%. I don't know the exact percentage, but they've done a lot more in Ghana. And this growth, you attribute it to mobile money. In Nigeria, we haven't really, I think our strategy in Nigeria for mobile money, we still need to perfect it, I think, because we're still struggling to bring in the unbanked. And the interesting thing about Nigeria is that about 81% of adults have mobile phones. Actually, the people that have bank accounts are just about 45%, I think, of adults. But with the mobile phones, we have close to 81% people that own mobile phones. So what do we need to do to bring the unbanked, the underbanked, using the tool that we know we have, to bring them and let them be included economically and financially? What is it that we're not doing, and what do we need to do in that area?
Sorry, the question is for me, right?
Yes, for you.
Okay, thanks. So when we talk about Ghana, uh, um, we're talking more about the phenomenon of mobile banking and the world of wallets, right? The major difference between Ghana and Nigeria is that for some reason, we pivoted directly to account-based inclusion when we started cashless and financial inclusion late in the 2000s and early 2010s, okay? So unlike Kenya, that opened up their country into mobile money, and Ghana that practically did the same, when we were trying to open up our economy and trying to drive inclusion, we were driving inclusion with bank-led strategy, and we're trying to include everyone from an account-based perspective. Now, there's no law that says that there's only one way to get to the market. In my tribe, one of the things we say is that there are many routes that leads to the market. We've done what we did. We've not done bad at all. If anything, we have led the charge on the account-based inclusion side. But very much like you said, when mobile telephony, GSM came into the country 22 years ago, it was clear that mobile phones were going to penetrate places where financial institutions could never penetrate. And very much like you said, the numbers of economic citizens we have in Nigeria that are included in the mobile telephony network are, crazy numbers compared to the people that we have in terms of financial inclusion. So if you're asking what really made Ghana win, is because Ghana led with mobile money from a mobile wallet perspective. Now, your big question is, what do we need to do? We've done the best that we did. We have about 57 or 58 million unique bank accounts. We have a significant numbers of our adult population and economic citizens now in the inclusion bracket. But there are large swaths of Nigerians all over the country who are still not included. So the question is, what should we do? I will tell you this. I think that if you are talking about an agency or department of government that has been very futuristic, very organized, and future-facing in their policy, I'll say is the CBN. One of the landmark things we did was the licensing of PSBs. Okay, it was major, and I'm sure if you're in the industry, many of us were, I'm using us now because I wanted to include every one of us. Let's try our inclusion now. Many of us pushed back on the telcos, right? We pushed back because we felt that the telcos should focus on communication, while the banks and fintech should focus on finance. But over time, the CBN felt that to drive inclusion, we needed to layer the breadth and the depth of the coverage of the telcos. And so I think it was 5, 6 years ago when the whole licensing of PSB started. What you have today is that the biggest, the widest, the deepest network in country, virtually all of them are licensed to provide financial inclusion. So if you check, I think that what the future says is that where we're going to see maybe the widest or the highest possible growth is in the PSB segment, okay? Not just in the agency banking. So you see what MTN is doing with Momo, you see what Globalcom is doing with Money Master, you see what Airtel is doing with their PSB. What they are doing now is they're trying to layer financial services, very much like the last speaker said. They're trying to layer financial services on their network, and then we're going to see a lot more growth. But that is one. The next place where I see a lot more opportunities is with fintechs. So the reason why financial institutions, traditional financial institutions, cannot lead the inclusion charge is because it has to make commercial sense for them. Unlike the fintechs, unlike the telco, they have more likely made the investments in those places where it is not commercially or financially viable. the fintechs typically like to do volumes because of valuation. So what you'll find is that there are two organizations who are not primarily moved by primordial sentiments of profitability. You will find that these two segments are the ones who are going to help us drive inclusion. So what I would say as I conclude is, let's give it another 3 to 5 years. I'm sure we're going to see impressive positive numbers in inclusion, not just because the fintechs and the PSB, they want to drive inclusion, but because they already have presence in these areas, and with their presence, they can drive more value that will help us include and transform our economy. That's how I see it.
Thank you very much for that very insightful point of view and opinion. My last question is to Sandra. And my question, simply put, is we have talked about the different fintechs, we have talked about regulatory bodies, we have talked about the traditional financial institutions. Who do you think should drive this push to economic inclusion? Are we talking collaboration? Are we talking partnerships? Or do we think it's the incumbent financial institutions that should hold on to this? Or do you think it will be faster if the Apex Bank comes out and churns out products and regulations and policies and mandates that this is what it has to be? What's the fastest way to attain economic inclusion?
Thank you for the question. Again, good afternoon. I'm a big fan about partnership. We have seen a lot of development in the financial sector in the past 10, 20 years. We talk about financial inclusion everywhere, at every conference. We are also a member for Alliance for Financial Inclusion. So I attend some of these meetings with central bankers. I think in the next 20 years, you will see a lot of convergence, you will see a lot of consolidation, and you will see a lot more partnership. I think everyone seated here plays a role to drive financial inclusion. Fintechs are agile, they are innovative, they come up with new services and products for the market. The traditional financial providers like banks, they have the muscle, they have the resources. They could help us with a lot more when it comes to financial literacy education. But we can't do anything without the regulatory environment. So we need our regulators to help us and to work with the industry players to create an environment to promote competition and innovation. We need to work together to have more diverse services and products for women, youth, and the people who live in the rural area. I'm very happy to hear that in Nigeria we have 1.8 million agency for financial services. We need to be able to reach to or enlarge the ecosystem. There's a lot of people who still do not have access to financial literacy, access to smart devices to do the digital transactions, access to affordable data. Today, if we talk about all these digital payment services, if I don't have a smartphone, if I do not have access to data, I will not be able to participate in this economy. So I think all of us have a role to play. We need to, instead of compete with each other, let's partner with each other. Let's enlarge the ecosystem. Let's look at what are the new customers we can onboard by our partnership. So I believe in partnership. We need to work together side by side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also believe that collaboration, partnership is very key for us to drive economic inclusion. At this point, I think we can take questions from the audience.
All right, Lola, thanks. The interesting thing about this session is that I also wish that, I was on the panel because some of these issues are things we need to be able to address. Financial inclusion, economic inclusion, sometimes you might be tempted to even add spiritual inclusion. But the still main important fact is that I think Sandra had said that if you close your eyes and you open your eyes, something most wonderful perhaps may happen. So we're going to take 3 or 4 questions. CEO has one question for him. The lady, yes, 2. Okay, Ajia, number 3. And then the gentleman on the cap, number 4. Please, your name, your organization, and straight to your question. So, Cyprian, can we have the microphone? And then we have the part. No, come to Oga first. That is our COO. Okay, Oga has insisted we should come to him last. It looks like he enjoys the bottom of the pot. That's where oftentimes it's the sweetest. Please, can you go to the lady here? Thank you very much, COO, for that consideration. Please, your name and quickly to the question.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Titi Layo. I know Scott. I work with Scott's Legal, a tech law firm. My question is to Sarah. In your earlier presentation, you spoke about international and cross-border payments. I was in an African country just recently, and I had money in my account. I couldn't buy water in that country because I didn't have their currency, and I looked through the internet looking for an app, an application I could use to maybe use my own currency to change to their own currency. There was nothing. What is the challenge with cross-border payments? No, not payment, that is switching your own currency to another currency in Africa. And then Tunes is I think you're a B2B. When are you looking to P2P? That is, I can use your app in that kind of country to change my money to their own currency and be able to buy things. I think my second question will be to the person online about what she said about mobile money. I understand your explanation that Nigeria did an account-based inclusion rather than mobile money, but how many years are we looking to? Because in that country also, a very little girl called the mobile. I was shocked. Mobile money, she sent it to someone, got a little money, sent it to somebody else, just right in front of me, and I was just looking at her and I'm like, oh God, this is not in Nigeria. We use POS and all the other things. How many years from now do you think we'll be looking at mobile money becoming more popular in Nigeria?
All right, thank you very much. I know it's the ladies that are clapping. You are supporting your own. All right, let's not start the Beijing conference again. All right, let's have the second person. The Ajia was the second person. Cyprian, Ajia is behind. 1 question per person, please.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Hawa Buba Wakili from NCC. First of all,
NCC, yes. You can have 2 questions.
Thank you. First of all, I must congratulate Fintech Nigeria for organizing this forum, giving us the platform to all work together and learn and learn. So my question has a lot to do with the trust. Between yesterday and today, we talked about trust, digital trust, and even in the panel session today, we talked about trust. And we know that trust usage, adoption, has a lot to do with trust. We have been talking about all the things we have done in fintech space. So I'm wondering, again, I want to refer to a study that was done by IMF or World Bank regarding why we have not been able to achieve financial inclusion, based on the targets that we have put. And one of the core reasons that was identified has a lot to do with education and awareness. So I want to find out, from your wealth of experience, what can the fintech ecosystem do to improve awareness and education? We need financial literacy education for us to be able to achieve the economic inclusion that we're talking about. So what can we do to work on that gap that we have seen? Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's a very important question. There's a third person behind the gentleman before we come to the COO. That's a very important question.
Thank you very much. I'm Samuel Wanko from Red Money Microfinance Bank. Talking about financial inclusion, it's important to note as well that when we talk about this concept, we first have to decipher who are the ones excluded and why are they excluded in order to meet their needs. Now, as regards measurement and evaluation, I'm directing this question to Mrs. Fusho. She said something. She mentioned that financial inclusion was more or better when the banks were there than when the fintechs are now present. So I want to know what are the metrics, the indicators that we can use to weigh this financial inclusion? Because when we are talking financial inclusion, it seems it's broad. So what metrics can we use? Is it the penetration of smartphones, the acquisition of smartphones? Is it the app download? What's the metrics? What are the indicators? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Fusho, you are ready for a debate. Oh. Please come forward for Dr. Babatunde. Obrima is going to have his question. Sir, a question, a comment, you can have 4.
Okay, mine is a comment. The reality is that there is no village in Nigeria that you go into and you don't have economic inclusion. And I'll explain that way. There's somebody in that community that collects money and lends money, so something happens. What's happening is that that person is not yet in those people are not in the official or the formal financial system, but there's economic inclusion going on. What has happened is that we're not selling value to the people in these communities. People want value, but what we're not selling value. So economic inclusion for me, let me take an agricultural ecosystem, which I am very used to. Go to a community and say, look, if you take GAP, that is good agronomic practices, you are buying 5 or 6 bags of fertilizer, you are buying seeds, you are buying chemicals for your production. That comes with free medical services, so that if you are bitten by a scorpion or a snake or something, you can get free medical services. The guy is likely to listen to you because you are selling value to him, than just saying, come and open an account. So it must be, what's the economy in that environment? How do we sell value to them? That's why we haven't achieved financial inclusion. We just want them to open accounts. No, they want economic value. So we need to sell value. I think that's what we need to start looking at. How do we onboard these guys in those communities? So can we have sub-ledgers or sub-accounts that the guy is onboarded and the people in those communities that trust him, because it's one they trust. They don't trust the banks or the fintechs. That's the man they trust. So can we have sub-accounts under his name to onboard them? We need to start changing. We need to have a paradigm shift mentality towards this process. It's not the way everybody is doing it. It's not going to work. We need to start thinking differently.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, can you put your hands together for him? And I know that there's a team of SANEF that are here who have actually been in the place to actually drive all of this. This value addition will also, as a matter of fact, be the USB we can all leverage on. And then we have some questions or comments from people online. Please, let's have those comments sent to me so that we can pass that across to Lola as a case. So Lola, you up this session in the next 5 minutes or so, as the case may be. Over to you.
Okay, to talk about economic inclusion in all the villages, I also agree, but the issue again, from NCC, she also mentioned trust, and you mentioned trust. She also mentioned financial literacy. These are the issues. These people that you're talking about in the villages, they don't trust the banks. They don't want their monies deducted. They want, what they have today, they have like a chief or someone in that community that is keeping their money. They have a system that works, and they trust that system. That's there. But this same issue of trust and financial literacy can be addressed by fintechs. There are different apps that fintechs put out. We're talking about embedded finance as an example. There are so many things you can put in an app. You can even put you can educate these people through the app. Apps are user-friendly, and they have mobile phones. So when you put, like for instance, my mom, I never thought she could operate a mobile phone. In fact, for a long time, I didn't want to give her a smartphone. But she's doing very well today. She's on WhatsApp. She's on, she can check the camera system in the house. These people can do so many things, and it's through having that phone and being able to just, play around it So fintech also can introduce financial literacy through a lot of all these apps. For me, I think that will address the issue of trust. Also, I think the regulatory bodies too can mandate, for instance, those communities to say, let us integrate this, what do you call it, village communities and systems. Let us make sure that we digitize it. So there are different ways through collaboration that we can reach these people, I think, for that. Which other question? I don't really.
Okay.
What's the next question?
I think there was a question.
Yes, there were two questions. A question also to Fusho, right?
Cross-border for Sandra.
Cross-border to Sandra.
Yes.
Fusho, your own is the debate. You were making a case for the banks that there was more financial inclusion as against what were the metrics you used to measure that?
I didn't make that comment. The moderator made that comment, but I can address the issue. Okay, he was asking about how we measure, the success of financial inclusion. And I think, is that the account base or mobile money? Everything is interwoven. Nigeria didn't start with account base. Nigeria started with mobile money. Mobile money did not mobile. It didn't work. And that is why you can have a Ghana that a bully seller will accept mobile money. The customer will take a mobile money account and take it to the supermarket. So the issue with Nigeria was the issue of acceptance. The only thing we could do with mobile money was to buy airtime. And so after buying airtime, what happens? You couldn't take your mobile money account to the supermarket. And that's why the POS is still holding, is still what every merchant wants. Now, before you can use mobile money, there has to be a whole lot of backlog of things that you need to process, reconciliation and everything. Of course, we've had QR in this market also that has not even gone beyond anything, but everything is still domiciled on the POS. Now, the NCC woman, ladies, said something about trust, said something about financial literacy. And I agree. I agree that the 1.8 million agents that we have are the vehicle for us to actually carry out the financial literacy into the interland. SANEF and CBN just launched Sabi Money to educate agents to, first of all, who are supposed to be the intermediaries. You mentioned something about the man in the village. That man could be the aggregator. We have the aggregator structure already existing. So, but there is nobody that is, maybe so many other reasons of infrastructure, NCC knows we have 89%. There are 27 million Nigerians today that don't have base station infrastructure in their locality. So already, they are not part of the system. They are not part of the ecosystem. There can never be economic inclusion without financial inclusion. So we need to deal with the issue of infrastructure. We need to deal with the issue of literacy. If you go out there, you will see investment products. You will see cross-border products. We, in the urban areas, we are overloaded. The guy in the internet, in the rural area, all he wants is to start with open an account. When he starts with open an account, the aggregator, the man that runs the shop out there, has been trained to also tell him or her that, do you know you can transfer? Do you know you can borrow money? Because that was the intention of the CBN from day one. Layer financial services on the agent's network. But the guys there, they don't even know that these services are available. So if the fintechs, we need to push them. Yes, we must drive profitability. The business must be sustainable. But for us all to achieve the 95% in January, I don't know whether it's January 2024, it has to be a stakeholders approach. It's not CBN. NCC is involved. Fintechs, banks are involved. Everybody needs to come together. And when we see that, people in the interland they are opening accounts, they can start businesses because the SMEs are funded, to get the 25,000, the woman at the market can buy something and start to sell. Then we begin to see growth. If there's no economic, there's no financial inclusion.
So
There's no economic
So you're
value.
saying that collaboration is what is
Collaboration
required
across the
by all
ecosystem.
stakeholders.
Yes, thank you.
Very much. I think.
Yes, Sandra.
Yeah.
Sandra has a
the
question.
Last question.
Yeah.
For
So that we can wrap up this session right now. Although we need Larry to actually respond to a question, and then we have a question from the online audience, and then we conclude this session in 5 minutes time. Over to you, Sandra.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, and thank you for listening to the last presentation. Tunes, we started our business 7 years ago. In 7 years, we have built a coverage of 130 countries. If we don't focus on what we do the best, which is building the pipe and connection, we will not be here. So as I earlier mentioned, for us it's all about collaboration and partnership. We believe our partners like the banks, the mobile wallets, money transfer operators, they know how best to serve the consumer segment. And we know the best to make our pipe that is working and interoperable. For those questions, for people who have more questions about Tunes and how we operate, feel free to pass our stand. We'll be happy to take more questions. Thank you.
All right. I think, Lola, Ronke actually has asked a question. Unfortunately, the phone has closed up. I think if I remember, she had to do how fintech is able to create widespread opportunities where a lot of people can actually gain, which is also an aspect of economic inclusion. And Larry, as a way of wrapping up, and as Lola, the moderator, has directed, just give your response in 1 minute with some of the questions you want to do, and then we go around with panelists and then conclude for today. Are you technologically included, Larry?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that is good. So your response.
Okay, so I'm just going to quickly respond to the earlier question about what we need to do to drive the kind of numbers and the kind of success that we see in Ghana. Very much like the lady that spoke just before me. I think we need to remind ourselves what actually happened in 2008. I mean, the first set of licenses that were issued, if you remember, we used to have e-transact pocket money, we used to have Paga, we used to have Quick Teller. All of these guys rolled out, but very much like she said, it didn't get the wide acceptance because it was still a much smaller community. But when the CBN started cashless and financial inclusion initiative from 2008 to 2009, the biggest and the widest network then were the banks. So we typically led with the banks helping us to include. And we must admit that we made some progress. I know a lot of the time we want to equate Nigeria to Kenya, but Kenya is just about 70 million people. Ghana is just about, only God knows, maybe 50 million people. Just think about our landmass, think about our diversity, think about 220 million people. We're not going to be able to compare these apples to those oranges. It's a different beast entirely. But I wanted to say something. Guess what? You know, I think it was Lola also that was talking about how we needed to look at financial inclusion differently. Do you know that the single most significant, perhaps the most successful initiative of the government, of federal government, of Nigeria, at least in my adult life, the last 20 or so years, was this project that was done by the former Minister of Agriculture, Femi Additional, where the federal government was giving subsidies to farmers all around the country. That singular project onboarded 17 million farmers in like 18 months. There's no significant singular project in this country that has delivered the numbers. So these are farmers all around the country, many of them semi-literate or fully illiterate, who are right in the bush just trying to exercise subsistence farming. It is in building value around people that are excluded that you will include them. So this is what I was saying. I truly believe that what we're doing, what we're saying, maybe because we're right in the middle of the emergence of wallet as the primary store of value, we don't know what is going on. But I can tell you for free that there's more than 100 million wallets in Nigeria right now. I mean, I don't know the actual numbers of unique wallets, but we have more than 100 million wallets in the country. There's no singular country across the continent that can make boast about those numbers. So what I'm going to say is, yes, I mean, because you live in the city, certainly, you are probably and certainly seeing a lot of people with account numbers. But the truth is that what you are seeing with the PSBs, what you are seeing with the fintechs, what you are seeing with the MFPs, many of them digital MFPs rolling out new accounts, they are not actual bank accounts. They are digital accounts that are resting on wallets. And as we continue to grow that value, you will see that we're going to include many more people. We're going to drive more value in the rural areas, and then we're going to create, the miracle that we've continued to create in Africa over the last 15 or 20
All right.
years. So I'm going to say we can do better, but we're not doing badly at all.
Thank you very much. With the kind permission of the moderator, I'll call on Folu, right, to your concluding thoughts, 30 seconds.
Yes, so I want to comment on two things pretty quickly. One of them would be around what COO said, around there being an informal sector in the economic inclusion space that we're talking about. And so primarily, I think one of the things FinTech should then do would be to be able to power these guys, to be able to bring them into the formal sector. What we can do is to create solutions for them that can help them even do better from the informal sector that then brings them into the formal sector. So these are areas I know we are also looking at. Secondly, is around the question from the NCC lady. Okay, she was talking around trust, improving awareness and literacy to build trust. A lot of things are marked the trust of people, especially, so if you go to the villages and you go to the interland like we've all been talking about, the things that they remember are Savannah Bank that folded how many years ago and a lot of people lost a lot of money. Or MMM that came and took a lot of people's money, so it has created a lot of panic in their hearts that they just don't even want to hear anything about what is going to happen. They want to be seeing their money in their hands. So how do you build trust? We need to create that safety net for them. I think this comes from more of a regulatory side. In developed countries, even if your card is used to do anything online, you can make a claim and you get your money back, no questions asked.
Right.
We need to begin to create things like that for users to improve their trust in the ecosystem. We also need to, that way, they don't even need to know too much, right? But they are able to take that gamble, and until they try it, they actually will not know it. So
Right.
we need to be able to eliminate that fear to get them into the
Okay,
ecosystem.
it's a case of seeing is believing. Mr. Igene? Where's either of them, Mr. Igene? Okay, the gentlemen should make their comments quickly, 30 seconds.
Okay, so I'll layer on the education, and I just want to talk about the retail aspect of fintechs. I mean, even though it's a digital product, it also has a retail leg, especially when you're talking about financial inclusion or agency banking. It then is no longer seen from a digital perspective. There has to be that retail structure, and I think Funsho had mentioned, that aggregator setup. A typical agency banking setup starts from the top to the aggregator on the streets, and we rely on them largely to power these financial, knowledge, education. No matter what products you do, you cannot but rely on those last men on the
All
streets.
right. Thank you, Babatunde. Finally.
All right, just quickly, I think as fintechs, we also need to try to invest in alternative hybrid solutions. So what do I mean? If you look at the cash scarcity period, for example, a lot of fintechs that won are the guys that had offline footprints, POS devices, and agent networks, right? So things like USSD, SMS banking, and thank God NCC is here. One of the big criticisms for USSD is the cost, right? But this doesn't need smartphones, so perhaps with the help of NCC and fintechs investing more in that sector, we can bring the cost of those alternative technologies that don't rely on smartphone and internet, and we can bypass that to improve the situation.
Thank you. Lola, you want to thank your panelists and then we'll have a picture?
Okay, thank you very much, panel members. I think you have done good justice to the topic. To summarize, I think economic inclusion is everybody's, is a societal obligation. So it cuts across all the stakeholders. I think it's something that will be achieved when everybody comes together. So thank you very much for your insightful discussion today, for the interactive session. And if the audience has any questions, we're still around. You can approach any one of us. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them. And particularly, I want to thank Madam Fusho, CEO of Horizon. She's an amazing woman. Please, can I have the president of the Governing Council to come up here, as well as the CEO to please come in for the quick picture so that we can go in and invite our next speaker, Mr. Demola Sanusi, who is speaking for the next 10 minutes on the topic Reimagine and Transform Your Applications with Generative AI. And of course, other members of the Governing Council as well as the board should please join them. Dr. Jamila, please come up as well and join them for this photo section. We want to make sure that you are photography included. Dr. Jamila, are you here? Okay, please, we have the ladies balance at the... Okay, there's even a taller lady in the middle. She is... okay, President, I was looking for you. Great. So please, can you smile a financially included smile? Oh, pardon me. You see what people have done to me. An economic inclusive smile. Please, can you smile that? All right. You can see that these men are highly economic inclusive. As the case is. Thank you, gentlemen. I want to quickly announce that somebody has given me a MasterCard ATM, but he has forgotten to give me the password. Adewale Ogutade, please, I need the password for this card. The money you owe me, I need to take it before I give you back the card. ATM card for Adewale Ogutade, please, can you come and have your card? But please, I need the password so that I can access your account and know whether you are actually, well included in this space. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can I have Mr. Demola Sanusi come up for the next 10 minutes before we go on? Before we go on to the next panel session, Mr. Demola Sanusi. All right. Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Demola Sanusi? Let's encourage him. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's understand that if you don't encourage me, we are not leaving here till 12 midnight. Can you put your hands together for Mr. Demola Sanusi? That is more like it. Thank you very much, sir. Because of time, your time has reduced by 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me today at the Nigerian Fintech Week. My name is Demola Sanusi, and I'm a solutions architect at AWS. There are chances that I would have heard about the buzzword artificial intelligence, generative AI over the past few months, and you're wondering if this is just a marketing gimmick or buzz. Well, that's why today I'll be talking to you how you can reimagine and transform your financial applications with generative AI. Sorry. Okay. So you probably need to help me move. Apologies. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So part of the theme for the FinTech Week is innovation. And we know innovation transforms industries, so as generative AI. As we know, generative AI are a kind of artificial intelligence that allows us to create new content and ideas in form of images, videos, and so on and so forth. Generative AI has taken the world by storm with a lot of consumer-facing applications today like ChatGPT. I know few of us might probably be using part of these consumer-facing applications to transform, maybe personal project within organizations. This presents a massive opportunity, for your businesses so that you can reimagine the experience you give to your customers and your employees within the organization. It's really an interesting time ahead because according to Goldman Sachs, they are forecasting that the global GDP is going to increase by over $7 trillion over a period of 10 years. So when it comes to generative AI, what are some of the use cases of generative AI? How does this impact, your financial applications? I've grouped this into 3 categories. You can use it to enhance your customer experience. You can use it to improve productivity among your workforce. And also, you can optimize your business processes. I'm going to go to the first one, which is enhancing customer experience. For this, these are ways in which your customers interact with your financial applications. An example I'm going to give here is the chatbots. It's been around for a while, and we've possibly been using chatbots in our organization. But when you use generative AI can allow you to build your chatbot quickly and also have human-like conversation, with your applications. That's for enhancing your customer experience. So they have customer experience interacting with your applications. So when it comes to boosting workforce productivity and creativity, you don't want your staffs to be doing mundane tasks when they can automate the process. Normally, maybe what would take them months to do, by using generative AI, they can sort it out within few hours. For instance, developers developing your financial applications can be spending months to generate code for a new feature in your financial application. We have code companion services today that you can just use, and within hours to weeks, you can have these new codes generated. And the third one I'm going to be going is how you can improve your business process with generative AI. This is, using generative AI, you can augment and optimize your back-end processes so that you can have higher efficiencies and reduce costs when it comes to your financial applications. All the use cases I've mentioned can be applied across diverse set of industries, from the telecom to agriculture to the financial services. So what's really happening in the financial services? What are the leaders saying in this sector? So I'm going to go to a quote, by an economic report that says 85% of financial services leaders have a strategy for using generative AI in product and service development, meaning from their core processing applications to the consumer-facing applications, they intend to integrate generative AI as part of their long-term strategies. So at AWS, we help you through this journey. We handhold you. So we have this AWS Use Case Explorer, which you can find at aiexplorer.aws.amazon.com. This allows you to explore different use cases. So peradventure, you're thinking, oh, I don't know where I can start with, my fintech organization. You can go here, you explore different use cases. You can discover use cases where, people in your organizations or in your sector are using generative AI to drive business outcome. Then you see AI and ML expert action-created steps that you can take after identifying a use case. So how do you get started with this journey? The first thing you need to do is by selecting the right use case, either based on the use cases I've discussed above, or using the AI Explorer to look for a use case you want. The second thing is education is actually very important. You need to empower your teams. You need to let them know more. And we have different tools and sites you can go for this. The first, we have the AWS Skill Builder, which has over 600 plus digital courses you can go. Your team, your tech team in your organization or decision makers can go to learn more about generative AI there. You can also go on Coursera, where you have the hands-on training to learn more about generative AI. And after you've done step 1 and 2, identifying the use case and educating your team, the last thing you need to do is you can get started with your use case by coming to us, and we're going to connect you to the AI ML expert team at AWS for a proof of concept. So we have a suite of portfolio that allows you to start building and scaling your generative AI for your financial applications. For instance, we have the Amazon Bedrock, which connects you to foundation models. So you don't need to have AI ML experts in your team. You just connect to the foundation models using API. And let's say you have the machine learning experts in your team and you want to build your own models. We have the Amazon SageMaker that can allow you to build, train, and deploy your own models as the case may be. And once you're done with these services, we recently announced the AWS Generative AI Innovation Center. This is a $100 million investment from AWS that connects AWS AI ML experts with our customers and partners around the world based on your use case. And from this, you can start generating, you can start creating your own generative AI application to drive your own business outcome. If you have any question after this, I'll be around. Maybe you want me to connect your networking to the right team to get started. I'm more than happy to do that. Thank you, everyone.
Demola, you're the kind of presenters that I always would like to give a proper handshake to. Please, can you put your hands together for him? All right, quickly, we will go to the next item on our agenda, and that is another panel section titled Fintech Fusion 2023, the future of finance. And obviously, it's going to focus on some of the aspects of cloud-powered fintech innovations, customer-centric innovations, and of course, blockchain in financial services. To help moderate this particular panel, I would like to call on Dr. Konstantinos Sanis, Fintech Investment Officer for World Bank IFC. Please, can you put your hands together for him? All right, great. And then to join him on the panel, I would like to quickly call on Ms. Ifeoluwa Adekunle Yusuf, the VP Products and Engineering of Zest, a subsidiary of Stanbic IBTC, to join him up there. Please, can you put your hands together for him? Sorry for her. Pardon me. I actually said Miso. And then the next to join them will be Mr. Ifanyi Akosiono, MD of INQ Nigeria. Inquiry as the case is. Please put your hands together for him. Don't worry, I will say put your hands together for her. And then we have joining them Ms. Dayo Odulate Ademola, MD Nigeria for Branch International. Please put your hands together for her. That is great. You, Dr. Konstantinos, you have 1 hour, so you walk with me and we're sitting down here so that when I come up here, we know we're going to have the question and answer session. And so if you're joining us virtually, please be free to send in your questions in good time so that we can have that as a way of wrapping up the session. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you so much for this good introduction and congratulations for a great organization up to now. Just one question, how long is the panel? Again? 1 hour. Okay, great. So we have enough time to discuss many things. Are we doing introductions as well? Are we doing introductions? So yes, mini introduction from everyone. I'm Dr. Konstantinos Tsanis. I was based in Nigeria before. I was working with Alat and Wema Bank. Now I'm working in the IFC based in Dubai. And I'm looking forward to discuss the future of financial trends with the panel. Ifeoluwa, you want to introduce yourself?
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here. My name is Ifeoluwa. I lead the products and engineering team at Zest. Zest is an orchestrator platform that connects consumer lifestyle and businesses to payments. And that is done through human-centered design. Through our human-centered design, the multi-railed strategy, business growth through e-commerce, and operational excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ifeoluwa. Now let's move to Feanigi.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ifanyi Akosiono, the Managing Director at Inc. Nigeria. I must commend the organizers of this event. The past couple of days have really been like a really immersive masterclass in financial services and fintech. So well done to you guys. Just a brief about Ink Digital Nigeria. Even though the name is a bit new, but we have actually been in the service and supporting the financial services industry for the past 2 decades, right? So we have offices across Africa. We have physical locations across 8 markets in Africa. So when financial services organizations or fintech providers are looking to scale, they typically would want to partner with us. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to a really interactive session today with this panel.
Thank you, Feanigi. Now we move to Ms. Dayo Dulate Ademola, MD Nigeria, Brands International.
Hi everyone. Like you said, my name is Dayo. I'm the Managing Director for Branch International in Nigeria. Branch International is a financial services app that provides lending, wallet, debit cards, transfers, bill pay services to individuals across Nigeria, available to you via an Android app. And thank you very much for having me here today.
Thank you, Dayo. We are now moving to Olubunmi Fabanuwo, blockchain specialist.
Hi, everybody. My name is Olubunmi, and I would say blockchain enthusiast, not exactly specialist, because I don't think there's any specialist in blockchain for now. It's still an emerging technology. And full-time, I work with Binance, so I manage the affiliate program, campus ambassador program for Binance Africa. But please, I'm not representing Binance here. Of course, Binance is the largest blockchain infrastructure organization in the world, and I would say that this is my 3rd time in Nigeria Fintech Week, and I think it's been an amazing journey for this particular platform. This platform gave me my first big break in blockchain because I started off in the banking space. I spent about 6 years in banking, and yeah, I'm in blockchain now, and I'm loving it, better than banking, of course. So I'm glad to be here, and looking forward to a great session with everyone.
Thank you, Olubunmi. And now, last but not least, we move to Samuel Esiekpe, who is representing Miss Yemi Keri, CEO of Hekabella.
Yeah, hi everyone. So my name is Sam Esiekpe. I'm the Senior User Experience and Design Lead at Hekabella. And what we basically do is engage our clients in digital transformation and software development. So it's really good to be in this atmosphere as well, and represent the CEO here.
Thank you, Samuel. And without further ado, let's move to our first question. So, as a first question, I want to ask Ms. Ifeoluwa, can you share examples, Ifeoluwa, of cloud-powered innovations that make a significant impact on financial inclusion and accessibility in Nigeria and in Africa?
Oh yes, we've seen a lot of innovations around mobile money, around wallet system. We've also seen a lot of groundbreaking innovations around how payments are being made. Now it's simplified, nothing complex. We've also seen a lot of innovations around lending, right? How lending is being provided to financially underserved people in the society. An example is how Branch is leveraging cloud activities to actually do credits, facilitate credit checks in how they expend, funds to the underserved as well.
Perfect. These are great examples, I think. I'll move further to Ifeanyi. So maybe, Ifeanyi, the same question. Any examples of cloud-powered innovation that help financial inclusion in Africa and challenges on developing these examples?
Yeah, I think the ones that she's mentioned are actually quite sufficient, right? When we're looking at cloud-powered innovations in financial services, I think it's important to think about 3 key areas, right? The first area for me will be, and all the previous sessions have spoken about financial inclusion, right? And also spoken about economic inclusion. So it's important that when we are talking about cloud-powered innovations, we are looking at it from the point of view of first in scalability, right? Because you can't be talking about cloud and you're not really looking at scaling, right? I think the benefits that cloud-powered innovations bring to everyone in the room and the entire ecosystem and the industry is the possibility to scale and scale inclusively, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing that I think is important when we're talking about cloud-powered innovations in financial services is the issue of trust, right? All the previous, engagements have spoken about trust, and across the entire continent, not just Nigeria, we operate in really low trust environments, right? What cloud-powered innovations help financial services or fintech organizations do is to build in resilience and trust into their processes, whether it's in the trust in terms of the efficiency that the systems provide, also trust in terms of the security. For people who are in less included communities, underserved areas, to feel a sense of safety and security when they are trying to get included in financial services. The third thing that I will talk about that cloud really enables is convergence and collaboration, right? We can't really have, scalability and trust if we don't have sufficient collaboration, not just within the industry, but even across industries, right? I was talking to the president earlier and I was saying that the stage where the evolution of fintech and financial inclusion is today, we need to start seeing a lot more of collaboration and convergence between financial services providers, but also mobile operators, right? Because the issue of trust and scalability can't really happen when we don't have these levels of convergence and collaboration happening. And I think the next layer to that, the next layer to the topic of collaboration and convergence is that we have started to see convergence and collaboration happen amongst the private sector in terms of the stakeholders, whether they are on the side of financial services or on the side of mobile operators. But we need to start seeing that happen at the level of regulators. We need to start seeing more collaboration between our CBN, for instance, and our NCC. So for me, cloud-powered innovation is really the next level, but we need to make sure that we anchor them on these three key buckets.
Thank you, Feanigi, for the multiple examples you mentioned, and of course, collaboration between private and public sector and small and big companies is a way forward. Now let's move to Dayo. Dayo, from your experience, any examples of how the cloud capabilities enable financial inclusion and expansion?
Well, I think for me, the perfect example would be Branch International. So we operate across multiple markets. We're in Nigeria and looking to expand further into West Africa. We're in East Africa, in Kenya and Tanzania, and we're also in India. And much of our services, so for example, our centralized machine learning and artificial intelligence platform that powers our lending is centralized, and the only way to do that obviously is by utilizing a cloud infrastructure. So cloud infrastructure is what has allowed us to expand into multiple markets, has allowed us to innovate both centrally and decentrally, because as we innovate centrally and each operating market is able to benefit from that, we also have to innovate locally in each operating market, because the markets are not a monolith across. So the only way to be able to do that, to utilize our central platforms and also innovate locally, is by utilizing a cloud infrastructure. So that's the bedrock of what we have been doing and what we continue to do.
Thank you so much, Dayo. As you say, Branch is a living example of how cloud enables innovation, so that's great. Olubunmi, from your blockchain perspective, how cloud can help financial inclusion and innovation at scale?
Okay, so permit me to just speak more on blockchain evolution. And I would say like was mentioned earlier, there's been a lot of talk about financial inclusion. You know, everybody keeps talking about it. And I think it's important to first know that not everyone is bankable. So we are trying to bring in more Africans. We're trying to get them to be more financially included. But we forget that out of that statistic, there are a certain number of people that are not even interested in being bankable. And there are certain people that, of course, they are supposed to be bankable. So if we take the bankable part of it, let's just say about 45% of those, how many people are we probably able to serve now? And that is where decentralization comes in. And that is where blockchain actually comes in. So something like decentralized finance that doesn't require any corporate organization or any centralized entity to provide financial services is definitely a positive or a way to go. So, for example, with blockchain, we've spoken about lending and borrowing. You don't need a centralized organization to be able to lend to you. So you want to start subsistence farming as a farmer in far away, maybe somewhere in Kenya or Rwanda. You don't need any centralized licensed organization to come to you and give you certain loans. I mean, someone within your locality can be enabled or empowered to be able to provide this. So as an individual, I can provide financial intermediation. You know, I can give loans at certain rates, of course, and I can also borrow loans. You know, that's exactly where I would say that is what is meant for us in Africa. So we need to look at financial inclusion more on a localized basis. And I think that I would always say that blockchain was actually created for a continent like ours, because we have so many problems that blockchain can solve. And decentralized finance is one that I think that we have to knuckle down and, you know, optimize and see how we can apply it to the continent of Africa. And again, we have to look away from the urban areas. We have to look rural. Who are the people that we think that we can reach, that we can actually bring to have financial services? Not just the 5 million that every other person is justing for. I mean, I have about maybe 700, okay, that's exaggeration. I have maybe about 8 fintech apps on my phone, and they practically do almost the same thing. But I'm sure that if I go just down the street, into the trenches, like we say, how many of these people actually have or understand how to use these applications? You know, so that is where we all have to knuckle down and get it done. And I think that blockchain is able to solve this particular problem.
Thank you so much, Bunmi, for your detailed points. Let's move now to Samuel. So can you tell us, Samuel, the same question? How cloud can help inclusion and improvement in the financial sector?
Yeah, I think to the question you asked, cloud definitely plays a major role in helping with inclusion. Being that, just as mentioned earlier before, the collaboration it provides, as well as the huge data convergence that we have, all of this is able to provide borderless solutions to a host of people. So I think one of the major advantages that I see with cloud and how it could provide solutions to people, it's ensuring that there's massive collaboration available, there's convergence of all data that we have available, and analysis can be carried out on that. Because I like to put all my questions always back to the customers, the users, how do we include them? And to include them, you need to have data on them. And having this data in one repo where it's accessible and analyzable, we're able to provide borderless solutions and include everyone that needs to be included in it.
Thank you so much, Samuel. And I think it's the last point you made is very important on data, which will bring me to the next question. Rather than choosing who to respond, who wants to respond a question on data? And I'll ask the question. Okay, so let's go with Dayo. So Dayo, another important component of your future of finance is data. And we all know, or almost all, that data is the new oil. So how data helps, you know, the future of finance, the services you are offering, and improved customer experience in the future?
data is a bedrock of everything that we do. If you're talking about lending, for example, which is our wedge product, if you look at the history of lending in Nigeria in particular, you'll find that while we've made some really good strides in quote-unquote financial inclusion, which by definition means users, customers, Nigerians having access to at least one formal financial product, you typically find that product is either a savings account or a wallet or whatever. You count them as financially included. And over the last 15 years, we've done some good work in getting that financial inclusion rate higher and higher. The one thing we haven't done a good job of is getting consumer credit easily accessible to those people. So if you look at the consumer credit data, I think the last EFINA data from a couple of years ago, we were still under 3% of eligible Nigerian adults had access to formal financial credit, consumer credit. And the reason for this is for one reason only, data. The lack of data makes it expensive, makes it risky, and just makes it non-viable for your traditional financial services to reach as many people as even they would like to. So the focus has typically been on corporate credit and commercial credit in Nigeria, and we haven't really done a lot of work in individual consumer credit. Now, why companies like Branch have been able to innovate in this regard is being able to innovate on what kind of data and what sources of data that we use to be able to underwrite an individual. A lot of these individuals, if you walk into a commercial bank, there are jokes that go around like, oh, you need your grandmother's death certificate, or you need the deed to your parents' house or something like that to be able to access just minimal amounts of unsecured credit. And this is because, they're trying to gather as much data about you as an individual to be able to underwrite you as an individual. Now, when you look at alternative sources of data, then you're able to train a machine learning algorithm to make good decisions or even better decisions about underwriting individuals. And all of that is based on data. So getting our data game up in this market goes hand in hand with improving the stats on consumer credit and therefore elevating the economy here. Now, as we move along, even companies like us have to do a lot of work in even further diversifying our sources of data, because some of the sources of data that you previously had are likely to get shut down in the future. And therefore, you have to continually look for alternative sources of data, train models on those alternative sources of data, so there's resiliency in your business. But yeah, data is the very foundation of what it is that we do.
Thank you so much, Dayo, for providing so many examples. How about the bank side, Ifeoluwa? How does data enable improved customer experience and improved financial services?
Okay, so like she has mentioned, I'll just leverage what she has said. Data is very key, very, very key for decision making, for target marketing, for improving the customer experience across all the platforms. It's also very key for building personalized and customized products for the people we are serving. So based on data, we can, have informed decision making at the bank level and also at the fintech level as well, so that we are sure that we are meeting the needs of the customers that we are providing these services to, and not just thinking of, something that we have not properly evaluated.
Thank you so much, Ifeoluwa. And the blockchain side, Olubumni, can you tell us how important is data for blockchain, maybe for Binance, maybe for the crypto world, and all of these different elements for the future of finance?
All right. So, as we mentioned, I think that just like the traditional space, data is still very, very key, because a lot of people say that it's decentralized finance, it's decentralized technology, but you still require my KYC. Why do you require that? But it's very, very important that, as an individual, we know exactly what it is that, you spend on, for example, your spending pattern. Data is important. You have to know what exactly it is that you need in terms of giving loans, from DeFi loans and all of that. So I would say that data, like they always say, is the new oil, and is very central to developing or improving financial technology or finance generally.
Thank you so much, Olubumni. I also want to ask if Anigi, about open banking. Okay, so about open banking, if Anigi, how does open banking and data enable improved financial services?
Yeah, first of all, just wanted to just build on what Dio said about the importance of data, right? I don't think it's something that we can truly overemphasize. Even beyond the use case that she spoke about, which was really about the impact of data and data quality with respect to, credit scoring and stuff like that. There are so many other use cases of data that I don't think that we speak enough about, right? The first one is the relevance of data in terms of growing or expanding your market as a fintech into other markets, right? There are technologies available today that actually leverage and build on top of algorithms based on artificial intelligence, satellite data to help businesses identify lookalike, audiences to their existing markets in other markets. I think this is a quick way or a cost-effective way of, scaling for organizations, right? Now, the other component about data is data sources. I think they spoke about data sources. There are so many data sources that are available. The only issue is that they are largely unlocked, right? And maybe the issues are because of regulations about privacy. We have so many, data environments, whether sitting within the mobile operator environment or whether sitting within the financial services industries, but there's no intersection or there's no sandbox environment for people to be able to leverage these data environments to build new innovative products, right? So yes, open banking, because they also have or come with the concept of having no physical locations, the access to data or good quality data at the right time, at the right cost, would of course definitely expedite their growth and how they convey and reach and target their audiences with new innovative products and solutions.
Thank you so much for these very detailed examples, Ifeanyi. I move then to the design aspect and customer experience, and maybe Samuel, you can tell us how and why data is important for design and customer experience.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think data is super important when designing user experience. We've already placed the fact that data, even for AI, is a fundamental pillar in AI. And AI being a software representation of human intelligence, how much more data would be just as important for us customers and users of solutions. And I think one of the major, the key importance of having data, it's because we are able to better offer solutions and offer personalized content to our users. We're able to offer, even with the theme that we have, which is innovation. It's difficult to innovate without data. It's difficult to create new ideas or even improve on existing solutions without knowing the data analysis of how that solution is even currently being used. So data is really important if we're taking into account of how we could innovate, how we could make things better for users and customers. Analyzing the data that we have, converging the data that we have, sweeping through that data, knowing how users interact with our service, what do they do, when do they do it. Having all of this understanding would make us create solutions that are better suited to their objectives of solving the problems of whatever they need to solve. So it is a fundamental bedrock in creating exceptional experiences for users and having their data and knowing how they interact with your system or solution.
Thank you so much, Samuel, for these details. Before I move to the next question, I want to ask the audience, do we all understand how important is data? Do we understand the examples? I want to hear you. Good, great, perfect. That's great. Thank you. You want to say something?
Sorry?
You want to say something?
No, I'm going to ask if the audience have questions.
Sorry?
If the audience have
Yes.
questions.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, how many questions? Okay, 1. Any other question? 2. I'm feeling very generous now. I'm going to extend it to more than 2. So let's have maybe 3. 3 going. Going. That's may you win the raffle draw for being so. All right, so we have 3 of them. Can you give the lady 1? Then my boss here, front here. Then my guy at the back. 3 questions.
Good afternoon. My question is addressed to Mr. D. This conference is about innovation, and then we are aware that the state of the Naira isn't so impressive. And then I was just thinking, is it possible for us to develop a currency on blockchain that is strong enough in which Nigerians could do business with, that could compensate for the failure of the Naira? At the same time, how possible is it for us to have this really, really random across the nation? I'm just talking about a suitable alternative to the Naira, instead of Nigerians always having to resort to the dollar. I believe you get what I'm saying.
All right, I think that's an awesome question, very practical. However,
Question number 2.
okay, I thought I could take that.
No, let's take all of the questions and then we'll respond that way. That way we'll maximize our time.
Hi, Peter from Ink Digital. The question I want to ask is still regarding data, and 3 really key items that affect a lot of industries in Nigeria. The first one is, how can we put in some sort of framework to help us standardize the data? Before we start talking about AI, which is at the top of the value escalator for analytics, at the fundamental side is how clean and how good in terms of quality is the data, so that when AI is applied on it, you're unlocking real value, if you know what I mean, garbage in, garbage out, and all of that. The second dimension is, Ifeanyi spoke about the need for, there's a lot that's being done, but a lot seems to be done in pockets. There's so many pockets. Fintechs are coming up every second. There's so many efforts being done by different private sector companies. How do we create a platform for integration, collaboration, and convergence, I believe were his words, of these efforts, so that together we can become more than the sum of our parts, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And the third and last aspect is, one of the things that affects us here as well is even where the data exists, in terms of analyzing this data or making some insights out of this data, realistically for a lot of African or Nigerian companies, it takes an unreasonably long amount of time. So there's a quarterly business review that they need insights for, or economic intelligence unit has to run something. It's going to take them 5 days to run the data. It's going to take them a week and a half. Go to the discos and find out how long it takes them to run the billing that they've just incurred for the month. A lot of this data takes a lot of time to run. What are the things that we can do to help companies analyze data, especially aspects of their business that data is critical for their success, to run these things faster? You can imagine if you can help a company that takes 6-10 hours to run a particular operation, to run it in 3 or 5 seconds, how much that will add to the bottom line. So those are the 3 dimensions of the question.
Fantastic, fantastic. So let's go to the third question. The gentleman behind. Get up.
So for me, okay, so I'm Femi Ario. I'm a bit curious because in artificial intelligence, there is something you talk about when you're talking about the fact that data gets obsolete with time. Even when you have an algorithm, you have to keep retraining and retesting that algorithm. So, and sometimes when you have all this data hanging in places, it's been there for years, it's not been updated, and then it's obsolete. You use that to build an algorithm, scrap. So I see a whole lot of breaking downs in. So if you look at the transport sector, for instance, you're looking at the transportation, you have air separate, the minister for that, you have sea, you have road. So most of these developed countries, you have Canada, you have US, they have one person manning the entire transportation thing. And then, so we have so many silos here and there. And then you're trying to do business, you have to start from scratch, like have your Ministry of Transportation, have your Ministry of, all of that stuff. So for me, I think we should get off that toga and start to bring these things together so that people can make real use out of the 200 million number we talk about, because that 200 million number is getting to a whole lot of businesses. People are leaving the country because things are not allowing people to be able to do business like on the fly. You get to some other spaces, you can get to start your business without even needing to be in that space. And you are here physically and you want to register a business, for instance, they tell you server is down, and you are wondering, so much millions has gone into the same servers. So what I'm talking about here is, how do we address these real issues of obsolescence? The data we are peddling around. The other day I was trying to do my international passport, and I'm told my date of birth is wrongly picked because they got it from CBN, which got it from my banker, who fed in wrong information that had been corrected 3 years ago, and it's still that same old information that is being passed. So these things can be frustrating. It makes it look like an adult that would just keep feeding on baby food. What do we need to do? How can fintech get into these conversations to streamline these things? The number of sources are too many. We need to have one single umbrella so that we can make sense out of the nonsense.
All right, making sense out of the nonsense is a statement you can obviously remember. And these are real issues. I mean, he has mentioned with regards to data as well as some of these concerns as it is. So perhaps the panelists will obviously respond to that. Over to you, Dr. Sanit.
Thank you for your questions. So who would like to take over the first question?
Okay. So I'll just take on the crypto question, and if we can create something that is more valuable.
And please also comment on e-Naira, because Nigeria was the first country in the world to do CBDC.
Yeah. I think they're intertwined. So I would say that there has to be a distinction between fiat, which is regular currency, and cryptocurrency. At the moment, they are not officially supposed to interface because the banks are not providing the service for you to off-ramp your Naira and on-ramp crypto into your wallet for now. However, for us to be able to make it past this, that's where we had created the CBDC. And the major function, or I would say that the major advantage is CBDC is or was, depending on if the current administration wants to follow up with it, is for inflows to be able to come. That's inflows from abroad, remittances, to be able to be deposited in accounts of Nigerians very easily. So it means that the Western Union, for example, should have an e-Naira account. And so if my cousin in the US wants to pay me $100, for example, he pays it through Western Union, and immediately Western Union converts it to Naira and pays me my Naira immediately as soon as they are receiving it there. So because it's built on the blockchain, transactions are performed in seconds. Now, what that helps the CBN or the country to do, it increases our supply of USD pronto. So that means that Western Union is depositing $100 to CBN while giving me whatever the equivalent is today, maybe 120,000 Naira in my e-Naira account immediately. So that helps a whole lot with the whole turnaround and all of that. Is that the case? No, I do not think so. And it now brings you to the question of what exactly is the issue with the Naira. So it has to do with value. So as a point in time last year, we printed about 21 trillion Naira. And when you have so much supply, what happens? So much supply of a currency is definitely inflation. So we are currently facing inflationary challenges because of that problem. So we have an issue of value for the Naira, which crypto cannot solve because they are based on two different fundamentals. So we first have to go back to the drawing board, solve our supply problem, which is what everybody's trying to avoid, and everybody's trying to look at the rate and how people are ramping into crypto and all of that. The major challenge is actually the supply challenge. So if we're able to resolve that, then we can say CBDC is like the e-Naira, which I expected to have done well. I'm not an advocate for it, but I think that the remittance part of it would have solved a whole lot of problems. But I don't think the current administration is interested in that. I hope I've been able to answer your question. However, if you are still interested in getting into crypto, I think that we have to go further to build regulatory frameworks because that's going to help a whole lot. Now, some months ago, universities, students abroad wanted to pay tuition fees. So they had to go to the black market because the banks did not have the supply. And the black market was giving them very outrageous rates for transactions that were going to happen maybe in 3 or 4 days. What they did was they just came to platforms, to crypto platforms, easy. Just transfer the money to your school immediately. Your school, most schools abroad have, they provide that service, your crypto wallet. They have crypto wallets. So just exchange your Naira for USD via peer-to-peer, and your school fees is confirmed immediately. So that sort of like brought, we don't mention it, we don't say it a lot, but that took a lot of weight from the parallel market and also the official market. So that's like another solution that crypto can bring into solving our problem. But directly, I'm sure we cannot just create a currency out of the blues because it's still going to be pegged against a currency that has almost no value. Please permit me to use that.
And I have the jackpot question for Olubumni. Who will win, the centralized world or the decentralized world?
Come again?
Who will win, the centralized world or the decentralized world?
I don't think that, I think both of them, I think there has to be a convergence for us to be able to move forward. So I won't say decentralized world is going to win.
Okay. Thank you.
That's a tricky one.
Thank you. Who wants to take the second question?
I'll answer a part of it, and I'm sure my colleagues here on the panel will pick it up. But I think the two questions were fairly similar around the fact that, the data that we have, how do we improve access to it, and therefore build better analytics on top of it, and make everybody's lives easier. That's my translation of the questions that were asked. First things first, I think the one thing we need to understand is that data is infrastructure. It is in any developed market that has reliable and centralized data sources. It's not fintechs, it's not technology companies, it's not whomever that built or centralized that data. All of those businesses, all of those rails are sitting on top of what has already been provided as infrastructure, as a basic, I even want to say human right. So the only way to improve, to a certain degree, our data sources, the accuracy and centralization of our data sources has to come from regulation, has to come from government. It's not everything that the private sector can solve. There's a lot of stuff that we can do, but we really can't do everything. Now, we have a lot of data in this country. We've already identified the fact that it's sitting in silos, and none of it speaks to each other. The problem that you highlighted about getting your date of birth wrong when you want to renew your passport, and I'm going to bet that you've had a passport for decades at this point, so why is the date of birth suddenly different in the system this one time that you want to renew your passport? That is not a solution that a private company can come in and help implement what the government and what regulation has already said needs to happen. But if they don't say that it needs to happen, there's no way for the private sector to come in and fix that. So there shouldn't be any barriers between your NIN, your BVN, your international passport, your license, your driver's license, or any other form of identification that we have in this country. In the US, for example, my social security number, quoted anywhere, will automatically produce every bit of identification data that exists in whatever silos it exists, right? Because the work has been done to centralize those systems. So I think the work that we need to do here is the advocacy for that centralization to happen. And it shouldn't be sitting in separate pockets. It should all be centralized. Collection points can differ. States of, driver's licenses, international passports, NINs, whatever it is, as the source of input of data can differ because they will reach different people at different points. But the warehousing of that data needs to be centralized securely.
So thank you, Dayo, for these great points. As she told, data is a public good. In many countries, they are adopting open banking policies for access to data to SMEs and individuals. And in general, there are calls globally for democratization of data. So as Dayo told very well, there needs to be better planning for the future of data. And infrastructure is very important. This is also IFC invested in InterSwitch already 11 years ago. So on the third question, who wants to take the third question from the audience? Okay. So before we move to other questions, I have created any questions from the audience on data, on crypto, on future technologies? No questions? So,
I think just to build on what Blair had mentioned about, centralizing data from different sources, right? She's effectively answered the two questions around data. But there's another use case, and I see this being presented in the current strategy roadmap by the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy, where he was speaking to the fact and the need for open sandboxes, right? I think that to be able to spur innovation in the fintech space, but even in other sectors that we need for economic growth, another use of centralization would also be having those sandbox environments where there's convergence between different data sources, because all of these different industries, whether it is agriculture or whether it's mobile communication or whether it's financial services, they are uploading all kinds of data, right, into some repository, right? Imagine that we had a situation where all of the innovators sitting in this room, even the established organizations wanted to build new products, but they had access to tap into a lot of insights that were sitting somewhere. I think it will really unlock tremendous innovation that we really need at this point in our growth journey. So I think that's another important use case for the advocacy that you alluded to with regards to centralizing of our data.
thank you so much, Ifeanyi, for this detailed question. And we will move to the last question, which has to do with future trends. Okay, so let's try each one of us to give a 2-minute overview of what do you think are the future trends in technology and how this will help improve your service offerings and financial inclusions. So who wants to start? Samuel?
Yeah, so future trends in technology and how we could improve the services that we have in our various institutions. I think all of these trends, in one way or the other, with however we plan to innovate, as we've said or resounded over and over again, would surely always sit on data. Data allows us to plan, it allows us to innovate, it allows us to understand what are the best solutions to offer, understand how we could better provide these solutions to our customers as well. And I think some of the future trends that we already have ongoing, as with the AI, having its bedrock in data, being able to provide faster processes for us within the various industries that we operate in. So I think a major future trend with whatever it is that would come in with AI, machine learning or whatever the case may be, I think data would fundamentally remain a bedrock in establishing that we're able to, our business are able to be resilient to changes that come about, and be able to look forward to creating better plannings, and being on occasions where we could, better foresee the actions that people might carry out just from the past trends that they've been on with our solutions. So I think with upcoming trends, it's always going to be focused on understanding how we analyze the data that we have on our users as well.
Thank you so much, Samuel. Olubumni, you want to tell your perspective?
Yeah, I think I'll be speaking on behalf of blockchain technology being a future trend, and we are just getting started in the space. So yes, there's been a lot about crypto, the most easy use case, but away from cryptocurrency, subsequently you find out that blockchain will be applied to cross-border payments. Right now, if you want to transact from your dollar account to any bank account in the world, you probably take 48 to 72 hours. But give it a few years, the application of blockchain technology, which some banks are already using, you can transfer money from here, from your bank account, to anywhere abroad, and it's received in seconds. So I think that's something that helps. It helps the payment world as a whole. If transactions are done quicker, and blockchain is top solution for that. The next thing will be transparency. I think that in terms of supply chain, so I would explain that in terms of food, in terms of logistics and all of that, the application of blockchain to that is that I can easily pick this bottle of water and scan the barcode, and I can know exactly what river was refined, or what pond, or anywhere or what spring the origin of the water comes from. So blockchain creates that transparent system, so you can easily track back to the origin of whatever product it is, whatever commodity it is. So if, for example, I have a gold ring, I can easily look at the gold ring and know exactly where this particular gold was mined from. So that just creates, it sort of like clarifies the entire process, the whole supply chain process. And bringing transparency, it also helps trade, it helps global trade once again. And I already spoke about DeFi, decentralized finance. That is something that is going to take the world by storm, trust me. That's a future trend a lot of people are not looking to. So I don't want to keep going to the bank to get funding for my SME, for my startup. All I need to do is just go on a DeFi platform and see that there are a number of people that are already lending. So I can easily lend from them at a particular rate, of course, less than probably lending rates of the MPR of the particular jurisdiction where I'm in, and get my fund almost immediately and develop my business. So I think that in wholesomely, that helps trade, it helps businesses, it helps payment. So I think that blockchain brings a whole lot into the future of financial inclusion, future of payment, and future of finance generally.
Thank you, Lubumni. Let's move to Dayo.
I think my colleagues here have spoken a lot about, what I think are really valid views of what the future looks like. But I also think the future is now. I don't honestly think there's anything that's going to happen in the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years that isn't already happening now. The difference may be the proliferation of those things, right? So if you look at things like artificial intelligence, yeah, it's a sexy catch-all phrase right now, but it's actually been in use and in practice for a really long time. I do think that the ways that this changes, and it's also extremely important for us that run consumer-facing businesses, is how consumers, users, customers interface with your business. I think those are the things that are good, that are evolving really rapidly, and the onus is on us to make sure we meet our users at that point of need. Now again, this applies to a certain segment of your users, but there's still, particularly in markets such as these, some really fundamental issues that need to be addressed, and very fundamental ways that users, customers need to be reached, and where they're lacking the infrastructure for a business such as mine, for example, to reach those users. So those are the things that I think are the trends that are going to change. We're in an ever young population here in Nigeria, and therefore the ways that those challenges are addressed, the ways that in which people gain knowledge and are able to interface with all the different kinds of businesses are going to be evolving extremely rapidly.
Thank you, Dayo.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, but I'm a bit biased, right? So maybe because of what I do. And so I would say that my technology choices for the future will probably, first of all, will definitely be AI. But I also agree with you that some of these technologies are already here. So it's really about the maturity of them and how they get applied, right? The next one would of course be, machine to machine and IoT, right? And I say this because I think if you look at the use case and the deployment of IoT, especially in issues relating to agri-tech, and how the combination of IoT and artificial intelligence would significantly improve yield for smallholder farmers. I think that's an important area to watch because I think that it has the potential to impact the most people, especially in underserved areas. So those would be my two, technology choices for the future.
Thank you so much, Ifeanyi. And now, Ifeolua.
Yeah, so for me, it's, well, I agree with what the other panelists have said. There's been a lot of buzz around AI, around blockchain and all of that. But for me, I think it's going to be a shift from the traditional way of software development to seeing a low-code or no-code software development, basically also leveraging AI and improving the way applications are being built today. So basically things that take months or years to build is something you can actually build in weeks. I would really love to see that. I would also really love to see an improvement in and adoption, penetration of green financing, which I don't think is really being adopted in this part of the world.
Thank you so much, Ifeolua. Any last question from the audience? One last question if we have. If we don't have, I think we can close the session.
Oh, this is fantastic, Dr. Konstantinos. This whole affair of data and how we get this right and make sure that we're synchronizing all of those obviously divergent silos is something we need to be able to drive in. And it's important. I can understand the gentleman's experience with the fact that some of the data we have in terms of identity information about yourself oftentimes are scattered. And then you have to always repeat the process all over again. And I think this subject matter has been spoken about for quite a long time. And there is a need for us to be able to see how we can create a hub, a unified central access for which other agencies as well as other players can actually tap into. How long that will take to achieve is a big question I really don't understand. Is it a Nigerian factor thing? Or it's just that we don't understand how important whole of this has in terms of impacting on our economic well-being. And I hope that the organizers, having put this together, the communique, as a matter of fact, will help to capture a lot of these concerns, these issues.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just a quick answer to that. It takes only one thing: political will.
What does it take?
Political will. With the political will, there's enough experts, most of whom are in this room, to make it happen.
Please can you put your hands together for that? And it's a good thing you mentioned that earlier on in our conversation, we looked at the fact that government can't do everything, no doubt. We've talked about the place of regulation with regards within the context of innovation. And everybody has agreed that it is the players themselves who actually bring about, the onslaught of innovations and its benefits. And obviously we are seeing where regulation is actually lagging behind. So the cross of the deliverables actually rests with us. But like you rightly said, if we don't embrace that collaboration between those who are in government and those who are being governed, then obviously we might still be talking about, this very perambulating element, which obviously, like he expressed, can actually be frustrated. And I think one of the questions that came to my mind when I was researching for this conference was what the role fintech can actually play in helping address some of our economic indices. And these things are tenable. And I know NCC is here. I mean, you're one of the agencies of government. I'm hoping that more of those agencies will be here so that this conversation, we can all take it beyond this and see exactly when next year perhaps we're coming in. We can say, okay, we've been able to achieve the centralization of this information and this data to this point and extent. And there are players in this space who actually can fast track, the advancement of all of this. So I hope perhaps we're going to capture that to say one of the appeal we need is not just so much of the political will, because we want to be politically correct sometimes, is to make sure that even the people in government, they are human beings, they are Nigerians, and so we must get this right. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, and obviously, Dr. Sanis, you are a Nigerian by association.
I'm an honorary one, exactly.
So you see what we're talking about. So you yourself, I mean, from such an institution like the IFC, as the case is, you see some of those challenges and what can be done in order for us to be able to address a lot of these issues. I'm basically hoping perhaps next year we might have this conversation with a whole different light rather than having it coming from a place of perhaps somewhat, it's doable, but why is it not being done? It's a big question. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we go into any political conversation, this is obviously Fintech, and we're looking at resilience. Let's not even extend the resilience beyond this breaking point, you understand? We need to be able to go into the next layer, just like the onions, and then get ourselves actually addressing some of this matter. Because the opportunities are huge. 220 million. We don't even know our population. So is it 200 million, 220, 270? What's the population figure?
What's the data? Where's the correct data?
Well, so this, and if you don't have this data, how do the gentleman was talking about that? How are you able to leverage on all of this technology? And she had mentioned AI has been operational a long time ago. It's just that we're obviously bringing it around a code-vexed, sense. So for me, the country can do so much better than we are doing. And I think the guys who can make that difference are the people in this hall. So put your hands together for yourselves. You are the ones who are the future of this great country, Nigeria. On that note, I want to say a big thank you very much to Sanis and of course the members of your panel. And would that be a conclusion of this session?
Thank you for this great talk. We uncovered a lot of insights on data, on crypto, on innovations, on customer experience. I want to thank Ife Olua, Ife Anigi, Olubumni, Samuel, and Dayo. And thanks all for this great hour. Please clap your hands. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So let us all put our hands together for the moderator himself, Dr. Konstantinos Asanis, and while I invite the president to come up as well as the CEO to come up, and there I will also want to basically recognize the presence of Mr. Bayo Adesanya. He's a member of the Governing Council. We recognize you as well. You want to come up, please, to join the meeting if you don't want to, but it's okay. It's all part of it because we know that this is data we are capturing, and we can leverage on that data for something so much more engaging. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we be standing on this particular line so that come out a little bit, okay, it's okay, so that they can capture it and have the backdrop also in the snapshot. All right, please, let's have the data smile. I know the data smile is very pregnant. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, can we put our hands together for this wonderful panelist? This is on FinTech Fusion 2023, the future of finance. This is some of the things we talk about here at this particular event. This forum obviously gives us those opportunities, and I hope that we will be able to tell different narratives beyond today. The next presentation is going to be titled Emerging Innovations in FinTech. Interesting enough, the individual who is speaking on this is also the president of the Data Sciences Association, I believe, in Nigeria or Africa, as the case might be. So we have the data conversation, continuing into this particular area where we're looking at emerging innovations. And he is the CEO of Data Scientist Network. That's the person of Mr. Olubayo Adekombi. Bayo is going to be joining us, I believe, virtually. And please let us... Hello, Bayo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh,
Good
fantastic,
afternoon.
fantastic. So you'll have the
Good
next
afternoon.
15, 20 minutes more or less to make your presentation. Over to you now.
Yeah, thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to join our 2023 edition of Nigerian Fintech Week. Special greetings to Mr. Adebajomo, the President of Fintech Association, and some of the board members, including Mr. Bayo Adesanya, who is on site, all the participants, sponsors, and stakeholders. What I'll be doing in the next 15 minutes is to substantiate the last conversation by providing practical evidence on what is possible when AI, artificial intelligence, data is applied within the context of the realities of making financial services available to all. And I'm going to be using practical solutions that we have built at Data Science Nigeria DSN AI that was celebrated 2 weeks ago at the Global Grand Challenge hosted by Bill Gates himself in Dakar, Senegal, which for me is a validation that indeed innovation, resilience, and diversification, which is a theme of this year's edition, are very critical in advancing the cause of financial access for everyone and as a platform for sustainable socioeconomic development. So I'm going to share my slide and I will talk straight from there. Now, I'll be talking about FinChat, a solution that has just been developed and showcased about 2 weeks ago, like I said, is an LLM-powered voice-based chatbot. What is LLM? LLM is large language models. I'm sure many of us must have heard a lot about large language models, which is the power behind ChatGPT. But behind ChatGPT is what we call large language model based on transformer architecture that allows data to learn from itself and generate new data. And the fact that the learning can be through learning from videos, learning from text, learning from images, learning from videos, and being able to generate text, videos, and different kinds of things. And how can this be applied for financial inclusion, particularly helping everyday people to make meaningful and robust decisions that support their prosperity? Okay, so these are facts that I don't want to overflow. They are things that we all know. The fact that, only 50% are formally included in terms of regulated financial services, or the fact that a significant percentage do not save, or the fact that, there's a high illiteracy in the country, where about 31% cannot read or write, or the fact that there's a significant growth in financial illiteracy based on several statistics, either from MBS or from EFINA, as you can see on the screen. So the question is, which for us is the problem statement? Now that we know that there's high illiteracy in spoken and written English, which has direct impact on the fact that the low-income segment, or the segment that we call the working poor, are unable to make good decisions every day, largely because they are not able to document, plan, track their daily transactions, and be in control of the commitment they make. Can we find a solution that addresses this gap, giving them all that they need to know within the context of the fact that they are not able to read or write in English language, basically? So what is the context? As you can see on the screen, this is the context of the low-income segment. They're trying to balance between their income and expenditure every day in the midst of the pressure of loans, interest, savings, and investment. And beneath the iceberg is the reality of poverty, indebtedness, and hunger. And here we're talking about informal women traders, householder farmers. We're talking about self-employed artisans, who represent the highest segment of people living below poverty level. And data has proven that their continued poverty is linked to their inability to track, manage their financial decisions, especially because there is no platform for self-moderated financial reporting, almost like creating a financial accounting for them every day, where they know I've spent X on food, X on water, X on transportation, and this means that I've eaten 30% into my salary. What should I do? Now, how do you make this accessible, available to someone who cannot even read or write? such that they're able to make good decisions because they're able to organize everything that they do. Now, this is where artificial intelligence comes in and data. And we're talking about data that is not the typical zeros and one. We're talking about what they say, which they can report as voice conversation. And as they report it, large language model can learn from it and then can provide guidance and giving them the right prompt that you have spent beyond your boundaries this day or this month, or you are going beyond what you have set for yourself. And of course, with the right guidance, we believe that, which is informed by high level of transparency in the financial accountability, we're able to address increased poverty among the working poor segment. So what is the solution that we have built and we were able to demo 2 weeks ago? Unfortunately, I do not have time to do any demo. It's the fact that we can use voice-based chatbot, a chatbot where you don't need to type, you just speak to it. And as you speak to it, it converts what you say into a language that you can learn from, and then it can give you financial decision and advisory services in your local language, not as a text, but as voice as well. So how does it work? This is the user, and the user has some request. He wants you to explain a financial document to him. He has been given a 20-page document by a bank for him to thumbprint or sign. He cannot read it. He does not know what it is. He only needs to upload it onto this platform, and then he uses voice and image-based OCR system to interpret it, understand what it is, and summarize it using large language model. And it could be about advise me on the best loan that I need to take based on how much I earn, how much I spend, my financial commitment, and then it can ask basic questions and guide you on all that you need to know, particularly the fine points that guide decision making. And of course, all of these are guided by ChatGPT large language model, which we are fine-tuned with a lot of local data set. What does that mean? So it means that somebody is talking to this chatbot and is saying, I have 20 Figo, I have 30 fiber. Those are language that a typical chatbot may not understand. But because when we're building this, we recognize that in Nigerian local parlance on the street, Figo is not the Portuguese football legend. Figo is 500 naira. That is the language. That's how they talk. So when I now say I spend 20 Figo that's my salary or something like that, it's able to translate or interpret that to mean 500 naira in 20 places. Or when I say fiber, I'm sure you understand those languages used on the street because we have built it for people on the street as a way to get them more financially included by helping them not just to be digitally included, but to be digitally empowered by being in control of their everyday financial decision and transaction. And of course, with high-level prompt engineering, sequential chain, modeling, we're able to overlay all of those intelligence against all the financial products that exist in Nigeria, all the financial decision framework within Nigerian context, based on the fact that we build database of all loans, all the conditions of loans. So our context learning engine also learn from that and overlay that on ChatGPT, and then the person gets a response which is translated into a local language. For this use case, we only built in Yoruba language, and the language is now vocalized. So the text is now converted to speech, and the individual gets what he has asked for as a voice response, which is either explanation to their statement of account or any financial document in Yoruba language, or provide summary of their daily transaction, or guide them on the best loan based on their spending and earning pattern, basically. So the whole construct here is the fact that AI and data is not just for counting, is also a platform to help us do more innovation and bring more people within the context of the theme of this year, which is about resilience, innovation, and diversification. Of course, in terms of how it works, this is the product demo. I do not have the time to show all of that, but this is how it works. And you just talk, you voice it, you vocalize, and then it gives you responses, making financial advisory and decision-making more accessible to everyday people. Of course, with the support of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we've been able to test this, and we're excited about what we are learning. As much as 80% confirm that the feedback in their local language is more accurate than what an average person will have told them, or the fact that it gives them more convenience and privacy. I can chat with a virtual agent and I get to know all that I need to know to make the right decision every day. Or the fact that they are more disposed to being digitally engaged because now the platform for engagement can relate to them in their local language, basically. And of course, what will this do in the long term? The long term for us is the fact that the solution can allow anyone to talk to any ATM or talk to any financial application in their local language. So if I have a financial app and you're able to integrate this, then you can use the platform to talk to them in their local language. And of course, it means that with better financial understanding, they build financial credit and they're able to unlock capital. They can track their everyday expenses because as they sell, they vocalize. Oh, I've sold 10 bags of yam. I've sold this for 50 naira. I spent X amount in transport. They are vocalizing. And mind you, you know that in the low income segment, they use voice note a lot to talk since they are not able to type. And that is how it works. So as they're doing transaction, they vocalize it as voice note and upload it. I gave Mama Shaki 50 naira for this. I gave my son this. And as they're talking, the algorithm is able to add it up and get back to them that today you have spent 5,222 naira against your budget of this amount. And of course, things like these just help everyday people make better financial decisions, make them to be more proactive in planning their lives, and most importantly, can lead to reduction in poverty for the working poor. We just need guidance and regular triggers and reminders that help them to remain accountable in how they spend and how they earn, which ultimately lead them to be in control of their financial well-being. So in closing, the solution is as simple as you can see on the screen, which is just a chat bot, just chat and it gives you the answer. Basically, financial advisory, transaction analysis, prediction, financial risk counseling, and most importantly, financial well-being. And this is a product of DSNAI, which is from Data Science Nigeria, that many of you know is a startup from Data Science Nigeria that is driving the use of generative AI to build impact. And of course, like I said, it was the winner of the Bill and Melinda Gates Global Challenge in 2023, and it's also been listed in top 100 AI products by UNESCO. We're very proud of how AI can be used to make a lot of difference as we seek to use voice-based data to build the city of Africa by generating more data, voice-based data, especially data that also recognize dialectal variations. So if it is Yoruba from Ijebu, from Ijesha, from Egba, it can recognize all of them. And of course, in doing this, we make financial services more accessible. We address the focus of this year, which is about resilience, innovation, diversification. And of course, we make the world a better place because if you're in control of how you spend, you're in control of your finances, you're actually in control of your life and you live a better life because there's a prompter that can guide you, remind you, advise you, lead you, and help you to be financially well every day. So essentially for us, we help people talk or chat their way out of poverty by being in control of their everyday financial transaction. Thank you so much once again for allowing us to be part of this year's Fintech Week. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bayo. We hope perhaps next year you'll be joining us in person, but nevertheless, technology makes all of this seamless. And that has been the presentation on emerging innovations in fintech. I would like to quickly invite Madam Ndidi Omeogun, Key Account Manager, Corporate and Trade for KLM, as she comes forth to make our own presentation or pitch, as you might call it. Please, can you put your hands together for Madam Ndidi?
Good day, everyone. Good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ndidi Omobo. I'm a key account manager for Air France and KLM. And I'm sure you're wondering, what are they doing here? Why is an airline here? So you will find out as we go along. All right, so I'll be taking you through the following. Of course, the introduction, who are we, Air France and KLM, and why are we here? And then, as I am here, or as we are here, what is in it for my organization? What can I benefit from it? And then I'll take you through the programs we have for corporate clients, the Bluebees upfront, and the standard contract. And then, of course, the recognition and benefits that you can get as a corporate client. So Air France KLM, who are we? We are one company, 2 airlines, and we have 3 main activities. So we have the passage service, which is the passenger service, of course, taking passengers around the world. And then we have the cargo service, taking your shipment around the world as well. And then we have the maintenance activity, maintaining of aircrafts. Why are we here? So we are actually here to partner with you. We understand that as companies, as businesses, you will be engaged in international travels, or you will be involved in international travels, you know, for your business, for meetings, for trainings, for conferences, rotations, you know. So we want to partner with you. You know, make sure that you maximize your travel budgets, you know, and make the most of it. And so I'll be taking you through programs that we have exclusively for corporate clients. And these are the benefits. So you may ask, what is in it for my organization? These are the benefits. So if you have as low as a travel budget of $5,000, you are eligible for the corporate program. And then you would have several benefits, out of which will be savings. You will get upfront discounted fares, as well as blue credits, which you will see as we get along. And then you would have access to a dedicated account manager who would provide you with information and support. And then the combinability is actually very essential because we are 2 airlines in one, Air France and KLM. So it gives you alternatives every time you make a booking. You can actually travel out of Nigeria on Air France and return on KLM. This you don't get to have with other airlines. And then the possibility to have Delta Airlines as part of the contract if US is one of your major destinations, because we are a JV with Delta. And then you would also enjoy recognition and benefits as a corporate traveler. And then the possibility to issue your tickets through a travel agency, because you may say, why do I have to engage directly with Air France KLM? I already have a travel agency who does most of these things for me. We can partner with your travel agency and give them access to these benefits for you. So one of the corporate programs we have is the Bluebees. So Bluebees, with a travel budget of $5,000, you are eligible for the Bluebees program. So as a Bluebees customer, your company earns blue credits each time you make a trip on Air France, KLM, or Delta. And these blue credits are accrued when the trip is completed. And then blue credits are like cash. In fact, 1 blue credit is the equivalent of $1, is equivalent to $1. So imagine over time you have accrued 2,000 blue credits. It means you actually have $2,000. And you can use it for tickets. You can use it for other flight-related services like upgrades, extra bags, lounge access, as you travel. And then you have double benefits. So on one and the same ticket, the company earns blue credits. And the traveler, if he's a Flying Blue member, also earns miles. So the Flying Blue is the individual loyalty program for travelers. And then you can also enjoy a wide range of exclusive benefits, which you would see when I speak about the recognition and benefits. And then it's online. So you can manage it yourself, you can make the bookings yourself, you can claim a ticket using the blue credits yourself. And then the next we have is the Bluebees upfront. So these are for companies who have a little bit more travel budgets. So from $40,000, you are eligible for the Bluebees upfront. So you will get all the benefits of the Bluebees program plus discounts to up to 8 destinations. And then we have the standard contract. So this will be for companies with larger travel budgets with as high as $100,000 and above, and you would have discounts up to 15%. In fact, in some destinations and some classes, 20%, and you would enjoy all the recognition and benefits that the corporate program allows you. And the corporate benefit program is applicable to companies who have contracts with Air France-KLM, whether it's the Bluebees or the Bluebees upfront or the standard contract. And this set of benefits are classified as service benefits, flexibility benefits, and priority benefits. I'll take them one after the other. So on the service benefits, you have a dedicated account manager who understands your travel needs. So the first thing is to understand your travel needs, understand what budget you have, understand what the challenges are, and would give you a tailor-made contract that suits your travel need. And then you would also have a local commercial team, apart from that account manager who interfaces with you. Behind, there's a team of support staff who are also dedicated to you. And then you have the flexibility ticket benefits from the time you make your booking until the trip is completed. You enjoy benefits. So we have the extended ticketing timeline. Typically, when you make a booking, you have about 48 hours for the leisure traveler or the individual traveler. You have about 48 hours to issue that ticket or the booking cancels out. As a corporate traveler, you have extended ticketing time limits. It could be extended to even a week before the departure of the flight. Because we understand as a corporate, you have a meeting, you have to plan your hotel, you have to get the visa if visa is required to that destination. So we understand all of that, and that's why we give you enough time to think and plan before you issue your tickets. And then we have the name change option. This is not a possibility for leisure travelers or individual travelers, but as a corporate client, you can enjoy that. What this means is, for example, Mr. A from XYZ company should travel for a training in, let's say, London. And for some reasons, maybe he has an emergency, he couldn't make that trip. Mr. B from that same company can actually travel. We'll just change the name on the ticket. This is not a possibility for leisure or individual travelers. And then as a corporate traveler, even though the flights are full, you have guaranteed seats in economy class. So don't be concerned or don't be worried if the flight is full. As a corporate traveler, you have guaranteed seats in economy class. And then we have the priority benefits. So not only does your company, enjoy the service benefits, the travelers also enjoy priority as they travel. So first, they can book their seats for free. Typically, except you have a certain kind of ticket, you're not allowed to reserve a seat for yourself until 30 hours before the flight, except, of course, you pay a token for it. But as a corporate traveler, you can select your seat from the moment you book, even though you haven't even issued the ticket. You are actually allowed to select your seat as early as when you make the booking. And then you have priority in confirmation. Is the flight full? Are you waitlisted? Don't be concerned because you have priority in confirmation. And then, of course, to sign up, we are at the exhibition booth. Please do visit us there, and you can sign up immediately for any of the programs, the Bluebees upfront, or the standard contracts. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you, Ndidi. Okay, all right. I was just trying to clarify some of the figure from Ndidi with regards to what the final price for each ticket is. Not to forget that we have 3 raffle draws going on today. One is by KLM. Please put your hands together for them. The other one is by Lamborghini. For those who would like to drive Lamborghini, just make sure that you are a director in one of the filling stations so that every single time you do one zoom, that is 20 liters. Nobody needs to tell you the story. And then the third one, we have a fantastic phone from Huawei. And I know, thank you ladies, you guys you pop up my spirit. I'm wishing you good luck, not Jonathan, but on behalf of the phone, so that we can have all of those experiences. And finally, before we go for lunch, please let's put our hands together as I invite Isekio Adegoke, the head Digital Ventures Junior Bank, as she makes her presentation on the fusion of Tech Hub for the next 10 minutes, more or less. Please put your hands together for her.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're pleased to have this opportunity to reveal ourselves in the image we truly are. We are a digital union. And so the next time you see a Union Bank staff, please ask them, what new innovations do you have? Because we will be making big announcements, as a matter of fact, of some of our products that focus across different spheres and for different target markets, as well as for different demographics. So we're here to present to you our product. It's called M36. It's an investment app. And it's very interesting when I think about how we started investments, say 20, 30 years ago. And that some of us, I remember my mom taking me to some of the banks and saying, at this age, you should be ready to start making investments. And we will take those long forms and fill them and wonder how much are we going to make from these investments for all this strain. But interestingly, after doing a survey, we found that the average 18-year-old to 40 is interested in investments. People are looking for solid investments with good backups. And this is M36 by Union. Union, as you all know, I'm sure we've heard of all the hola baloo going on, but what's very important is we remain Union. And over 10 years ago, we took a look back at how far we've come, over 100 years, and we had to think strategically of what we need to do to pull ourselves forward for the next 100 years. And of course, that meant we needed to be more digitally inclined. And this has metamorphosized into the products that we have. So we focus on non-traditional spheres and build beyond banking solutions that will strategically position the bank and increase revenue for both the customer and the partner. So when you think about how we intend to drive this, you see how Union over the years has tried to build digital platforms that will engage customers and allow customers to be able to improve their business process. This is our M36 app. M36 is an investment app, like I explained, and you can use it to track your wealth. What does that mean? A couple of us are looking for how we will get a piece of Dangote's cement. A couple of us are thinking of how to get a piece of flour mills. On this app, you can. And it's available both on the app, on the Play Store and the App Store. And what it means is that you can simply download the app and be able to buy commercial papers, treasury bills, stocks. Think of it. This is our platform for the future. And we want to say to you that this platform will help you be able to do a lot of things that you naturally would have to go to different apps for. Whether it is that you want to make payments, you want to take a loan, you want to invest more, you'll be able to do it on this app. But this app currently would allow you go and get instant discounts on any investment that you make. So what it means is that if you decide to buy 10,000 naira worth of commercial papers belonging to flour mills or treasury bills, and I hope these are not sounding a bit funny to all of us here, because I know most of us invest today. We go to the banks and we speak to the banks about having stocks or shares or part of big blue chip companies. So say you want a bit of MTN, you need to be on M36. You want a bit of flour mills, you need to be on M36. And it's very easy, the onboarding process is very seamless. Over the last 3 years, we have secured the app, very secure platform. Investments are backed up by the bank, and you can be sure that you get your instant discounts, and you can go further and take the discounts that you've received and invest in more stocks. At the end of the day, whenever you are ready to liquidate, liquidate means to get your funds back. With the click of a button, your funds are deposited back in your account, and you can move it to wherever you want to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ezekiel. I hope I got that right. Mrs. Adegoke. It's interesting the way you smiled at your last slide. And that's, as a matter of fact, at that point, ladies and gentlemen, please, does everybody have this tag? Are you sure? Okay. Did you come with your phone? Or you're hoping to win the Who Are We phone? Okay, wait until that time. Why don't you bring out your phones, please? Bring out your phones. You don't know what is going to happen at this point. And then there is a QR code bar there, a QR code image here. Can you take out your phone and scan it? And then let's see what that exactly brings out. You want to scan it. Has anybody seen any special code number on his phone? Nobody. When you scan it, it will lead you to a site or an information dashboard, so to speak. And there is a special code for a very special lucky individual. Have you scanned it? Okay. What's going to happen after launch? I'll need to know if anybody has received that special code or number. There is something special, as the case might be, that I'm going to announce afterwards. And so, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is being served for the next 30 minutes, and we are back here by 3:30 so that we can wrap up the other aspect of the program. And don't forget, there is a final raffle draw at the end of today's event. If you are not here by the time we announce the winner and you are not present, you forfeited that particular special, how would I call it, raffle winning, so to speak. So ladies and gentlemen, please also be mindful of your phone, laptop, tabs, as well as your handbag. Lunch has been served. 30 minutes, we're back into the hall for us to continue the final session for day 2. Thank you very much and God bless.
As a business and finance online platform, WebTV has been dedicated to capturing significant financial markets and economic events that have far-reaching impact in the country. With programs that spotlight developments in the economy and finance, WebTV is focused on value creation to its teeming viewers and subscribers. From exclusive interviews, product reviews, programs, event coverage, live streaming, and digital media experience, WebTV has you covered. Follow our social media platforms for further inquiries. ProShare, a specialized financial information hub, has provided in-depth market analysis and economic insights over the decades that have empowered investors and the public to make the right decisions regarding intelligent investing. Through impact research and market intelligence, ProShare has continued to provide significant interventions in the Nigerian economy and the financial markets, providing a pathway to sustainability and transformation. For all your market updates, latest business, economic, financial news, and incisive reports, log on to www.proshare.co. As a business and finance online platform, WebTV has been dedicated to capturing significant financial markets and economic events that have far-reaching impact in the country. With programs that spotlight developments in the economy and finance, WebTV is focused on value creation to its teeming viewers and subscribers. From exclusive interviews, product reviews, programs, event coverage, live streaming, and digital media experience, WebTV has you covered. Follow our social media platforms for further inquiries. As a business and finance online platform, WebTV has been dedicated to capturing significant financial markets and economic events that have far-reaching impact in the country. With programs that spotlight developments in the economy and finance, WebTV is focused on value creation to its teeming viewers and subscribers. From exclusive interviews, product reviews, programs, event coverage, live streaming, and digital media experience, WebTV has you covered. Follow our social media platforms for further inquiries. The Fintech Association of Nigeria is known for fostering an ecosystem that supports all stakeholders to achieve a thriving and growing Nigerian fintech industry. And over the years, we've seen that play out through different initiatives by the association and programs. And one key one that stands out each year is the Nigerian Fintech Week. And yet again, we are set to have another for year 2023. And I'm here with the Vice President of the Association and the Chief Operating Officer of the Association to talk us through what to expect in NFW 2023. Hello, Dr. Obrima. Hello, Dr. Stanley. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
Or should I say you're the one having us here, whichever way.
No. Glad
All
to
right.
have you.
Thank you. So let's quickly go straight into why we're here to talk us through NFW 2023. I mean, over the years, you've kept on the bar and then it keeps rising at each year. Last year was such a fantastic event, such a fantastic 4-day event, lineup of events. We saw from the speakers to the attendees to the networking session to the exhibition booth, which of course was very, very interesting. So let's also hear about NFW 2023. I mean, could you talk us through what to expect this year from the conference, and most importantly, what informed the choice of this year's theme, which of course is resilience, diversification, and innovation.
Thank you very much. I think if you look at the landscape, in the past 2 years, we've seen some fintechs come up to announce that they are packing up. You see, most recently, I think the announcement from Dash, and that's just one out of many stories. What you see when you look into the operations of fintechs, most times, you see that there is a shortfall in governance. Many fintechs are doing very well, but we see many startups relegate issues around governance, regulatory compliance, risk management, sustainability, even putting in place robust structure. They relegate these things to the back burner. And this usually is the foundation, is the beginning of the problems. So what we are looking at for NFW 2023 is to see how we can front load these issues and tackle them head on. And that's where the issue of resilience come in. How do we speak to governance? How do we speak to helping fintechs put structures that are sustainable? How do we speak to risk management? How do we speak to compliance, both regulatory, AML compliance, CFT, and proliferation compliance? Okay, how do we ensure that there is also sustainability in terms of going green with everything that we do? We hope that this will, resilience as part of this topic will help us achieve that. Being resilient is not enough. We also need to be innovative, and we need to touch on different use cases that cut across the various aspects of human lifestyle.
Yeah, right. One word that seemed to resonate with me or quite a number of people in the financial industry this year has been sustainability, consistency, and resilience. And I'm very happy that resilience is playing out as part of the theme for this year's topic. You've also answered my next question, which of course speaks to resilience. So I'll just move straight to Dr. Obrema to speak to us about innovation, which of course is a key focus of the conference theme. Now, how can attendees expect to explore and foster innovation during the event?
Okay, so if I take it off from where Dr. Jacob stopped, to be resilient is not enough. You need to be innovative, because if you are not innovative, you become extinct.
Yeah.
So the conference will be speaking a lot about innovation. We're going to have speakers. We're going to talk about what they have done, because you just innovate for the sake of innovating. You must be solving problems. So that's one of the things we need to drive. Let's solve problems, real problems, and that's where the money comes. So we're going to be looking at that. There'll be use cases. We're going to so the exhibition booths also speak to a lot about innovation, because people are coming to showcase what they are doing and what they want to do. So in terms of innovation, that's what we're driving at. That you need to keep innovating. You know, keep coming up with something new. That's extremely important.
Yeah, right. Now, we've spoken to resilience, we've spoken to innovation. The other key word in the theme is the diversification, which of course we know that is associated with business growth. And then how will NFW 2023 encourage diversification in the technology and financial service sector, which seem to be taking the massive spots in the financial industry?
Many ways. I'll start by saying that diversification is very key to inclusion. And when we look at how the different use cases and how the landscape, the ecosystem for payments is shaping up, and fintech generally, you find out that different subsectors are taking shape. They are beginning to define their needs, and they are defining what role and how fintech can help meet them. So what you will see in NFW 2023 is that we've been able to cater for issues around agri-tech for agriculture and the agricultural value ecosystem. We've been able to cater for insurtech for insurance subsector. We've been able to cater for PropTech for property, RegTech for regulatory and technology. And, these are subsectors of fintech as a general term. So beyond just looking at fintech, Okay, we are now saying, how do we customize use cases to solve specific problems? And when I say diversity is key to inclusion, you will find out that at the end of NFW 2023, the key players in these sectors, these subsectors that I've mentioned, we have very major takeaways that they can use to blow up the ecosystem and make it grow. Again, that's where diversification will speak to growth. So we see a lot. We've devoted sessions and days to these subsectors, and we expect a lot to come out of it.
You're right. One more thing, which of course speaks to attendance structure for the events. What are we looking forward to seeing at the events? Is it open to everybody, or is it open to people, industry players alone? I mean, could you speak to that? Who are the people we should be expecting to see?
Yeah, well, it's open to everybody. So, I mean, for us at the association, we're an inclusive association. That's why as of today, we have 23 sectors in the association. Our mantra is to drive digital inclusion in Nigeria. So it's, no matter what you're doing, you should be looking at technology. I mean, our latest sector is a fashion company, and so we call it Fashtech. So, I mean, how do you use technology to drive fashion, and so there's a lot, so everybody is welcome.
I love the fact that Dr. Jacob Stanley mentioned that fintech is an embodiment of all these other subsectors of technology, where we have the insurtech, the proptech, the regtech. I mean, that's very interesting to note, because quite a number of times when we hear fintech, we only think of startups. We think of anything that has to do with changing of money, exchange of money, or saving money, and all of those things like that. And then we leave out agri-tech. And there's been a bit of misconception around that angle. And I love the fact that you've cleared that. So Fintech Association is open to, or the NFW 2023 is open to welcoming everybody in that space. And we hope to see everyone there. Is there any other thing you'd like to add? What should we expect? What are the key things you think that individuals and businesses would benefit from participating in the event?
Thank you. I'd like to quickly touch on 3 things. One, quickly, is the fact that we have a Hall of Fame for fintechs that have stayed for years, some above 15 years. Resilience also means being able to survive through the times, both the good times and the bad times. So we're bringing up a Hall of Fame for founders of fintech. So we have the likes of John Obaro of System Specs, Funke Okpeke of Main One. These are people who have run some fintechs that have gone beyond 15 years, and they are not the only ones, right? We have so many of them, and they will be featuring in this program, and we think there will be a lot of lessons to learn there. Secondly, the NFW 2023 promises to be exciting. B2B connections. So we expect businesses to meet other businesses that can form formidable strategic partnerships. So this is another thing to look out for. Beyond just coming to take the learnings, we encourage participants and businesses to build very solid networking. And also, I want to say lastly that we're going to be expecting some major organizations that will be participating in NFW 2023. When you come there, you're going to take a lot of learnings from the like of Stanbic IBTC, MasterCard. You're going to see tunes from Singapore. You will see InterSwitch, OPay, and a couple of other fintechs that have made a mark in the industry. Interestingly, they are core participants, and they are also playing very key roles in making NFW 2023 a successful one.
Yeah, one other thing I look forward to every year is the lineup of speakers. Just the tip of the iceberg. We do want to feel like just a little bit. What are the people we should be expecting? So what part of the lineup of speakers that would be speaking at the NFW 2023?
So we have a whole lot of speakers, starting from regulators. So the President of the African Development Bank, Deputy Governor of Central Bank. We have the Vice President of MasterCard. We have the Vice President of Tunes coming from Singapore. We have a couple of fintechs coming from Rwanda. So we have a whole list of, including our own Nigerian fintechs, Akim Lawal of PurePay, Dr. Jacob of Zest.
Nice. We'll also be speaking at the event.
So we have someone like Samson Obole of Soilless Lab, which is an agri-tech. I mean, that's doing awesome things. So for those who are interested in agri-tech, you need to be there to hear Samson talk about what he's doing. Using technology for crop production, and it's really awesome. If you have been to his farm, and really, it's something that you need to be there. So it's a huge. It's not an event to miss. It's major.
The fourth and fifth industrial revolution, powered by digital technology, has created enormous opportunities for global competitiveness amongst descending countries. One area that is beaming prospects for Africa and Nigeria, the region's largest economy, is the fintech industry. As the major driver of investment in the past 3 years, stakeholders in the industry gathered for the 7th edition of the Nigeria Fintech Week, which focused on resilience, innovation, and diversification. Giving the opening remarks, Mr. Ade Bajamo, President of Fintech Association of Nigeria, said in second quarter 2023, the country accounted for 42% of deals in Africa.
It is with great pleasure that the Fintech Association of Nigeria, its board of trustees, we have our chair of the board and a few board members here, governing council members who are here in numbers, members of staff, and our many partners to bring you this event, as we've always done. The Nigeria Fintech Week is an opportunity to showcase new thinking, solutions, thought leaderships, and products by our fintech ecosystem as we seek to connect, accelerate the development of, and advocate for fintech firms. The theme and overarching focus for this year's meeting is fintechs, resilience, innovation, and diversification. A rather apt title at this time of massive global social, economic, and political changes as the fintech industry operates in a dynamic and challenging environment where resilience, innovation, diversification are key to success and essential for fintech firms to thrive in a competitive, highly regulated, and rapidly evolving industry. According to Fintech Global Research, as of Q2 2023, Nigeria attracted 42% of the share of fintech deals in Africa, making it still the most attractive destination on the continent. We now have some 250 active fintech firms and over 6,000 startups registered at various acceleration incubation hubs and financial services institutions, with 40 million people yet to be financially included in Nigeria. The opportunities remain enormous, but not just in fintech. The opportunities are there in agri-tech, insurtech, edtech, health tech, regtech, prop tech, and blockchain adoption, to name but a few. So I urge innovators and investors to continue to explore the broader areas of tech, as it were, not just pay tech or fintech. As we continue to grow our ecosystem, we're proud that Nigeria has the highest number of unicorns in Africa, and this platform is here to encourage not just the existing unicorns, but the next generation of unicorns that will power Africa's socio-economic development.
In his remarks, the Director General of the Nigeria Country Office of the African Development Bank, Mr. Lamin Baro, who represented the President, said since 2012, the DFI has invested over $4 billion in ICT hubs and digital tech startup initiatives across the region.
The African Development Bank strongly believes that a resilient, innovative, and diversified fintech sector is key to accelerating economic transformation in the continent. In the words of President Adesina, and I quote, "With the right investments in innovation and smart digital technology growth, the obstacles to achieving financial inclusion and greater economic opportunities for all will be overcome," unquote. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, the African Development Bank is supporting African countries to bridge the infrastructure and knowledge gaps, create conducive business environments to promote entrepreneurship and innovation in fintech industries, and upskill our youths to be prepared for the jobs of the future. Since 2012, the bank has invested about $2 billion in 40 innovation and ICT investment projects across the continent. Most significantly, this includes $170 million in financing for the investment in digital and creative enterprises project in Nigeria, better known as IDICE, whose major component will be to establish venture capital funds that will finance startups in the digital and creative industries.
The opening session of the conference also featured goodwill messages from Mr. Musa Jimo, Director of Payment Systems, Central Bank of Nigeria, and the U.S. Consul General, Mr. Will Stevens.
The choice of the theme for this event, I don't know, I'm not sure that Bajomo contacted anybody from CBN, because it was like this entire week is choosing to discuss things that are very dear to our hearts. So what would be the parting message to the fintechs today? It is to let you know that the central bank of today is the central bank that's very open, a central bank that you can reach out to, a central bank that if you have any new idea you can share with, so that it's the entire market space, you know, it's works symbiotically. We don't want a situation where people are working in island, where the market conduct is very wacky and all of that. We want a situation where we can all work together. I guess the new word now is co-opetition. So we are all competing, but we are all cooperating together. It's very, very important.
We need African solutions to African problems. You've heard that? Yeah? I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong because we need African solutions to global problems. We need to bring the solutions that you're developing to emerging markets and markets around the world. The problems that we face are too big to be focused on one continent. They're too big that we have to think about them just myopically. Oh, Africa, you have these problems, you go fix them. We need to be working together to address things like climate change, banking the unbanked, digital access together.
Highlight of the event was the launch of the Nigeria Fintech White Paper, powered by Fintech Nigeria in collaboration with Huawei Technologies.
Today is my great honor to launch this Nigeria Fintech Cloud Adoption White Paper with Fintech NGR together. It's free and you can download it from our website. Well, you can scan the QR code by your phone. So with this kind of white paper, you can have another choice to get better cost-effective cloud service from Huawei Cloud.
Penicillin, ethanol, flour, sugar, glue, whiskey, cornstalk, starch, oil, livestock feed, all from corn. You will discover endless opportunities when you search deeper, and to enjoy their full worth, you need an innovative payment solutions partner that creates value from the obvious and sees opportunity in the not so obvious.
Mr. Frederick is going to be speaking for the next 10 to 15 minutes, more or less. And afterwards, we have Mr. Chuku from Wakati Media to speak on the dawn of AI singers.
Recording in progress.
Okay, great. So at this point in time, on the topic or the title, Strong Customer Authentication in Open Banking, please can we welcome Mr. Frederick, Director of Product Management and Business Strategy for OneSpan NV. Over to you, Frederick. You can hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right. Yes, thank you very much again. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to join the Nigeria Fintech Week. In this session, I will talk about an important regulatory development in the payment and banking landscape in Europe, namely the introduction of PSD3. PSD3 will be the successor of the well-known revised Payment Services Directive, or PSD2, which really revolutionized the payments and banking landscape in Europe. For example, it introduced open banking. It also harmonized strong customer authentication for internet banking, etc. So a few months ago, the European Commission introduced its proposal for PSD3, and it contains important elements related to strong customer authentication for internet banking, for open banking, as well as related to payment fraud prevention. So I will be happy to discuss these items here with you. Before we go into the presentation, please let me highlight that my company OneSpan is present at the Nigeria Fintech Week together with its premier technical partner, Maxud Consulting. Maxud Consulting is a company that is present in Nigeria as well as other African countries and aims to tackle challenges of financial institutions related to mobile banking,
transaction solution,
internet banking security, transaction fraud monitoring, and so on. They are also present in the audience, so feel free to follow up with them after the presentation, of course. In this session, I will first of all discuss why there is an introduction of PSD3. What are the main reasons for this? Then I will dive into the actual content of the legislation and highlight especially the requirements related to strong customer authentication and the prevention of payment fraud. So the European Commission introduced PSD3 for 4 important reasons, and I think many of these will actually probably ring a bell in Nigeria as well. The first one is the mixed success in the adoption of open banking in Europe. So the European Commission noticed that there is a significant variation in the quality and functionality of the open banking interfaces, the open banking APIs that banks provide to third-party providers or fintech companies. And this is leading to inconveniences for users, which ultimately leads to limited adoption. The second reason is that financial regulators across the European Union have different powers, different obligations, which creates inefficiencies. Also, there are competitive disadvantages experienced by non-bank financial institutions as compared to banks. For example, non-bank financial institutions rely on banks to get a bank account, which they need to operate, but banks are their competitors. So there are some, there is an unlevel playing field, basically, at the moment. And then last, but absolutely not least, and probably the primary reason for the introduction of PSD3 is the shifting payment fraud in Europe. So PSD2 has significantly decreased fraud in one way, but fraud has been increasing in other ways, and this is creating concerns for consumers. So let me dive into this a little bit more in detail. So since the introduction of PSD2 in Europe, which happened about 5 years ago, there has been an enormous decrease in so-called account takeover fraud, or ATO fraud. On the other hand, during the past years, especially since 2020, Europe has seen an enormous increase in authorized push payment fraud, or APP fraud. So in account takeover fraud, a fraudster will steal credentials of a user via phishing, via malware, via man-in-the-middle attacks, and so on, and then log on to the account of the victim and transfer money out of that account. In the context of APP fraud, the fraudster works in a different way. He will basically try to convince the user to transfer money to an account that is under the control of the fraudster. So the fraudster will no longer steal credentials, but just try to convince the victim to transfer money to him. A well-known example of APP fraud in the financial services area is so-called bank help desk fraud. So in this case, the fraudster will present himself as a representative of the bank and tell the victim that his bank account is about to be locked or closed, and the victim has to transfer money in order to prevent this. So APP fraud is increasing very rapidly in Europe. You can see some figures here from 2 countries, the Netherlands and the UK, but it's happening all across of Europe. And this is a main concern of many people, many banks, and this is probably the main reason for the introduction of PSD3 in Europe. Let's take a look at the legislative structure of PSD3. And there are actually 2 parts to it. On the one hand, we have a directive called the Directive on Payment Services and Electronic Money Services, abbreviated as PSD3. This directive focuses on licensing of banks, like which capital requirements do they have to meet, which governance requirements do they have to meet, and so on. This directive also defines roles and responsibilities of the financial regulators. However, more importantly for us today is the other part, which is called the Payment Services Regulation, or PSR. So this is the regulation that will define new rules related to strong customer authentication, related to payment fraud prevention, open banking, security, and so on. So in the remainder of this session, I will focus on the requirements that are defined in the Payment Services Regulation, or PSR, and I will basically forget about PSD3 for the remainder of this session. Let's take a look at the requirements related to strong customer authentication and payment fraud prevention that are defined in the PSR. So the PSR requires that strong customer authentication is performed when a payer accesses his bank account or payment account, when he initiates a financial transaction, when he carries out any action that might imply fraud. And an example of that is adding a beneficiary to a whitelist of trusted beneficiaries. And also finally, strong customer authentication needs to be performed when a payer accesses bank account information stored outside of the bank account. For instance, stored by an application of a fintech provider in the context of open banking. Strong customer authentication needs to be performed by generating a one-time password, a one-time authentication code, using a mechanism that is constructed from 2 authentication elements, which are taken from 3 possible categories of authentication elements. And you are all most likely very familiar with these categories. So They are something that the user has, like a hardware token or a mobile app, something that the user knows, like a PIN or a password, or something that the user is. So a biometric characteristic like a face scan. So that's basically the definition of strong customer authentication in the PSR. An important change in the PSR compared to PSD2 is also the fact that strong customer authentication can be performed by the so-called account information service providers in the context of open banking. So in the context of open banking, a user will access one or more of his bank accounts, possibly held by different banks, via the application of an intermediary, which we typically call the account information service provider, or just a fintech company. So under the current regulatory regime in Europe, the PSD2 regime, strong customer authentication has to be performed by the bank. The AISP does not have the right to do it. And this creates various inconveniences for users. So for instance, when they want to access 3 of their bank accounts via a single AISP, they have to perform strong customer authentication 3 times, possibly using 3 different authentication mechanisms. Under the proposed PSR, the AISPs will receive the right, not the obligation, but the right to perform the strong customer authentication themselves. So the user will have to authenticate only once, and will not have to authenticate again to access the bank account shared by all the banks. So this would be a major improvement in terms of user convenience for users of open banking applications. And this is something I personally really look forward to. The PSR also contains additional requirements related to the diversity and the inclusion of strong customer authentication mechanisms. So banks and financial institutions in general will have to make sure that strong customer authentication mechanisms can be used by all the users of the bank, including people with disabilities like limited eyesight, including people with limited digital skills, so people who are not used to working with computers or tablets or smartphones. This will most likely result in the adoption of dedicated hardware authentication devices, which are often easier to use by people with certain disabilities. Also, the PSR states that a mobile-only approach to authentication will not be permitted. Mobile first will be allowed, but using mobile as the only authentication mechanism will not be allowed. Again, for the same reason, to make sure that all users have the possibility to authenticate themselves. So these are the most important new requirements in the PSR related to strong customer authentication. Let's now quickly look at some of the requirements related to prevention of payment fraud. And again, this is primarily focusing on preventing APP fraud. I think that the key requirement proposed by the PSR is that banks have to offer a service to check whether the bank account number of a beneficiary matches the name of the beneficiary. So when a user wants to make a payment or a bank transfer, he specifies a bank account number and a name of the beneficiary. So the bank of the beneficiary will have to indicate in real time on the fly whether or not the bank account number and the name match each other. And if not, the bank of the beneficiary has to provide a notification to the payer about this discrepancy. And then the payer will have the ability to ignore this notification at his own risk or abort the financial transfer. So again, this helps to prevent APP fraud, because in APP fraud, fraudsters are often trying to trick victims into transferring money to bank accounts using a false name. I tried to see whether my banks implement such a matching service already, and actually it does not. So I was able to transfer money to one of my bank accounts using Roger Rabbit as the beneficiary, and it went through without any notification. So this is one way to prevent or reduce payment fraud. There are other requirements in the PSR. One of them is that banks will have to share intelligence about fraud much more in the future. For example, they need to share bank account numbers which are known to belong to fraudsters or money mules. Banks will have to educate their users specifically about APP fraud. And finally, the PSR also defines who is liable in the case of APP fraud. So who needs to pay if someone becomes the victim of APP fraud.
All right, Frederick, we're wrapping up in about 2 minutes.
Okay, that's perfect. So the last item in the PSR related to payment fraud prevention is an enforcement of the need to do transaction monitoring, specifically to prevent payment fraud. In terms of timelines, we expect that the PSR will become applicable in Q3 of 2025, so it's still a while away, but banks are already working on becoming compliant. So as conclusion, the PSR is really bringing important items to the banking and payments landscape in Europe. It's requiring diverse and inclusive strong authentication. It is also requiring banks to offer this matching service to detect APP fraud and so on. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I just want to highlight that OneSpan is a security company that can help banks and financial institutions address many of the challenges that I highlighted. And we are also here with our partners. As I mentioned, our partner is called Maxud Consulting, and they are also present in the audience. So feel free to reach out to them after this presentation. Thanks a lot for your attention. If you have questions, feel free to reach out or discuss them with our partners. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Great. Thanks very much, Frederick. Please, can you put our hands together for him? Quickly, because we have the next presenter in the house, and he's going to be speaking on the dawn of AI singers. Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Unkasiobi Chukwu, founder of Wakati Media, as he comes up to speak for the next 15 minutes. And then afterwards, we will have our last panel section before we go into our raffle draw. And then we call it a day for the day 2 of the Nigerian Fintech Week. I'm glad that all of my panelists for the next panel are all here on ground. Dr. Jamila Sharif Ayedum, you're here, right? Okay, great. So that makes it even much more exciting for me. So over to you, Chukwu.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we feeling? It'd be nice to get some feedback, wouldn't you agree? How are we feeling? It's been an interesting week, a lot of conversations. We're talking, people are networking, getting to discuss business, connecting with the right minds. My name is Unkasiobi Chukwu, more commonly called Eclipse Nkasi. I'm a multi-creative, the founder of a media tech company called Wakati Media, and we're pushing the frontier on innovation within the creative space, changing how content is created and consumed. But here's the question. Unlike the rest of the conversations we've had, I'm sure that this is going to be different because I would like for it to be very engaging. So which means that as we go along, feel free to ask questions. I'm sure we can make available a microphone so we can discuss a few things. Starting out with something that you wouldn't have expected to talk about today, which is music. Why is that? I think that when we think product, regardless of what it is that we have created and what we're selling, music is usually a very integral part of how we market it. besides the fact that we all consume music. I would like to say all, if I do say so. Consume music personally, try to find the right moves, try to find the content that sets us in the right headspace. In marketing, there's something we refer to as mnemonics, the sounds that resonate with the consumer, after they hear it a few times. But in today's age, content and everything else is changing in terms of how technology has allowed us to access it and create it. And with regards to that, music is not any different. What is the future of the music that we use and consume? How does it affect us all? What opportunities lie there? And with this new economy that is about to be birthed from this dawn of artificial intelligence, how much can we make? How do we really set the tone? What are we worried about? What are our concerns? What can we leverage? And maybe let's find the best ways that the next time you want to market something and put your brand, you find something that fits and fits very well. So I'm not going to walk us through a slide. Instead, we have a quick video that you would watch for the next 5 minutes, after which I'll be here to take questions so that this conversation is as impactful as it possibly can, which means it resonates with you and is specific to the things that you care about. So if the media team is ready, let's have a roll up. Thank you so much. Numbers are quite impressive. This is also another band that we have from the US. It's called KDA.
The mission is to get as much as you can, achieve as much as you can, be as much as you can, because why not? Why would you settle for less?
To all our fans, thank you so much for listening and for showing just how much our music moves you. So let's keep pushing each other, and I promise you, I will try to keep up. See you soon.
Music has always been an important part of Nigerian culture. So when artificial intelligence apps started spreading through the country's music industry, an Afrobeats producer thought his days were numbered until he figured out a way to blend the artificial world with the real world and make beautiful music.
Maya Blue is an artificially generated personality with a synthesized voice. She's a creation of Eclipse and Cassie, a Nigerian Afrobeats producer who's blending artificial intelligence with music.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Maya Blue, your favorite AI singer, and this is my cover of Conte by David O.
Okay.
When doubt and fear surround me, I turn my face to you.
So these vocals are completely computer generated.
With faith and love unending, you hold me in your grace. And in the stillness of night, I feel your embrace.
So how about Pidgin? Can AI speak Pidgin?
The way you hold my waist, I like as the day go.
Close enough.
Can't dance to save myself, but see as I day roll low. Go deep, play shores, I take that in those. Disconnect the internet, cause I'm feeling intellectual. I can't tell you're feeling the pressure. I can't tell you're feeling the tension. Move your leg like this and that. You can't drive away the pleasure.
Okay, Pidgin was all right. How about in Nigerian language? Igbo, maybe.
Obim de redu atulu jojimo. Obim de redu chukumari hiyo magemerege. Obim de redu. Obim de redu atulu jo. Obim de redu chukumari hiyo magemerege. Obim de redu.
Okay. So just for a last piece of display, we thought to join it all together and give you guys a classic.
Yesterday I asked my mama.
Please sing along if you know the song at this point.
Tell me the road from here I could take. She said, Lele, 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 que me mo, sachi mae. Lele, 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 que me mo, sachi mae.
So what's next? Thank you so much. I guess that's the question. Where do we go to from here? Unfortunately, there's been a lot of backlash with regards to artificial intelligence and music because some of the first expositions or experiences people had to do with other people infringing on people's copyrights. You know, people were making fake Drake music and so on and so forth. But what we're doing is getting the right licenses, working with the right partners, making sure that artists are getting royalties from music that are created. And I think I'm proud to say that over the next 2 months, we have a official remix for the late Sir Victor Owaifo's Joromi that's going to be coming out featuring our AI artist, Maya Blue. And it's just the start of it. Over the next few months, we look to do even more. And as we go, we want to expand even the frontier of how we create content that has to do with music, how we integrate brand communications in between that to say, the next time we have a talent hunt, for example, it's going to be different. People are going to have to show us more than just how they can sing, what they can do, but just how creative they can be. And hopefully we find the right brands that are truly passionate about innovation. And I say that with a little bit of shade because very often here in Nigeria, we, as brands, speak about pushing innovation. But usually for those of us who are looking to innovate, when we reach out to most brands, it's hard to find people who are daring enough to back projects that are truly pushing the needle. So, any questions? I'm sure there's a lot. Who wants to go first? I think we should have the spare mic ready. Just indicate with your hand. Maybe just one. I think I'm out of time. Well then. Okay, you have one. Oh, that's... Okay, someone. Sorry? That's a good question. Well, just so everyone can hear what you asked, just use the mic.
Can Maya be black?
Good. So, yeah, round of applause for that question. So this really poses a very philosophical topic. But to answer you very quickly, yes, she can. Now, when we were creating Maya, trust me, the work was a lot. The last thing I was thinking about was race. It didn't even occur to me. If you check, she has an Instagram page, by the way. She has followers, and she has guys that DMing her. I'm not sure what they're expecting. But yes, we intend to rebrand and repackage her. But in the beginning, it wasn't the issue. It was only after we created Maya. People were like, yeah, but she's not really black. I'm like, if we didn't make her, you wouldn't notice. But yeah, I'd like to say one more time, big thank you to everyone for listening. And thank you for the time. Enjoy the rest of the event. My name is Nkasi Obichuko. It's been a pleasure.
Great. So very much, Chuku. This is quite impressive. I think the man took out a question from my mouth. But before you go, please come up. Hello, Chuku. Please, before you go, come up. We need to know if the voice was yours or it was Maya's. Was that voice yours or somebody else's voice?
No, definitely someone else's voice.
All right. Please, can we put a hands together one more time for him? We would like to have a photo session with him. COO, please, can we come up? The president, also any member of the governing council or the board here to please come up for us to have a snapshot with him. And then we'll get ready for the next panel section, which is going to happen right about now. Yeah, Mr. Uzoma, please, you can come up to have a snapshot with them, so that's important. Great, great, great. You might just have to give COO a microphone. Let him sing and compete with Maya. All right. A quick smile. Please, after 3, can you sing 1, 2? All right, thank you very much. Dr. Jamil, you can take a seat. Do you have your whatever it is? We're going to just bring you back up. as the case is. All right, so let's have Dr. Jamila Sharif Ayedum, of course, up there. CEO Credit Registries is moderating this session. And then I have Dr. Patrick Conte to come join them here. Of course, Mr. Uzoma Dozie, CEO of Sparkle. Dr. Patrick Conte, CEO of African Fintech Network. Great. And then we have, certainly, Mr. Wole Oyeniro, partner of Deloitte, to come up too. We have Idem Sishi, partner at McKinsey. Please come up. We also certainly have Ladi Asuni, partner KPMG, and Wilfred Mama, partner EY. This is a timeout for the big 4, 5, and 6, as the case might be. And then we're having a session under a very distinguished moderator who is going to definitely, and direct this affair. And I think this is the second time this is happening, this period of time, so to speak, okay? This is the second time where we have our moderator as a lady and the panelists all men. This is quite interesting. Why is a big question, or we have to respond at the end of the time. And so we have the microphones on your sides so that you can take each of the mics. And then for the next 40 minutes, over to you, Doctor.
Testing. Testing. Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear? Fine? Yes? All right. How are you guys doing this afternoon? All right. All right. That was a fantastic previous session. But I'm really happy to say that this is the session that I hope everybody's been waiting for. This is the session that's going to talk about the future, what's coming next. And we have a star-filled here panelists that are going to be able to share that with us. So I think we should just do a quick introduction just so we can make sure that everybody knows who you are before we dive into the questions. So I'll start on my far end here. Hello.
I am Patrick Conte, the Chief Executive Officer of the African Fintech Network.
Hello everyone, my name is Ladi Asuni. I'm a partner in KPMG.
Hi everyone, my name is Wole Oyeniro, partner at Deloitte, in charge of technology.
Good afternoon. My name is Uzoma Dozie. I am the Chief Sparkler at Sparkle Microfinance Bank.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adam Seshi. I'm an associate partner at McKinsey, and I lead our work in fintech and payments in Africa.
Hi everyone, Wilfred Mama is the name. I'm a partner at EY. I look after digital transformation in our West Africa practice.
And once again, everyone, I'm Dr. Jamila Sharif Ayedun. I'm the CEO of Credit Registry. Thank you. Thank you very much. So today, let us just dive right in. We have a number of questions, and we have a short amount of time, but we want you to take us into the future. And so I'm going to start the first question for McKinsey. So McKinsey Reimagining Report had the following quote: Africa's economy has slowed over the last decade, yet half of its people in countries across the continent have thrived. Africa has human capital, natural resources, and accelerates productivity and reimagines its economic growth, which is happening more than ever in a virtual economy. Despite the promising start at the millennium, Africa's long-term economic growth is lagging when it's compared to its global peers, and productivity across all sectors of the economy is lower than comparable regions in the world. Now that we think and we know that every purpose that we are starting out for, and we're optimistic at having future growth, what do you believe are some of the key reasons as to why we're having this decline? Especially since African companies have proven to be resilient. Africa has the fastest urban placement on Earth, with 500 million people likely to leave the countryside between now and 2040. It is an aging world, yet Africa's youth is the fastest growing population, and the fundamental shift of services has now been moved from agriculture. And so my question to you with this mindset, are these assumptions still valid, considering how 2023 has panned out?
Thank you, Jamila. I was really hoping not to go after Maya, but thank you. No, I think these assumptions are still true, and they're probably not assumptions, right? It's been the reality of the continent for the last decade. I still remember when my first time in Nigeria, I came with a lot of energy and excitement. I still remember the first time I came into Nigeria, the energy and excitement that I brought with me, but was already here. And just yesterday, I was telling my driver, these days, if you stay out past 9 p.m., there's nobody on the roads. I don't know where everybody went. So it's still very much true that we've had a tale of basically 2 decades where there was a lot of growth everywhere, and most importantly in the large economies like Nigeria. Right? What has happened in the last decade is that, yes, there's still growth, but it's been in the places that, for lack of a better word, matter less. And the large economies are struggling. Nigeria has struggled in the last decade. South Africa has followed suit in the last decade. And when you take those 2 economies not growing, it's tough to summarize Africa into a growth story, even bearing in mind that there's 40-something other countries. Right? So the fundamentals that should accelerate growth are still there. We still have massive urbanization. We are still the youngest continent, and we'll supply a large proportion of the world's talent going forward. We still have massive adoption of digital. We are still a much more service-oriented economy than an agrarian economy from 10 years ago. But it is also true that all of those fundamentals have not translated into accelerated growth. But it's primarily because the great engines of growth, i.e. the largest economies, have slowed down. And there is nothing to indicate yet that they're out of the woods. Right? So yes, you can still get growth from Rwanda, Ghana, and all of these places, but it's not going to compensate for the lack of growth in the big economies.
Thank you very much for setting that stage. I'm going to now take this to KPMG. You had some fans out there. In the fast evolving fintech landscape, what specific sectors hold the most promise for disruption and growth in the near future?
All right, thank you for that question. Historically, payment has been the most active segment within the fintech space, and we can all imagine why payment is an important rail and enabler for other services. So whether you talk about digital lending, insurtech, even investments, you find out that the real clincher for your customers is the ability to pay, access payments to enable these services. So payments will continue to be a major area of growth. But then when we dial it a little back and look at our economy in Nigeria, one of the areas where we have the most significant headroom for growth is in lending. The credit penetration in Nigeria, as the last check, is still well under, I think about 3%, under 5%. So when it comes to where we can get, a lot of innovation, a lot of disruption, I think digital lending indeed holds a lot of promise for future growth. Interesting things coming up in the AI space and the blockchain space, but I think that our problems today are a bit more fundamental, and getting it right on the payment space, getting it right on the digital lending space will just be a catalyst for other fintech segments.
Wow, I hope you guys are in that space because that's where he sees the future. But I'm going to then now take this right over to Deloitte. VC funding, we're talking about growth here. VC funding in the fintech startups has dropped globally by 49% year on year to 23 billion USD in the first half of 2023, according to S&P Global Market Intelligence data. The data also points to a continued drop in the number of deals in the fintech space. In H1 of 2023, we had only 1,178 companies that were invested in. That's a whopping 64% drop compared to last year, H1. What is the trend going to look like in the future? Will this continue? And what do fintechs in Nigeria and across Africa need to definitely do different in order to attract more funding?
So 2 questions then. The first being, will the drop in investments from a VC perspective continue? In the near term, near to mid-term, yes. And the reasons for that are in front of us all. Globally, we are facing strong economic headwinds, high interest rates, wars in multiple places. We have Russia, Ukraine, and now we have the conflict in Gaza that is escalating. The thing about all of those issues is that they create uncertainty, and uncertainty creates hesitation in investment because you really don't know how some of those things will pan out. Also, policies not being as rigid as we would like them to be. Fluidity in policies, changing in terms of unfavorable government policies. Even the whole Forex issue is a challenge because you begin to ask, if I bring in $10 million today and it's converted into Naira to build up a business, even if that business in quote somehow doubles the value, my dollar value is not going to double as a consequence of it because I'm trying to bring it out and all kinds of debates begin to happen as to what can happen. So really the confidence is not that high. Also from the US especially, the Silicon Valley Bank issue impacted a lot of VCs because a lot of financing came from there, and when it collapsed owing to the revelation that it was actually an elaborate crypto-based Ponzi scheme, then funding dried up to some extent. But now, and this is why I say near to mid-term, it will decline, but VCs are still out there and they still have money. I understand from the PitchBook report, about almost $280 billion is available in what they call dry powder, cash that they want to be able to invest but are unable to. So I don't think this trend will continue long term, especially as some of these factors stabilize and we begin to get clarity, on where the future is going globally from an economic perspective. So yeah, strong headwinds, short to mid-term issues in decline, but longer term we should be good. So if we are going to be able to harness this upwind that will eventually arise in the long term, talking about like next 2 to 3 years, not that immediate, we need to have the right structures in place. We need to have businesses that have thought through issues like cybersecurity, like privacy, data protection, that have a way of ensuring that the customers don't lose confidence in the business through fraud or other issues. There must be clear processes in place and platforms in place to provide that confidence that these startups have thought through how to protect their customers. There also needs to be a push for efficiency. So unnecessary costs, lean practices are going to be something that VCs will be looking out for. In addition to that, the regulators, we have to have a strong conversation with them. FDI benefits everybody. VCs bring in a lot. Let's have a conversation around what really is the policy framework. And industry groups like the Fintech Association, for example, have a regular forum where those kind of conversations can be had. The Rejuvators Forum, if I understand, that's what it's called, to help just stabilize things from a policy perspective, showing the positive impact on the economy by making that happen. Then finally, there has to be clear efficiency in the management of resources, be it money, be it people. Human resources are extremely valuable, especially in this Japa climate. There has to be clarity as to how they are going to be able to optimize the use of people so that they can sustain the growth that they are, in quotes, promising to VCs that are bringing funds to them. So the bottom line, proper management is critical, and that has to be visible, not theoretical, and then some level of nudge to the regulators to help create a better environment from a policy perspective.
Thank you very much, Wally. That brings me to the only operator on this panel right now. So you're talking directly to, I'm going to say, well, us, but my brother is sitting here. Uzoma, as the only operator on this panel, how do you feel about that comment? Where was your business from, coming into 2023, the expectations that you had at the beginning of the year? What is your reality now? And how likely do you see December 31st, 2023 meeting up to those expectations? And finally, what role do you think regulation has played throughout this period in supporting your business?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think there are two questions there. So the first one is, what did I think at the beginning of the year, and how do I feel right now? Well, I think we start, the way since I have been in the financial services for over 20 years now, so you can there are two things: what you hope for, which is out of your control, and what you can control. So for us at Sparkle, it was, okay, what we want to do is to completely or to leverage technology so that we can build a platform that helps us connect to other platforms and ultimately make it completely easier for our small businesses and individual customers to access and use our platform to do what they want to do. So from that perspective, I think we're very happy in terms of using robotic process automation. The great thing, OpenAI has actually even accelerated where we want to be from accessing information to actually do our business. Government plays a big role. We now see, they've come up with some policies that, if implemented, would help, how would I put it, enlarge the digital ecosystem. We have a minister of digital economy that is talking about how the public sector can connect into that space and help businesses and also drive society. So as we approach 2020, end of 2023, I think it's a period of taking talk, planning, advocating and networking with the different stakeholders so we can now plan our 2024 and beyond. But my wish list is for 2024, and if we're going to really make a dent and make impact in our environment, I think we need strong digital leadership in every sphere. We also need to dream big. We actually need a vision of where we want to go to. I know when people talk, they talk about incremental improvement. We want more people, financial inclusion. But what does that mean? What is the picture? Well, how do we see? For me, if you ask me, what is your two big wishes? Mine would be everyone to have a smartphone and internet availability. Because once that happens, that changes the narrative. It is now how do we educate people? How do we leverage it to do more, to be more productive, to improve health, to improve access to food? But until we do that, I'm not a believer of USSD. I'm not a believer of old tech. It's just going to keep us down while everyone else improves. And so for me, it's like, how do we do that? How do we get smartphones to the hand of people? Yeah, people are poor in Nigeria, but how do we make that as part of our infrastructural goals in Nigeria? And that's the way that we're going to actually deepen access and tech in our environment.
Thank you very much, Uzoma, and for putting out your wishes as well. Everybody's listening. So Wilfred, let me come to you. He talked about, automation and things like that, but let's go back to AI and talk about that a little bit more deeply. It's been around for a number of years, but starting in November, with the introduction of OpenAI and ChatGPT, we have seen an acceleration of innovation. Even earlier we saw that, right? And interest and usage. How should organizations approach the adoption of generative AI in order to obtain the most value from a transformative technology?
Thank you, and I think that's a very important question, because everybody is trying to figure out how do we get into this new technology. Now, we know that artificial intelligence in itself is not new, right? It's been studied in the computer science since 1946, so it's not new. But with advancements that we then saw, machine learning, deep learning, and then generative AI, we began to see new developments. And generative AI is not new as well. It's been around, it's been studied since 2017, But like you said, the OpenAI launching ChatGPT just brought another level of consciousness amongst everyone, right? And when we realized that 52% of companies that were in Fortune 500 as at 2000 have vanished today. So you can understand why big organizations are eager to figure out how they should adopt this transformational technology, right? Now, what do we advise? Before you jump into this, because there are a number of things, there are hundreds of startups that are building solutions around AI, and there are a number of solutions out there. There are multiple use cases. IDC, there will be as much as $300 billion spent globally on artificial generative AI by 2026. So the best way to do this with all of the things happening around is just to step back and have some kind of strategy around this as an organization, right? How do we want to play in this space? What do we want to do? What do we want to use AI to do? Because there are also concerns around ethics, around copyright, and all of that. So you must properly situate how you want to play within the context of the boundaries. So the strategy is important. Start with the strategy, clear definition. What part of your business objectives do you want to drive with artificial intelligence? Once you figure that out, then you can begin to look for technologies to drive those specific objectives you want to achieve. And then that's a logical approach to it.
All right, then. Well, you guys heard it here. I want to now turn this last question over here to the doctor. You're the CEO of Africa Fintech Network. It's coordinating over 40 national associations. What were your expectations going into 2023? What has been some of the greatest challenges? And I also want to add one other thing to that. How are we making sure that we're promoting women-owned and women-led fintechs as a result of that? And have you seen that growth happen over the year?
Thank you. That's loaded. I think it's about 4 questions in one. So let me try to respond.
You can handle it.
So at the African Fintech Network, we champion advocacy for the development of the fintech ecosystem across the continent. So how do we do it? We do it via or working with fintech associations, including Fintech Nigeria, for instance. So we have 40 short fintech associations or group from Nigeria to South Africa, Egypt in the north, Kenya in the Middle East, up to Mauritius. So we have 40 of those groups and associations. It's a 3-pronged approach. At country level, we encourage fintechs to collaborate, so work get to know each other, minimum for peer learning purposes, benchmarking purposes. And at country level, we also encourage collaboration of the key stakeholders, more so fintech, policy, and the regulators. Because, as has been said already, there is a wide gap, between the pace at which innovation is happening and the response by regulators. And one way to address that gap is to encourage collaboration of stakeholders. So we encourage collaboration at country level amongst fintech and stakeholders, but also policy and regulators. And most importantly, we encourage collaboration across countries internationally, which is where we come in. So we do all of that coordination. What were the trends for 2023? I mean, I think the highlights you gave from the McKinsey report sets the foundation. The macro environment wasn't favorable, geopolitics was apparent, so from our standpoint, we knew it was going to be a difficult period in terms of funding, which the evidences are now showing. So for us, what we have been advocating in the recent past, I mean, if you look at in excess of 1,200 unicorns globally, what you have in Africa is about 10 or 11. So, and one of the issues, if you look at those 10 or 11, significant portion of the investment is FDI, funds outside Africa. So what we have been advocating and promoting in recent times is homegrown capital. How do we get Africans, African investors to have to invest in African startups, in scale-ups, in, unicorns, so that when the macro environment changes as it was and currently is, the impact on access to capital is severely mitigated. So we knew it was going to be a very difficult economic climate, 2022-2023, and given the ongoing geopolitics and wars, it will not be substantially different in the near term. On your third question as to how we are addressing the thorny issue of women in tech, women own and women manage fintech, we all know that's part of the gender economic gap, is part of the inherent disadvantage, if I can put it that way, of women in African society by culture, by religion, by your geographical position, where you're born as a girl child, you're already disadvantaged. Maybe you're born to a society, a community where they don't allow the girl child to go to school. So we want to say from birth, African women are already disadvantaged. So when you come to the tech space, you hardly see women that are, C-suite positions in the tech space. You hardly see fintech that are led, owned, and not entirely managed, that are significantly managed by women. So naturally, there is a gap when it comes to women in tech, women in fintech, whether it's women owned or women led, there is a significant gap. So what we do, we promote collaboration. We encourage men in tech to open up the space. We encourage men in tech to open conversation, to encourage women to be in the space. We talk to government to bring policies that promote the education of the girl child. We talk to, I was a panelist last week in Abuja. They are called the Grassroots Women of Nigeria. They were celebrating their 41st anniversary. And my talk on that day was to encourage them to ensure that the girl child goes to school, because that's the foundation. At that level, you encourage the girl child to go to school, you encourage them to go into the STEM field. The STEM field is not for just male, it's not only for the, for the boy child. So, because women are naturally disadvantaged in the tech space, so most of our advocacy is to promote women in the space, to encourage them to come to the space, for men to open up the space, because by default, men, we have the tendency to be, want to be in control. But it's a tall, well, I'll not say it's a tall order, it's a process. We have a long way to go, that's the fact. It's a process, and so it takes all hands on deck, from government, community, we all have to work together to ensure that gender economic gap or gap in tech when it comes to women's participation or ownership of tech is gradually addressed over time. I'm happy to know that it's taking shape. For instance, about 3 weeks ago, we were in Lome participating in the EcoBank Fintech Challenge. And for the first time since the EcoBank Challenge was introduced 6 years ago, the winner this year of a 50,000 prize money was a female-led tech in Cameroon. So for us at the African Fintech, it shows there is some light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much for that. It's very encouraging. And so I believe that we want to open it up to some questions from the audience. We've gotten a signal. So, are there any questions from the audience? Okay, we have one in the back.
All right, thank you very much. I'm Samuel Wankwo from Ren Money. Okay, in the light of what Doctor said, collaborations, partnerships, and also in light of what the partner from Deloitte said. Now, you gave a scenario where one is to make an investment of $10 million, and it turns out, or it will turn out to be that the investment does not double up in, while it doubles up in Naira, it does not double up in the dollar. So my question is this, how might FinTech influence monetary policy, currency stability, and financial markets in the nearest future? So what role does FinTech, what role do they have to play to make sure that these items are harmonized, that you don't have the fear of high volatility tomorrow and you're complaining, oh, my investments has dropped this and that, and yeah, basically. Thank you.
Okay, which of you want to take on that one?
I would say that's a loaded question. I will look at it from the point of view of my role as CEO of the African Fintech Network. So I will leave the consulting firms to give the analysis of it. Monetary policy itself has a function to play in an economy. And so what FinTech has done, I mean, in simple terms, FinTech is about innovation and differentiation when it comes to the provision of financial services. I mean, take a typical case of central bank digital currency and the sort of reaction it has provoked. Yes, right across the globe, central banks are testing the waters. There have been a lot of write-ups, a lot of papers on CBDCs, i.e. the use of digital currencies. The question is, are we prepared as Africans for digital money to replace fiat money? It starts with a mindset foremost, a cultural issues, let alone issues about monetary policies, because it's about interest rate management. Are central banks really ready to use digital currency platforms, cryptocurrency platforms? Do they really understand what it means to operate those platforms, allow those platforms to operate in fulfillment, or using those platforms in fulfillment of their monetary policy mandate? I was a former regulator. I bet you the knowledge gap that has to be addressed is so profound. So that's why I said it's a loaded question. It's a process that is need for a lot of education, for regulators to understand what it means when it comes to the profound role of technology in the provision of financial services and the implications for monetary policy decisions. Because if you manage your interest rates, and in some jurisdictions where you manage employment, you have a dual role. How do you deliver on that role when it comes to using technology? It's for all of us here to debate.
Absolutely. Before we close, I know that we have to close. Yes, you have a, you want to say a
I
comment?
think Wally picked up
Deloitte.
the
No,
mic.
you should go ahead and might as well make it happen. Make it happen. Yes.
Thanks, Doctor. I think regulator education, regulator collaboration, just sitting down in a room and saying, let's talk. Fundamental, it must happen. That is already happening, which is great. We just need to intensify. So fintechs have already answered the rallying cry of, let's shape the regulator through the association that is taking the lead in making that happen. So fantastic stuff. But beyond that, the Forex challenge, knowing that FDI tends to be Forex denominated, requires what greater minds than mine call a hedging strategy. If you're going to hedge against Forex, all your earnings cannot be in Naira. That's the only way you can reliably deal that. And quite a few of the fintechs also offer services that enable them to actually earn in foreign currency. So what that does, it helps preserve value much better than when they're exclusively operating in the Naira earning domain. So it's about being creative in the business model to protect the investments that have been made and ensure that you are hedging to a fair degree. And there are various strategies for doing that, like I said, greater minds than mine have figured out. But just think of that word hedging and think about how you can develop a business model that earns not only locally, but also even earns in foreign currency and enables investments to be protected through platforms built on our large population, not only here, but in the diaspora. That's essentially, a tip that you can think about to be able to say, how do I now earn, beyond just the shores of the country? So that's one possibility around protecting investments in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was needed to be said. So diversification. On time, are we good on time? I think I see one other person.
Yeah, we're good on time. We can take one or two more questions,
Okay.
and we can also have more insight from our panelists. Do we have any questions or comments? None at all for now.
No other questions? Okay.
So-
I do want to piggyback. Yes,
Okay,
go
I
ahead.
think Dozie has something to say.
Zoma.
Okay, have this.
Well, I was going to say, with the crash in the naira, this is a good time to invest in Nigerian stock. And so, what $1 million can get you today in Nigeria is actually much more than it could get you a year ago. As Wole said, it's about collaboration, and I think it's also about, when it comes to monetary policy, it's also about showing the stakeholders what the alternative is. And a simple example is today is that if government today or public sector wants to move 10 million naira to a community that needs it and wants to donate, they'll probably spend about 30 million naira to do that, because they have to move the vans, they have to get the police, they have to put infrastructure. But if you actually provided the digital infrastructure for them to invest it in that, the next time they want to do it, it will cost a fraction. So it's actually looking at how you can invest now so that you can save much later. So the total cost of providing services to the economy, and the only way to do that is investing in technology, and that will indirectly start dealing with some of those fiscal and monetary policies challenges that we have today.
Yes. I want to just ask one quick question to kind of piggyback on what Uzama said previously. Does everyone in here have a smartphone? Raise your hand. Smartphone. Okay, I would say what about maybe 80% of the audience? Keep your hands up. Please keep your hands up. For those who have a smartphone, did you buy them on credit or did you pay everything at once? So if you bought them on credit, keep your hands up. There's your answer. So until we have a way to be able to enable, and by the way, everybody in here who had your hands up, do you have a job? Are you currently working? Raise your hands. Employed. Until we are able to enable employed people to get access to credit through fintech companies, making it affordable for us, having the right policies in place, we won't be able to live up to this dream that we all have of really just having affluence, basic needs, basic affluence. And so these are some areas that I think that we seriously can work on. It's right here in our face. So thank you. Thank you very much. Please, you guys, give a huge round of applause. I know that he's looking, but let's give a huge round of applause to our panelists from every one of the consulting firms here. It's amazing, as well as the operator, Uzoma, in the room. So thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Jamila. Please, can you put your hands one more time for them? Gentlemen and lady, you want to stand in here? Well, I invite the president to please come up, as well as the COO, for the group picture. As a matter of fact, this is a powerhouse. As you can imagine, you can see the fumes, flowing off from the stage. It doesn't come this easy. Madam, we want you to break the divide. It's important. You're going to have to make the balance. All right, so this is the final session before we have our raffle draw. I remember tomorrow we start at the same time, 10 o'clock. All right, this looks like presidential handshake. Are we good? All right, please can you smile the smile of the future? Because we're dealing with what the roadmap, of course, of the future is and how much 2024 is going to be to every one of us. Please, I would like to be in this picture. It's very important. All right, take that. If I check the picture and you cut me out, you're in trouble. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Can you put your hands one more time for this gentleman? And lady, of course. Thank you so very much, Dr. Jamila. You did a wonderful moderation. I'm impressed. And Mr. Wale, it's always good to see you. Each year, in, out, and out. It's great to see all of you all. This is EY, KPMG, Deloitte, McKinsey, Sparkle, and African Fintech Network. Very powerful panel. We've looked at what the future looks like, and they have given you a peep into what it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, I want to say a big thank you to the audience here in person and those online. At this time, it's now for us to determine who is going home with the mobile phone from Huawei. Are you ready? Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Bring our kalo kalo. Okay. No, put it in the middle so that they will see. Because some people almost will lead me on my way home yesterday. All right. So I'd like to invite the presidents to please come up. You're going to help us this time to determine who is going home with what. And of course, the COO to please come forth and help him as well. Are we ready? Cyprian, so go ahead. Okay, COO, please, we'll need you up here. Now, this is how this is going to be done. The raffle ticket you have for yesterday left and ended with yesterday. Okay, it is not as if I played you for 1 eye. I know some of you would have tucked it in, put it inside cellophane bag, and even put rubber band to make sure that nothing happened to it. So we have a little surprise. What we're going to do today is a little bit different. So, where you are seated now, there is a seat in front of you that has a pocket in front of you. Check whether you can find your raffle. Okay, I can see some people excited as the case is. Only those, make sure you are sitting in the seat where you have the raffled numbers. Oh my God. Please make sure you are seated where you have the raffle ticket. Madam, okay, let's not make any comment. Are we ready? President, are you ready? Okay, so give the president to roll. It's the president that will roll. Let the president roll. One. President, easy, easy. Are we ready? Hold on. This technology is still analog. No, President, don't worry. It's important we have the analog of it. We want the president to make sure that... so, don't take more than 2 tickets. 1 ticket per seat. All right. Are we good? All right, sir. As slowly as possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is because we are in the 6th edition of the Nigerian Fintech Week. And so, President, what you're going to do is that this first raffle draw is for the KLM tickets. 15% discount to travel anywhere in the world to be redeemed within the next 1 week. And so we will take out 5 tickets. The 5 tickets you will take out, you will give over to COO, and COO will announce the numbers while I'm making sure that nobody is playing boju boju. Hello. All right, so President, are you ready? Please, you can look into the roller so that they don't think that you and I have connived. All right, let's have 5 tickets for starters. 1. Hold on. We have to have it complete. 1. 2. If we had DJ, we would have been putting that sound that makes people's heart beat. 2, 3, 4, and the last number for this first half part of it, 5. Okay, so COO, what numbers do we have?
250.
250. Who has ticket number 250? Okay, can we go to the next one?
Here.
Is that 250? Are you sure? Where is Matthew? 250. Please come up. 250. Please come up. Please make sure we cross-check that number is correct. Hope it's not 052. Because you might have turned this thing upside down to be sure that it's 250. 250. Hold it. Please, can you come up here? The next number?
805.
805. Who has 805? 805. Oh, great. Please come up. 805. Woo. Make sure it is not 508. 805. All right. Where's the next lucky winner?
608.
608. Madam, it looks like it's you, Ajia. You have laughed. Is it you? Is it you? Are you sure? 608. 608. Are you 608 at the back? 608. Please put your hands together for him. I was wondering why she was laughing. The next number?
763.
763. Ticket number 763. Ticket number 763. Do we have you here? Okay, going once, going two. Hey, Ajia has won 763. She's financially included and economically included. All right, that we have 763. Okay. Don't worry yourself. None of you planned you were coming here to win anything. Was it because of the raffle draw you came to Nigerian Fintech Week? This one is just an addition. All right? And the last one for the 50% discount to anywhere in the world?
414.
419.
414.
Oh, sorry. 414. 414. Madam, are you 414? Okay, we have been wondering. 414. Thank God it's not 404. 404 is Inkita, but this is 414. We can take this one as a horse. 414. Nobody 414? Okay, so what do? We just put that here. Why we tell President to pick one more for this category. President, is there a problem? There is? Is what? President says, wishing you all good success. What's the number?
261.
The way they scream here, you begin to wonder what is going on. 261.
It's coming. Wow.
261. Are you 261? The way he's holding his bag and the ticket is not sure. Is it 261? You had something in your ear. Please, I'm going to number again. 261. Please put your hands together for him. 261. 261. All right, Mr. President.
No, sorry. Which number is that? Which number is that? 414. Let him come.
Okay, so we come in here. All right. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, President, this next person who is going to win is 50% discount on the KLM ticket to be redeemed within 1 week anywhere in Europe. Europe, if you don't know where Europe is, please take your phone and Google Europe. This is the digital aspect of it. President, please, can you pick the lucky winner? Just one, sir.
Eight, 9, 2.
Ah, she's the one there. Look at these human beings. Are you sure you are not AI? 892. God has caught you. 892. Okay, Cyprian. Cyprian, the phone. When you're ready for it, please come up, come up, come up. Ladies and gentlemen, you see, this lady has won 50% discount on the KLM ticket anywhere to Europe to be redeemed in 1 week, as the case might be. So at this point, I would like the president to please give them handshake. It's important. This is a presidential handshake. Further details will be taken from them. We'll get their details. Okay, over to you. This is for the 15% discount, and that is the 50% KLM discount, as the case might be. So liaise with Matthew on that. Are we good? So let's have a group picture. Let's have a group picture. President, you can't go now. We have one more raffle. Please, let's have a group picture. Congratulations. It's not easy to be a winner. Amongst 10,000 participants on this wonderful conference, you are one of those who won. So we must recognize you, as the case may be. Please, Cyprian and my friend, two of you come. Quickly come, two of you. Move the roller away so that we can, thank you, gentlemen, we can have a proper, no, to that side. You don't want to give yourself, please be digital. We are in a digital conference. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, can you put your hands together for the winners? Yes, it's not easy to win. I remember there was something I won 10 years ago. I still have it today. In a country of 200 million people, you can always win. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can have your seats. Please give your details to Mr. Matthew and then Mr. Cyprian. Cyprian, hold on. Bring the roller back here for the final. Also, I announced earlier on that the Lamborghini is up for takes. Make sure you visit the Now stand, register with them, and as the case might be, begin to trade with that so that you can stand a chance to win a Lamborghini. It is possible. These people have won KLM tickets. They never believed it was going to happen. Now we are here. So ladies and gentlemen, this now raffle draw is for this Huawei mobile phone Nova Y61. As you can see, President, has the seal been broken?
Yep.
No, President. President, hold on. Look again. The seal, has the seal been broken?
Absolutely not.
In the amount of 2 witnesses, a matter is confirmed. COO, has the seal been broken?
Not at all.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, these are 2 men of integrity that has confirmed that, as you can see, this seal is not open. Who among you today will be going home with this Huawei phone? Can I see your hands up? Okay, all right. Let me see your hands up again. If you know that you are going to win this phone, can you put your hands together for the MC? Put your hands together for the MC. Somebody wants to go home with a phone. If you know you are going to win this phone, can you put your hands together for the president? If you know you will win this phone, put your hands together for the COO. Who is not clapping? If you know you will win this phone, can you say Nigeria Fintech Week? Okay, I know that you people have the passion. Or, President, can I go home with it? Not today. Okay, President has given his order. At this point, let the President pick the lucky winner for tonight. Huawei Nova 961. President is not looking. Who will be this lucky winner? COO.
407.
Ladies and gentlemen, ticket number 407.
Going one.
Going one. Going two. President, do you approve? Going three. All right, President, pick up one more person. Did you not jump that person? All right. COO, who is this lucky winner?
214.
Oh my God! 214. Congratulations. Hold on, go and stand and take a presidential handshake. Okay, Mr. President, this is the phone. Please make sure you're in the middle so that we can capture that. Thank you very much. So you want to make a speech to her, congratulating her?
Well, big congratulations. She just told me she was praying. So God answers prayers.
The lady shouted, I got it. Me, I thought he was asking for water. Congratulations. Congratulations. What's your name?
My name is Fedola Karim. I'm actually a postgraduate student.
This one has saved you almost how many hundreds of thousands? Congratulations. All right, so give your details to our people so that we can always... Where is the man who won yesterday? I was looking for him. He saw me earlier on. So far, we've had so many winners. Don't give up. Tomorrow is another day, all right? And tomorrow, we have a whole bumper package, and then we have even a bigger phone that Huawei is obviously launching. So at this point in time, COO, you won't have one or two comments?
So tomorrow is about diversification. So it's going to be about health tech, insure tech, agri tech, trans tech, prop tech. And for those of you who are interested in agri tech, there's one of the best agri tech person coming tomorrow, Farmer Samson Ogbole. And he's going to be talking about what he's doing with agri tech. And he has trained over 10,000 youths on hydroponics, aeroponics, and it's awesome. So don't miss tomorrow.
Thank you very much, COO. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it from the COO, Dr. Babatunde, and he has said that please do not miss tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be the grand finale. All right? So please go home safely until we meet you again tomorrow. We start up 10 on the dot, but breakfast kicks off at 9. Please be mindful of your phone, be mindful of your laptops, your tabs, as well as your handbags. God bless you all for day 2 as the case is. Bye-bye for now.
Not so obvious. Interswitch. Transaction.
Payment product. I also manage a collection platform here at Providus Bank. As part of our effort to enhance customer experience across the payment landscape, Providus Bank has introduced ProviCollect. Prior to the introduction, some of our partners within the microfinance bank, the insurance and fintech space required a simple solution for recurring payments and mandate setup. Based on this, we leveraged the NIBS API to develop the ProviCollect platform, which allows us to initiate debit requests seamlessly and provide real-time updates. As a result of leveraging the NIBS API, Through Provi Collect, direct debit requests are treated with speed, and this has guaranteed operational excellence for partners. I highly recommend the NIBS direct debit solution to businesses looking to enhance efficiency and offer improved experience to their customers.
Petro was looking for a way to provide account direct debit solution to our merchants. We came across the NIBS API. In each case, to each of our merchants or the customers they were serving, we were extending the frontiers of innovation. We took a couple of NIBS API, coupled them together, and provided a platform. And the good thing was that with the flexibility with which we were able to build our product on the NIBS API, we were able to meet the needs of our customers. Prior to the NIBS integration to the API, the process of collection was time-consuming, frustrating. It was destroying trust in the industry. So integrating and using the NIBS API for direct debits came in very handy, and it has helped to remove a lot of pain points.
As a business and finance online platform, WebTV has been dedicated to capturing significant financial markets and economic events that have far-reaching impact in the country. With programs that spotlight developments in the economy and finance, WebTV is focused on value creation to its teeming viewers and subscribers. From exclusive interviews, product reviews, programs, event coverage, live streaming, and digital media experience, WebTV has you covered. Follow our social media platforms for further inquiry.